better. But I'm going to go back to this. In today's game, you need a Paul George-type player to go along with defense. I think J.J. Redick is questioned whether he'll be back next year. You know what I mean? It's still kind of in there.
Yep. He's a free agent.
He's a free agent.
Yep.
He's a great complement to what you want to do when you have another scorer on the wing, because where are you going to help off of? He's a release valve.
Mm-hmm.
He's not going to be your guy that you're going to depend on for 18 points in a 7-game series. You need a guy a player that can break you down, can post you up, can knock down the three. That's a threat offensively. To me, if you look at Blake, awesome game, but in the fourth quarter, where is he at? It was CP3.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm trying to correct me at his point. So let's see. In the third quarter, fourth quarter, was it 4 points in the fourth quarter?
Per NBA.com.
Per NBA.com.
Yep. That's his per quarter scoring.
Right. In the second, 6.5 in the third, so it drops. You're talking about a primetime player. Now, who led the league this year? Of course, he has the ball more. Isaiah Thomas by 10 points.
Right.
Plus a game, but you want to be able to go to him. His game doesn't allow you to do that a lot of times because he has to kind of get it and have somebody feed it to him. My point being is that this team's window, to me, honestly, was 2 years ago, the year Golden State won it.
Well, the year they blew that 3-1 series against the Houston Rockets.
I mean, but that was their primetime year because now Golden State has really surpassed the Clippers. So they're always going to have to end up going through Golden State or San Antonio, and they can't do it.
And the Warriors have dominated the Clippers when they've been in a row.
And not with this current lineup. They just can't. They can't get it done. And you're going to have to make a decision, even if, say, they get to the Eastern Conference Final. What do you do? I mean, Western Conference Final. I don't know if they can get there, but.
Well, they got to get past the second round, and more than likely the matchup looming would be Golden State, and we've already talked about their trouble against them. And
it won't happen.
The only way I look at the Clippers, and now I'm going to keep it glass half full because they paid me, so I got to do that.
Yeah. I don't have to.
I know you can't. I'm just going to keep. Now, I'm critical of them on the show. Now, if you've seen the show, I'm very critical of them on the show when they don't step up. But at the same time, I'll look at it like this. A couple of years ago, when Golden State went to the NBA Finals for their first time, they had a little help. I mean, they had a great team, don't get me wrong, offensively and defensively. The Splash Brothers were coming into their own. They had a great defensive team. Draymond Green really stepped up into that role, and Andre Iguodala accepting his role coming off the bench, right? But in the postseason, the Warriors' path to the playoffs or to the NBA Finals went through teams that had injuries, right?
Hey, well, San Antonio lost too early because the Clippers beat them.
Right. The Clippers beat them, or the Clippers, came back against the Spurs and beat them or whatever. Right. And then the Clippers lost to the Houston Rockets. They had a 3-1 lead, and they had an 18-point lead in the fourth quarter. I think in Game 5 or Game 6 at home or whatnot. So opportunity was lost there. But the Golden State Warriors, if you look at that series, I think they had Memphis. Mike Conley was hurt in that game. That series. And
the second round was I'm getting old.
But I can't. But somebody, a key player for them, or whoever they played in the second round, was also hurt as well.
Yeah. But see, but again, the Clippers had. But Ian, we can say Golden State. Yes, they took advantage of not being able. But Clippers had an opportunity to get it done. They didn't.
Right. I mean, but now we got to just look at what. So what I'm saying is, the Clippers, even though they lost yesterday, man, first 17 seconds of the game, what happens? Gobert goes down with an injury.
And guess what happens?
But you know what? That's game one. I'm just saying, glass half full. They can still win this series without Gobert. It should be easier for this Clippers thing. If he's out, and he's probably going to miss a couple of games the way he looked with that bone bruise or whatever. All right, so he could miss 3 or 4 games. By that time, hopefully the Clippers will be able to take care of business. Now, if you go into the second round, I'm looking at this game right here. Golden State Warriors and Kevin Durant's on the bench, and they were checking his leg out again. He's coming off that injury. Anything can happen. Remember last year in the NBA Finals, what happened with Steph? Steph got hurt. People don't talk about those type of things. Oh, and by the way, when Golden State won their first championship a couple of years ago, when they got to Cleveland,
Kyrie and
Kevin Love. So injuries happen. So if you look at it, sometimes you need luck on your side in order for you to advance. And if the Clippers can find that kind of luck with the bad luck of other teams, I know that's kind of stretching it a little bit.
You know what's stretching it? because right now you work for the Clippers. I get you. I'm going to go the other way, okay? And I'm going to say this, is that the Clippers, again, I don't think they mesh well enough. I don't think they have a component. I think you need to have that wing player. Blake is great. See if you can get value for him. Fill out that part of it. DeAndre plays a lot better when he's in the paint by himself. Mm-hmm. It opens up the court a lot more for driving lanes, penetrating pitch. Blake has improved so much, yes, but he's a ball stopper. The ball tends to stop when he gets the ball in his hands, and the fluidity of their offense slows down.
Well, you know what? We can put a lot of emphasis on Blake. The Clippers, as a team, never getting out of the second round. But once again, the superstar, the future first ballot Hall of Famer on this team, Blake's going to be that guy too. But CP3, being known as one of the top 5 or top 10 point guards in the NBA, mm-hmm. Never been out of the second round in his career, right?
Well, so, you can't count the Warriors.
Well, but he was on the team.
Yeah, but I'm just saying. I mean,
so if you look at Carmelo, you can't count Denver. I mean, it's like certain things.
He had a better team.
Yeah, but at the same time, still,
I count that.
If you're a superstar, if you've never been out, no matter what team, Anthony Davis. They're looking at Anthony Davis in New Orleans right now.
But it's different for a center, though, Mike, because the center got to have somebody throwing the ball.
But so then there's more emphasis on CP3 to get his team out. And I'm not trying to put. I'm not saying it's all on him.
No, but he's at fault as well. In regards to, it's always going to come back to your star players and what have you done or what have you not done in comparison to the other guys that have gotten Hall of Fame credentials, right, so to speak. So he's a part of it too, but you're not going to get rid of CP3.
No, you're not going to get rid of CP3. I'm talking about legacy. So if we're talking about if he never gets out of the second round of his career, which he should somewhere, maybe he'll latch onto a team and he'll get that help if they move Blake this offseason or whatever, and maybe they'll do it this year. But if he never gets out of the second round, it'll be almost like, you got that straight A student that mm-hmm. always does so well.
Gets to the test
and then he gets to the test,
yeah. Uh-huh.
and then he fails
mm-hmm.
for some reason. I'm not saying that he can't take the pressure because we know CP3 has the, you know what?
But here's the thing, though, Mike.
The things in the draws that kind of hang low.
Here's the thing. It's only so many players that played in this league that are able to really elevate and take a team beyond what's expected when you don't have all the talent. Name them. Michael Jordan couldn't do it by himself until he got Scotty.
But what I'm saying is...
let me finish the point.
Okay.
LeBron himself, now again, he was in the Eastern Conference. That made it a little bit easier when he took that team against San Antonio, when he was in Cleveland the first time. He was able to elevate that team to get them through the playoffs into a final. They weren't going to beat San Antonio, but there's not many players that can actually do that with less talent.
CP3 has talent.
Less talent. Less talent on the team that can really take a team, put them on their back. In the history of it's not a lot of players that do that, Mike.
Mm-hmm.
It's just not. We want to say that. Dr. J couldn't win a championship till he got Moses Malone.
I'm just talking about getting out of the second round. I'm not talking about going to the NBA Finals. Get out of the second round.
Trust me, I get it. And as being a player, I understand the challenges that we have to be able to win in a 7-game series.
Mm-hmm.
In a 5-game series back in the day, it was a lot easier. You could sneak a game on the road, and now you got a chance. But in a 7-game series, if you don't have the ammunition, Chris Paul can go out and get 50 points a game. That's only 50.
Right.
That's only 50. If you don't have the support mechanisms game in and game out, I don't care what he does. It's not going to matter because he doesn't have that support mechanism to get them over the hump. So, yes, he has some of the blame to take with it, yes. But how many players in our sport are able just to put a team on their back and really carry them? Tracy McGrady couldn't do it.
Right. Carmelo couldn't do it for a while.
It's so much more and it's so harder than what people make it out to be in regards to what CP3 is this, okay? But listen, it's not. If it was that simple, the great ones would have done it. And it just doesn't go down like that.
Yeah, well, they're going to be their legacy no matter what.
Yeah,
fair or unfair. Mike Hill hanging out with Jim Jackson. We got much more to get to. We'll scour TMZ Sports. I like doing that to talk about some of the sublime topics out there in the world of sports in just a second. That's coming up next right here on Fox Sports.
It's time for Erie Otters Hockey on Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330. WFNN Erie. Now, let's go to the ice with Aaron Cooney.
The Erie faithful coming out in droves last night in game number 5 from the Erie Insurance Arena. And they had a lot to cheer about early and later often, as their Erie Otters found themselves down to a 2-0 lead after one period, outshooting the Knights 21-6. During the first frame, Jordan Sambrook finding pay dirt for the first time in his OHL career during the postseason at 8:51 from Garrett Podubny and Eric Chernak. And then at 15:06, Alex DeBrincat. After Chris Knobloch shuffling the lines a bit, he gets DeBrincat with Sorelli and Taylor Radish. Then on their forecheck, they team up for Alex DeBrincat's 5th of the postseason. And the Otters are ahead 2-0. And if you think back to just 2 days before, it was Thursday at the Budweiser Gardens where the Otters had a 2-0 lead and then disappeared pretty quick. Well, in the period number 2, that 2-0 lead evaporated even quicker. In just a minute and 10 seconds, and a span at the early parts of the second period, London found themselves ahead 3-2. Max Jones again the catalyst, powering his way and propelling the London Knights to tying the game with a pair of goals 50 seconds apart before Yanni Kuokkanen, with his 8th of the postseason at 2:57, gave London the go-ahead, leading now 3-2. But the Otters need a little bit of a spark, and that change would happen with Joseph Murdaka coming in to relieve Troy Timpano. Murdaka, no prior OHL postseason performances for him outside of the 2 minutes that he spotted Troy Timpano at the end of game number 2. He didn't see any action, but he stood tall, including a late second period shorthanded breakaway for Max Jones looking for the hat trick. It was Joseph Murdaka stoning him cold and allows the Otters to climb back to the game at 16:32. Patrick Fellows, with his first in over 3 months, ties the game at 3 from Warren Fogle and Darren Radish. On a great play, the pass off the pads. Fellows, Johnny on the spot, knotted at 3, heading to the third. And you can feel the nervous energy at the Erie Insurance Arena right until the midway point at exactly 10 minutes. Taylor Radish taking the puck from center ice and just charging his way into the offensive zone, fending off Victor Mete, and then a beautiful backhand maneuver to elevate the puck over the pads of Parsons. And the Otters were ahead and rolled with that momentum. Dylan Strome with his first of this series at 11:24, just a minute and 24 seconds after Taylor Radish broke the tie. And then Anthony Sorelli would score for a third straight game as the Otters would take game 5, 6-3. And we find ourselves here on Easter Sunday in game number 6. The Otters with a chance to close out the London Knights and advance to a 4th consecutive Western Conference final. Otters, Knights, here from the Budweiser Gardens. The Otters look to avoid heading back home for a Game 7 that'll be Tuesday, should they drop here tonight. Troy Timpano's getting the start. He'll be back between the pipes. You'll see Parsons on the other side. We'll have the rest of the lineup for you. We'll get you all set. I'm Aaron Cooney, and this is the Erie Federal Credit Union pregame show. Pleased to be joined by Steve Fitzsimmons a little later on. We're also going to hear from Taylor Radish coming up next, right here on Fox Sports Radio 1330, The Fan.
Gus, you're here. Thank goodness.
What's up?
Everyone's here, and I don't have the games.
Wait, what?
For game night. I forgot the games for game night. What am I going to do?
How about these?
Bank on it. The new scratch-off from the Pennsylvania Lottery with top prizes of $300,000. Gus, you're a lifesaver.
Let the games begin. Keep on scratching.
Players must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
So we had had just moved here from out of state when the phone rang and this nice woman introduced herself as our healthcare concierge. She wanted to welcome us to her new health plan. I thought, well, this is something nice. But then she took the time to find us a family doctor near our new home, and I thought, no, this is something different.
Customer service, unlike anything you'd expect. UPMC Health Plan.
The Sheridan and Courtyard Erie Bayfront Hotels are proud sponsors of the Erie Otters. Join us for the pre- and post-game celebration at the award-winning Bayfront Grill or the brand-new Shoreline Grill. Let us help you fuel up for the high-energy game with our extensive menus and craft brew selections. You Otter be dining with the best.
Crossover utility vehicles, called CUVs, are more popular than ever, and there are too many to choose from. If you compare them closely, however, you'll know why we believe that only one CUV offers the most and costs the least. It's a 2017 Mitsubishi Outlander Sport CUV, and you'll find it in this region only at Interstate Mitsubishi. The Sport is now $19,990 or $239 a month, and that's with all-wheel control. The Sport also comes with a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 7 airbags, 18-inch alloy wheels, and a 6-inch touchscreen, and more. If you like CUVs, please compare the Outlander Sport with all-wheel control for $19,990 at Interstate Mitsubishi, 1/2 mile south of the Mill Creek Mall on Route 99.
Special pricing includes dealer APR cash, which requires financing through dealer indirect lending program. Lease figured at Tier S approval and is prior to tax, title, license, and dock fees. First month payment due with signing based on $23,390 MSRP.
All the exciting action of OHL hockey.
The Erie Otters
On Fox Sports Radio, 1330, The Fan.
Welcome back inside the Erie Federal Credit Union pregame show. I'm Aaron Cooney, pleased to be joined by Steve Fitzsimmons once again here in the booth at the Budweiser Gardens. TV voice of the Gulf Storm on Rogers TV. And Steve, here for Game 6. We knew it was going to happen when we were left Thursday here tied. The Otters getting the game last night, now to a game number 6. And, well, a big day in the OHL with Game 6 in the Western Conference. But the Otters, a chance to take care of business and finally finish off these London Knights.
Absolutely, and the London Knights are pesky, and they're going to play with a level of desperation that we have probably not even seen at this point in this series, and that's saying a lot because they were very desperate on Thursday here. But, you know, when you look at how Erie played last night, there were so many good signs. Joseph Murdaka came in relief of Troy Tampano and stopped the bleeding, got his team back in flight. The scoring, in terms of the depth of scoring last night, was great. You know, Chris Knobloch broke up the number 1 line and spread them out, and that really worked extraordinarily well. You're going to talk to Taylor Radish. He had a big game, a goal and 2 assists last night. DeBrincat 1-1. Strome had a goal. It was just from everywhere. But even some of the depth players came through last night. I mean, that nice goal by Fellows following up on the play for Warren Fogle. I passed off the pads. I love that slogan that you used to coin that one, as it came right back to him. He was Johnny on the spot indeed. But, you know, some keys to victory today for the Erie Otters. Keep pushing offensively. We saw them sit back, certainly, in game number 4, where they had that 2-0 lead, and they sat on it just a little too long. They have to keep pushing the pace. Gap control is important today, especially on the key players for the London Knights. And so far, it's been Jones and Kuokkanen who have been deadly. They've scored the last 8 goals for the London Knights. It's time to get in their face, and we have to see some matchups there if we can, especially with Max Jones. I mean, his size is so difficult to handle, and as much as possible, I think Eric Chernak needs to play against him.
They try to do what they can, and it's tough. You talk about the chess match and being on the visiting side. Dale Hunter gets last change. It's that home ice advantage, so I'm sure if you can get a third pairing defensive for the Otters, if you get Byrne and Hedrick out there, you want to try and get Max Jones and company out there as much as you can.
Absolutely. I think the biggest key today for the Erie Otters against the Knights is puck possession. It's really starting with the puck. They have been doing so well in the face-off circle earlier in this series, and that's kind of dissipated maybe in the last couple of games. But when you win the puck, you immediately have the puck, and you can, make some offensive moves with it. And just getting the offense going is your best defense for the Erie Otters, and that's the way they played the game all year, and that's what they have to do here to be successful.
Let's look at our Marsh & Marsh Real Estate Services lineup. one change for the Otters, and really there's not much they can do about it. As scratch for Erie is number 3, Ryan Martins. Number 8, Carson Edwardson. Number 20, Josh Wayman. Number 39, Garrett Podubny. And number 46, Cade Robinson. Garrett Podubny, it seemed everything was all good to go. He was supposed to receive his Canadian visa via mail yesterday in an express next-day shipping they're trying to get. But with the holiday and everything, that was unable to be delivered in time. So Garrett Podubny not available to the Erie Otters tonight for game number 6. Hayden Hopkins drawn back in the lineup for Chris Knobloch. Troy Timpano to start, as mentioned earlier. As our UPMC injury report, nobody injured for the Erie Otters. A clean bill of health. Of course, there's the playoff bumps and bruises that come along with the series, but nobody out because of that. All healthy scratches for Erie. Podubny the only exception. For the night, Parsons once again. 2.71 goals against average and a .916 save percentage. Their scratches include number 12, Alex Turco, number 15, Cole Timken, number 26, Josh Nelson, number 42, Jacob Golden, and number 76, Billy Moskal. As we wrap things up, we got one more guest for you. It's Taylor Radish. Huge goal the other night. The game winner midway through the third period propelled the Otters into a Game 5 victory, and now here, a chance to close out the London Knights. The Otters under Chris Knobloch are 8-1 when they have a chance to close out a series. They come here to the road for game number 6. We'll step for a break. Taylor Radish is next on the Erie Federal Credit Union pregame show here on Fox Sports Radio 1330, The Fan.
An Erie landmark since 1953, Nunzi's Place serves generous portions of great food at reasonable prices. Family owned for almost 60 years, Nunzi's prepares the finest Italian food in Erie. Come see why the Erie Times News said Nunzi's is known for food that tastes good. Nunzi's Place, located at 2330 East 38th Street, near the Bayfront Connector. To call for reservations or place an order for takeout, call 825-2940. Nunzi's, known for Italian food that tastes good since 1953.
SEO, text message marketing, social media.
As a business owner, you know the best way to reach customers is online.
Viral videos.
But you don't have time to keep up with the latest digital marketing technology.
Web design.
That's where Local Edge comes in, especially for the one term you're most concerned with.
ROI.
As a full-service digital marketing agency, Local Edge offers turnkey solutions to grow your business online. From search engine optimization and marketing, to social media, to mobile advertising, to video promotion. Our expert support team is ready to customize a program to your needs and track results throughout the campaign. Plus, as a division of the Hearst Corporation, Local Edge is backed by the largest, most diversified communications company in the nation. So when you're ready to generate leads, find new customers, and increase your revenue, talk to the digital marketing experts. Visit localedgemedia.com. Think digital. Think Local Edge.
National Fuel says, smell gas, leave fast. Then call 1-800-444-3130. If you detect something that smells like rotten eggs, it could be a natural gas leak. Leave the premises immediately and contact National Fuel from a different location. Do not use your phone or turn on a light inside the area. Immediately leave the premises and call National Fuel's emergency line. Play it safe and remember, smell gas, leave fast. Then call 1-800-444-3130.
I'm a night owl. You?
Nah, more of a morning person.
Do you like comic books?
Historical nonfiction. Documentaries?
Sci-fi. Window seat?
Aisle. Beach?
Slopes. Favorite color?
Red. You?
Blue.
We all have different tastes. That's why Tim Hortons makes a rich, smooth, dark roast coffee served hot or iced. Try a small today for only $1 plus tax.
Tomato?
Tomato.
At participating U.S. restaurants, offer available for a limited time.
Keep up on all things Erie Otters by following us on social media. Follow the Otters on Twitter and Instagram at Erie Otters, and like us on Facebook at facebook.com/Erie Otters Hockey. You'll get up-to-the-minute news on all things happening with your Erie Otters, so check us out on social media today.
It's Erie Otters Hockey on Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330 The Fan, WFNN, Erie.
Welcome Welcome back inside the Erie Federal Credit Union pregame show. Aaron Cooney here. Joining at this time, Erie Otters forward Taylor Radish. And Taylor, you look at the game last night. It starts in that third period with you guys and yourself a go-ahead goal. Can you take me through that play? What worked for you, and how were you able to get around such a speedy guy like Victor Mete and then finish on Parsons?
I think it was Alex that created a turnover there, and I just took the puck, and he was a fast defenseman, so I just put my head down and went to the net and kind of got around him a bit and went to the backhand, and it went in, and it was just a good play all around with a back check by the forwards and a good change, and things worked out well.
We saw what happened here in Game 4 in that third period, and there was kind of a replay of that script in the second period last night with them scoring 3 quick goals in a minute and 10 seconds. How do you guys avoid a lapse like that? You know how much firepower they have up and down the lineup, but to avoid momentum swings like that, what does the Otters have to do?
Yeah, it's happened twice now, so that we know we have to be ready. They're gonna come hard after a goal, and if they score, we have to have a good bounce back shift the next one up, and we just got to stick to our game and not get too down.
What are the benefits of shuffling the lines and having you play with Alex and Anthony Cirelli? It seems like when you can give yourself that much more depth in the 3 lines, it kind of spreads out their defense as well. And Victor Mete, Oli Ulevi, those guys, they got a lot more to account for when you kind of spread out.
Yeah, it's tough to play against 3 solid lines that can create offense. Even a 4th line that's been playing very well for us. They got a goal last night, and they keep working hard. And we're playing all 4 lines like that and running our system. It's going to be tough to defend, and hopefully we can continue to do that tonight.
Now, you guys have been in situations, and especially you over the last few years in your career at the Erie Otters, where you've had opportunities to close out teams, and you guys have taken advantage of that pretty much every time. There's only one time you guys dropped a deciding game, but took care of business the next night. But here in Game 6, how do the Otters, what do you guys need to do to be successful and continue that trend here tonight in Game number 6?
They just got to play our game, be positive, and knock it down. If things don't go our way, they'll come if we keep working hard, and we just got to bring a game from the start to the end.
What's the message for Troy Timpano and for the goaltenders? You saw what Joe Mordaka came in and did for you guys, and then kind of kick-started a little bit, got the energy rolling again in the building and for you guys. But for Troy, it looks like he may get to go again. But what do you tell the goaltenders?
He's gonna be on his game. We know he's our guy, and he's been there all year for us. And we struggled a bit in the second period there, and that was a whole team thing that went on. But we know he'll be ready tonight, and we'll just gotta bring our game in front of him.
Taylor takes 16 wins to raise the Robertson Cup. You got number 7. Let's get number 8 tonight.
Yeah, thank you.
That's Taylor Radish of the Erie Otters. More hockey coming up here in Face Off on Fox Sports Radio 1330. The Fan.
Over the years, technology has greatly improved the productivity of the business office, from faxes and copiers to multifunction printers. Now we don't know how to get things done without them. And that means you need a reliable printer copier and a dependable service plan. That's why you should trust Cooper Business Machines. They are Erie's only authorized dealer for Sharp document systems. And most importantly, they will maintain your machine so that it continues to, work. Just like your car, it needs regular maintenance, and parts need to be replaced regularly. If your copier isn't properly maintained or you're not getting toner in a timely fashion, then you've been reminded what it's like to work in the dark ages. Don't wait any longer. Your business requires dependability. Shouldn't you expect the same? Cooper Business Machines, Erie's only authorized Sharp dealer and service provider, helping you get back to business since 1980. Online at cooperbusinessmachines.com or call 456-7585.
Programs, get your programs!
You know, Mill Creek schools have all the programs you need.
Really?
Yes, they have preschool programs, Center for Performing Arts programs, Honors College and ROTC programs, dual enrollment and student internship programs, not to mention 16 advanced placement courses, 30 varsity sports, and over 50 high school clubs and activities.
Sounds like they do have a program for everybody.
Programs, get your programs!
In the Mill Creek School District.
Otters fans, if you're looking for the best hand-cut steaks, fall-off-the-bone ribs, made-from-scratch sides, ice-cold beer, legendary margaritas, and fresh-baked bread, then look no further. Texas Roadhouse, located at 7475 Peach Street, Erie, is the place for legendary food and legendary service. Whether you're looking for a special occasion or just a night out with good food and friends, think Texas Roadhouse. And don't forget to cut your wait time by using their famous call-ahead seating. That's Texas Roadhouse, 814-864-9494.
gentlemen, welcome inside the Budweiser Gardens, where tonight the Ontario Hockey League presents game number 6. The Erie Otters visiting the London Knights. Hello again, everyone. Aaron Cooney here with you alongside me, Steve Fitzsimmons, TV voice of the World Storm on Rogers TV, and the Otters with a 3-2 series lead, a chance to end things here tonight. The Otters, Troy Timpano back between the pipes. He allowed 3 goals on 10 shots last night and was pulled in favor of Joseph Verdacca, who backs off the team, stopping all 13 on the way to a 6-3 victory. Parsons in the net for the Erie Otters as we're set for game number 6. The Otters under Chris Knobloch, 8-1. When they have a chance to close out a series that includes 1-0 in game 6s. Into action we go. I want to welcome in my partner, Steve Fitzsimmons. And you mentioned a lot of the keys on that pregame show, and the Otters, you would think early and often you got to weather the storm that's going to come. As Jones gets in front, look out, Milicic had that puck lost in his skates. And there it was, the beginning shift for the London Knights.
Very much so, Aaron. They have to at least match the energy of the London Knights because the crowd is going to get them into the game here early.
And we have certainly know the trend that can happen here. As the Go Knights Go chant begins early, just 40 seconds in to bring it into the zone. Poke check by Mete. Taylor Radish comes crashing in. At the game-winning goal the other night, as they drop it off to Sambrook, he's got some room. Moving in, he scores! Jordan Sambrook, 47 seconds in. Game on, Holmes. And the Otters lead 1-0.
Jordan Sambrook cruising off the blue line as he went right down Broadway and released one over the shoulder of Tyler Parsons. And here's a stat for you. When Jordan Sambrook has a point, the Erie Otters are 25-5 this year.
A big one for number 6, 5th-round pick of the Detroit Red Wings. And the Otters stun London on their first shot on goal and stun the Budweiser Gardens to begin. We're just underway, though. We still have 59 minutes to play. Game 6, and the Otters with a lead of 1-0 and a 3-2 series lead. As the Otters look out, turn the puck over, they give it in front. Here's Crawley, wrister, saved by Timpano with traffic in front. Just a miscommunication between Chernak and Timpano behind the goal. Timpano normally plays the puck. He'll shoot it around the rim if he wants to, but he wanted to hand it off to Chernak, who overskated and almost became trouble for Erie.
Indeed, but great focus by Timpano to realize that and to be able to swallow the puck up.
And I think that's a big one for Troy Timpano to get after being pulled last night, allowing 3 goals on 10 shots. Wanted to get a stop early. Pickenish. And they cycle on down low. The far side, he's watched by Jordan Sambrook. Now into Cliff Poole. He's watched by Chernak. Petted in to help out. Poole ends up losing an edge and goes down. It's Pickenish now. Carrying on the near side. Watched by Eric Chernak. They dish over the far boards. There's Brandon Crawley, who is the 3rd best defenseman in plus-minus in the regular season with a plus 53. Is a -4 in the postseason. Maximovic ahead, though. Erie in control. Launch it on in. Ivan Lodny trying to chase it down. He nearly got that puck away from Formanton. And he does take it onto the near side. The man in front is Hopkins. Back to Maximovic. Carries behind the goal. Has some room far side. Finds Owen Hedrick. He lets a shot go through some traffic. Knocked down in front. Backhander. Loose between. Lodny looking for it. Underneath the defender. And knocked wide to the near boards. Byrne has it. On for Owen Hedrick. Little head fake. Shoulder shimmy and gives back to Byrne. Wants to shoot. Hands off to Hedrick instead. Erie up high. They lose the puck across that blue line. They'll have to skate back to their own end here. Give a little ground. But another good chance for Erie. Traffic in front. Helter-skelter in front of the goaltender. And just could not come up with one on goal. Here's Christian Gurney turned around to the far corner. 4th line on for the Otters. Hopkins is a part of it. Garrett Podubny is out for Erie, as they couldn't get his Canadian visa in time. As Gurney lets one go. Deflected in front. There's Cam Lazat, but it's whacked away by Carbonera. This will go on goal. No icing as Timpano chips it up the near side. Reeled in by Gurney. He'll fire it off the leg of Vandisopel, and Erie, I thought they were offside. A big check on Gurney from Carbonera, but the Otters have the puck behind the goal. It's Lazat bouncing it towards himself, but taken away by Liam Foudy, and he's off with Salaturo. Spun to the Otters zone, Timpano. Feeling a little confident now as he moves the puck onto the corner. Sorelli leaves it out to center ice, and there's Victor Mete for the Knights. Erie leads 1-0. Jordan Sambrook just seconds in, 47 seconds to be exact. And the Otters lead 1-0 in Game 6. Dished up the near side. DeBrincat with some room left wing. Watched by Yolevi. He leans in on him, but DeBrincat takes this puck all the way down low and behind the net. Taylor Radish trying to join him. But it's moved instead by Max Jones. Erie holds in from the line. Aaron Radish pokes it around. Jones comes in right wing side. Here's Jones trying to drag. Poked around, back in front on the pass from Taylor Radish. Erie never got the puck on goal. Near side corner, dished in front. Taylor Radish turning and swings it, but it's blocked, knocked away by Mete, and Salaturo sees it fly by him, gets it to neutral ice, but they turn it over, and Erie's coming right back in. Sorelli on the left wing, drop pass to DeBrincat, fires a shot, save made, loose, whack away in the blue paint. DeBrincat couldn't get it. It was blocked by Mete. Sambrook with it, another wrister. That one off a body high. Another try by Taylor Radish, kicked away. Off the glass, that one popped nearly back in front, but it's gloved away by London, and Yolevi sends it out to center. And the Otters want to go right back in. Here's Strome now. Dump from center red. Flying in his fellows after it. He's going to find the puck out of the corner on the right side. Fogle is down low. Charged to the front. Pass blocked, and Parsons smartly covers that one up. 15:37 to go in the first. But the Otters with a lot of jump to start.
I was just going to say, matching the energy. We talked about that in the opening minute, and they have certainly exceeded that expectation. They have been the aggressors so far. 6-1 the shots on goal, and that scoring play. Sambrook his second from DeBrincat and Taylor Radish at that 47-second mark. A great start here by the Erie Otters.
Here's Strome looking for a biscuit. It rolls across the blue line. Robert Thomas there. Fellows, great back check, but it's followed up by Kuokkanen. Leans onto the left wing side. Plays it towards the goal. Cut off by Jordan Sambrook. Ahead for Strome. Stops it and finds Fellows. Lift in, and there goes Fogle chasing after it. Crashes with Crawley. Loose behind the net. Has a shove on Warren Fogle as he sends the puck ahead. It was blocked away onto the near boards and bounced back in by Byrne. Erie tags up as Bouchard looks. It's Kuokkanen. Backhander down right wing side. He's got 8 goals on this postseason. And he's teamed up with Max Jones for the last 8 goals for the Knights. And he's got the puck again after Erie turned it over. Van Assemble right side. And carries to the corner. Pokes down low for Mitchell Stevens. Wants to go onto the far board. And his pass knocked down by the stick of Owen Hedrick. Cleared by Lodnia. And it's out to center. Giving ground is Van Assemble. Lifted ahead towards Erie ice. Owen Hedrick is there. He backs up. Shuffles it for Byrne. And he can look ahead. He's got Lodnia. He will take it center red. Across the ice, and center red, I should say, and then dump in. Flipped around on the backhand by Mattinen, and J.J. Pickenish away for London. Going to back down Fergus and fires a sharp angle shot, fought off by Timpano. It's Van Assemble wheeling along the blue stripe. Wrist shot blocked by Gurney, and he'll skate to center, looking to get some open ice, finds the red line, and will flip it in. 6 minutes off the clock here, and the Otters with a 1-0 lead in game number 6. Lazat crashes it on Cliff Fu, but Pickenish ahead with the puck towards the Otters zone. Dish across for Formanton on the right wing side. He goes to the backhand, slides it in front. Lots of traffic, but the Otters able to knock it away. Here's Lazat. He'll get it out to center for Sorelli. Little flip around Brandon Crawley. Going to make a move around him and nearly got it right back. Bouchard able to follow up. And he'll launch this back towards Erie ice. Off of Darren Radish. Poked and gloved down Carbonera. Steps around the check from Darren Radish and played on for Miletich. Out of the near corner, off the glass and out on a attempted clear by Taylor Radish, and that gives us a halt with 13:25 to play in the first.
Well, you couldn't script it any better. A textbook road quality start here for the Erie Otters in a very hostile environment here at the Budweiser Gardens. 9,000 screaming fans, and they've been pretty silent so far, excluding that first 30 seconds until Erie scored their goal at the 59-second mark, I believe. 47 seconds it was, Sambrook, and it's been quiet here since then, and the Otters doing a fantastic job getting some chances on what I think has looked like a bit shaky in the London net. Tyler Parsons, he's fighting the puck, it seems like.
And it seemed like that last night, too. I know you said you got to catch some of the game. And
yeah, I watched it. He did look like that then last night as well.
Oh, a try from Thomas after the draw, kicked away by Troy Timpano. He hasn't been the same as we saw in game number 1, where he stopped 46 on the way to a game 1 shutout. It's played by Yolevi out of his own end to the near side. It'll be skated up by Thomas. Across center red. Off the body, the pass of catching Sandbrook. He looks to feed his partner, Eric Chernak. Ulevi crashes it. Poked up the bar board, but not out. With it is Thomas. Dishes on for Mete with some room. Skipped across. Ulevi. Blades fires. Blocked by Chernak. Vogel to the puck. Gets a little bit of air on it. Up the wall and off of Dylan Strome, who will clear. And now it's Mete again on the right side. Played up ahead. Stevens. On for Thomas with some speed. Run into by Sandbrook, and Cirelli sends it on for Owen Henrik behind his own goal. And the battle ensues with Milicic on the far side. Swept up the boards by Anthony Cirelli, and Taylor Radish can charge ahead. He's got a swagger in his step here tonight. Here's Taylor Radish. Poke check by Crawley as he came to the net, and Crawley with the puck. Ahead for Owen McDonald. It comes to Mitch Byrne instead, and now Cirelli for Erie. Now looks to bring it right wing side. The shoot in. It'll skip off his stanchion. Down to the near side. Bouchard. He's run by Taylor Radish. And Otters again with the puck out at neutral ice. Here's Alex DeBrincat. Nice pass to Mitch Byrne. And the dish right back on the give and go. DeBrincat stops, starts. Nice feed across for Cirelli. Max Jones trying to clear. Played in further by Taylor Radish, and Cirelli's loose behind the net. Going to come out near side. Another poke check getting there. Crawley, but Byrne who holds in with a try. Fought away by Parsons. As DeBrincat hammers one towards the goal. Stick out of play by Parsons. After two shots from the Otters. With 11:39 to play and 1-0 lead here in Game 6 for the Otters. Jordan Sandbrook, the only goal.
Well, of course, the other action we'll be watching out of town tonight is the other Western Conference semifinal. The Owentown Attack hosting the Sioux Greyhounds. The Attack leading that series 3-2 after they trailed 2-0, losing the first two in the Sioux. And they have the friendly confines of the Harry Lumley Bay Shore to work with tonight.
Darren Radish spins, gives the Max Lynch a wrist shot. Save made, rebound just wide on the backhand from Lodnia. He hit the side of the net with an open cage. Erie in control offensively. Out ahead, Darren Radish towards the net. It was blocked, and he just feeds it back in deeper. Behind the net is Pettit. He swoops out, turns and fires off the stick of Parsons. Pigonish on the backhand, tries to clear. It's held in by Darren Radish. Tries to shoot. Formanton got there in time, and off they come. Looking ahead for Pigonish. Great reach from TJ Fergus. He knifes it away, and is now in control at his own line. Fergus, 25 in white. Throw it towards the net as he comes across the line. Block it away, and they'll settle in the corner, and there's Warren Vogel just on. Vogel with Strome down low. Vogel comes up high at the top of the circle and gives off to Strome. Fellows to the front of the net. And a give that way towards Fellows. He's tied up by Mattinen, and it's whacked ahead to center. Darren Radish there for Erie. Approaching the midway point of this first period. Vandesample trying to give ahead. Vogel knocks away from him, and Strome picks it up through some traffic. He'll just shoot it in. Erie, you can tell they're being very cautious with the puck. And there's a play in the neutral zone. They're not going to force a pass. They've been throwing it right into London territory, make them come the entire 200 foot the other way.
Absolutely. Sometimes the simple play is the best play. And so far, the Erie Otters dominating here in London. 11-3, the shots in favoring the Erie Otters so far. They have that 1-0 lead, and they have been looking very sharp here in this one.
Cirelli against Thomas, the draw to the left of Parsons. It's Robert Thomas, he's really shown in this series, and towards the end of the season too. 22nd ranked skater, North American Central Scouting Service, but he loses the biscuit at the Otters line, and Sandbrook carries away. Hands off to Taylor Radish as he walks in, tries to fire, partially blocked by Ulevi, and Taylor Radish to find the puck in the corner. On for Cirelli, he'll come up high, leaves on Chernak, just sticks it down to the near side corner. Ulevi is there. Bounced on for Kuokkanen. Cirelli disrupts that. And they try to get the puck right back, and Taylor Radish does find it and carries on right wing. Beat it down low behind the goal. Sandbrook put it out to the front. Cirelli's going to find it with a shot, and it just sails wide on the glove hand side. Back to center, reeled in by Eric Chernak. Here's Cirelli off his skate, and it's thrown into the Otter zone by Kuokkanen. Chernak's going to chase it down. Wheels on right side. Ahead for Ivan Lodnia. He ducks around one checker, cuts across the ice now, Pettit offside, and the whistle sounds. As Lodnia trying to make that one extra move to gain himself a little bit of space coming across the blue line, but Pettit ahead of the play with 9:32 left here in the first. 1-0 Erie. Otters fans, real food, real beer, real historic atmosphere. That's what you'll find at the brewery at Union Station. Erie's original brew pub and restaurant, located downtown at 123 West 14th Street. That's the brewery, proud sponsor of the Erie Otters. And Steve, did you happen to get referees?
They did actually scan a sheet up here, and they are Ryan Hutchison and Scott Okerman, and the linesmen Jeff Rutherford and Justin Nag are the linesmen this afternoon or this evening, if you will. And happy Easter to everyone listening along the Fox Sports Radio 1330 in Erie, Pennsylvania. Hope you're having a great night with your friends and family, and we're glad you're along with us here from the Budweiser Gardens in London, Ontario.
Scoreless and Owen Sound through nearly midway through the first period. And we're going to talk a little bit about NHL prospects in the first intermission, looking at some of the Otters drafted players and signed players after the recent Futures Watch issue of the Hockey News out and available. As Maximovich bounces the puck on in, Lodnia feeds it back down low. Swung up the near side by Bouchard, and it's on for Milicic. He finds McDonald on the cross. Left wing has a trailer too. Hedrick stays with him. Great gap control there. Another one of Steve's keys to win here tonight. Maximovich floated in from the blue line on in, played by Parsons. It's Maximovich on the hunt. Moved over by Crawley. Milicic drops it for McDonald. Knocked out of midair by Dylan Strome. Milicic now run by Maximovich. Bouchard trying to clear, and they finally do feed it back off the stick of Byrne. Timpano will slow this knuckling puck down, gives to Hedrick, and behind the goal for Mitch Byrne. Under 9 to play, first period, 1-0 Erie, Jordan Sambrook goal. Second in as many games. Played in by Byrne off the stick. Bouchard hit by Fellows. He goes crunching down to the near side boards, but he does fly this one back to the Erie territory. Vogel after it as Crowley blows a tire. Mitch Byrne just sends it up the near side wall. He wants to get off on a shift change if he can. He won't be able to. He's going to stay out here. Stevens just blows right by him. Stevens fires. Oh, took off the crossbar with that wrister. He's got a couple. He's had a few chances. Has not been able to find Bader. And the Otters trying to get this puck out of their own end. Burns still out there. Thrown out to center and tipped by Strome. A nice little play as Vogel trying to settle this puck down. Ulevi able to knock it away. And out comes Mete with a 5-man unit to the offensive zone. Flies right wing side. Put it on in front. Off the stick of Thomas. Tracked by the Otters, and they just flip it to center. And the Otters, well, a couple chances in front of Timpano. They have helped, and he's got a little help from his friend. Fergus just on, in control just in front of his own bench. And Darren Radish to DeBrincat. Back to Fergus out of his own end. Nice little backhand pass to Taylor Radish. Hits the brakes, looking Fergus into the zone. Feeds DeBrincat on the left wing side, and he's open. His shot, Ulevi recovers just in time to get a stick on that one. DeBrincat out of the corner now. Out up high along the blue line, feeds it down low, knocked out of midair nicely by Thomas, and he can march ahead. It'll drop past to J.J. Pickenish. Reels it in, enters Erie territory, right wing side. All the way down to the corner and behind the goal. Up to the point, the pass is with Crawley. Holds, waits, fires along the end for Cliff Pooh. Behind the goal, Pickenish now comes, trying to play down in front. He's hauled down by Fergus. Nothing upcoming in Sorelli as the Otters skate to center. Throw it in from the red line. Taylor Radish the chase, the change behind the play for the Otters. Formanton along the near side. He's bumped by Cam Lazat. They do find Pickenish out towards center across the Otters line. He'll back it in, slowed by Timpano, enough for Chernak to pick up. Carries on near side. Chernak with a head of steam. Busting down to neutralize. Nice move around one man. As the stick knocked out of his hands by Formanton. They wanted a call. They're going to let him play here in Game 6. Played into the London zone from center by Hopkins, and Chernak gets a new twig. Cam Lazat runs into a man, and a penalty's coming to Cam Lazat. He was trying to get around Mitch Vandesompel and just ran him right into the goaltender, and Cam Lazat's going off for interference.
Well, you spoke too soon on they were going to put the whistle away as you
jinxed it.
Lazat goes to the box. The London power play has been pretty well non-existent in this series. They're 0-4. The Erie Otters penalty killing has been nothing short of stellar against this high-powered London Knights offense so far.
And for London, that's something that has to change. for what they want in these next 2 games if they can get it there.
Well, you look at some of the weapons that have gone missing in action. Stevens, Van de Sampo, Pooh, Formanton with no points in the playoffs in 12 games. They need more from Kuokkanen. They're only getting scoring from Kuokkanen and Jones.
Erie starts with a clear. And Victor Mente is going to rip it in from the right side. Kuokkanen using some body to keep Fergus away. Bumps it on, lifted to the blue line. Victor Mente is there. Leaves it left side, Juolevi. Waits, played in front, tipped by Stevens. Loose in the paint. Timpano trying to cover, and he sits on top of it on the tip try from Mitchell Stevens. And there's Darren Radish in the mix of it. Helping out the Otters overage defenseman and up for overage of the year and defenseman of the year. And the Otters get the whistle. 30 seconds off close-off penalty.
Well, that's called getting some help from your friends right there, as Darren Radish helping out his goaltender, Timpano, and tucking it underneath him to make the save.
Juolevi after the face-off win. They get down low quickly in front for Stevens. Tied up by Cirelli. They find Kuokkanen, though. Stick broke on the one-time try. Here's Juolevi. Beat it around the boards. Nobody home on the near side point. The Otters, gets off that broken stick, and Cirelli may have a short hit try here. Cirelli left wing side. Cuts around the man, but it's poke checked away. Mente able to recover, and some help from Parsons on the reach. Here's Stevens charging back the other way. Trying to back down Mitch Byrne. Hits the brakes to half wall. Stevens waiting, surveys the scene. He'll come down towards the goal line and give that way. Off of Thomas, and Mitch Byrne whacks it away from him. Drills it up the near side. Kuokkanen keeps, though. Back for Mitchell Stevens. For Thomas in the corner, and around the horn, it's Juolevi on the left side. 45 seconds on the power play. Cirelli, he read that play. Intercepts the pass and softly sends it from center. Pettit's going to chase after it here. Forces Van de Sampo to get on his horse. Van de Sampo finds it out of the corner and now moves ahead. 30 seconds left on the power play. Jones to pick in his right wing side. Jones calling for it, and he heads right to the net. That's where he's going to be, and has the puck behind the goal now. To Cliff Pooh, and it's stolen away by Fellows. He'll skate to center ice, throw it on goal. And he's back after it behind the net now. Tied up by Van de Sampo. Down to 10 seconds on the power play. Another great bit of penalty killing from the Otters. Cliff Pooh, left wing side into the Otters zone. Going to come in flight here. Jones back for Cliff Pooh. Knocked away by Strome. DeBrincat joins him. They leave it on for Van de Sampo. Near side, Jones fires. Pass stop made. And the Otters able to knock that rebound away. That was in front. Out for Cam Lazat, just on. And he'll backhand it in. Van de Sampo to find it in the far side corner. Played up and down ice. Be an icing call? Yes, it is. Belonging to the Knights with 4:07 to play in the first. 1-0 Erie. And they've killed off another London Knights power play.
Pretty good looking shot attempt there by Max Jones, who got a howitzer of a wrist shot away. A juicy rebound off the pads of Timpano, but Erie able to clear it to neutral ice just as Lazat came out of the box, and he sends it down.
Chris Knobloch pushing the buttons here. He wants to have the opportunity to get the top unit out there with a fourth line trap for London. Didn't work on that face-off draw. As Van de Sampo rips it up the near side. Sandbrook pinches, trying to keep it alive. He will. Nice move down left wing side. Trying to feed it across. That's defended away. But the Otters, Taylor Radish sends it on back. Now to DeBrincat and Hedrick at his own end. Carbonero lost his helmet as he has to return to the bench and can't return to the surface until he gets one on. Strome down right wing. Poke check by Stevens, but keeps on rolling. Strome feeds Taylor Radish in the near corner. He comes off the wall now. Powers his way to the front, drops it off for DeBrincat. Knocked down by Owen McDonald. Leaves it up the near side. It'll get to neutral ice. Chasing Owen Hedrick to his own end. 47 in white. Comes out from in front of his, or behind his goaltender, into the front, and leaves it off the stick of Kyle Maximovich in deep. Vogel comes crashing in. Poked by Crawley. Lodnia on the hunt. Bumps Stevens, reaching for the puck, but it's Thomas out ahead. Poke check there, Fergus, but it's followed up by Mente. Darren Radish comes across to help out. Kuokkanen with it. Left wing side at the circle. Thomas, Kuokkanen, bounce back and forth. And it's Kuokkanen protecting along the wall. Hands off to Crawley. He's in a tight spot, so he throws it into the corner. Watched by Thomas and the Otters on that pass back up to the blue line. Erie got punched up, but Vogel just to he'll send it out the center, and that's all said and done with. Now Mente. Kuokkanen and in, and Mente's going to chase this one down. Reaching around Darren Radish. Radish takes that one. Great body, but the Erie Otters cannot clear. Sent back into the corner. Vogel is there for the Otters. Put it off the body of Kuokkanen, and Darren Radish able to escape ahead. And for Ivan Lodniak, just kind of trickled off his backhand, reeled in by Crawley, who holds in front of his goal. Erie changing behind the play with 2:15 to go. First period, 1-0 Erie. Jordan Sambrook, the only tally. Here's Crawley coming in, protects against Pettit. Fed down a little bit, and Pickenish on further towards the corner. Milicic watching in front, follows up behind the net. Milicic after, poked by TJ Fergus. Getting some body position now. They find Pickenish, comes out backhand, tries to save, rebound in front, and dished to the near corner by Gurney. Under 2 to go. And London's starting to come on here. Ever since they got that power play chance with a pass intercepted here by Fergus. He'll skate the center, backhand in. Slowed by Parsons and gives behind the goal. They want to keep it going. Here comes Mattinen. Right side. He'll throw it on in. Slowed by the Otters, Timpano. He'll fire ahead to Brinket. Couldn't chip it around the 2 forecheckers, and it's kept alive here in Otters territory. Chernak going to chase it down. Dishes it on up for Taylor Radish. He'll sky this one out to center. Mete knocks it away from Alex DeBrinket. Sambrook following up, but right on his back is Formanton on the forecheck, and he gets it into the zone. 70 seconds to go here. Chernak comes out from behind his own net. Gives ahead for DeBrinket. Looking for Sorelli. He's got some room right wing side with Taylor Radish with him. Dishes to Radish. Picks it up on the right wing circle. Tries to fire. Blocked by Ulevi. Played around the near side. Sambrook keeps it in on the backhand, but that's followed up by McDonald. Overskated for a second. And Taylor Radish holds in for Erie. Throw it down low. Sorelli, first man to it in the corner. Shoved by Ulevi. 45 seconds left in the period. DeBrinket helps out. Tries to chug along behind the goal. But still stuck in front of him is Ole Ulevi. Still digging away and finally comes loose. It's Sorelli with 33 seconds to go. Warren Fogle just on. He's got the puck. Bring it out in front. Flip it off the goaltender. And it's stopped by Parsons. Fogle again. He's going to charge back behind the net. Takes a bit of a whack and they collide off the side of the cage and knocking off its moorings. And we'll get a halt with 22.4 on the clock. I think, what is it, 5-3 shots recently. The Otters were out shooting London 11-3 at one point. It's 14-8. A lot of coming from that power play opportunity. It's only Sambrook who's beating a goaltender. Thrown the face-off against Thomas. Wants the point. Here's Darren Radish. Waits for traffic to develop. Tries to make a little move around Kuokkanen. And just moves it down the wall instead. Maximovich, he's tied up. And allows Thomas to take the puck. And he'll skate the center. Stevens trying to get ahead with 10 seconds left. Thomas, left wing side. Poke checked by Hedrick, but he continues with it with a nice try, curling it towards the goal. Timpano the save. I think Erie thought they were offside on that play.
It was very close whether they were offside or not, but a good chance there by the Erie Otters goaltender Timpano, who robbed Thomas as he came in on the left wing and tried to shovel it short side. Timpano flush against the post to make the stop.
4.9 remains here in the first. Strome on the draw against McDonald. Won by Strome off his own goaltender. Chernak behind the net. Tries to run out the clock. 2-1. That'll do it. On the first period. Well, you strike early. You weather a storm from London and kill off a power play. A good road period for the Otters. They lead 1-0 after 20 minutes.
Absolutely. Mission accomplished in period number 1. You got the energy on your side right off the opening faceoff. An early goal to take the crowd out of things. And you were the aggressors for the majority of the period. London getting some good chances late. But you come out of the first period up 1-0. Well, Erie Otters fans will take that every day of the week.
Jordan Sambrook, second goal of the postseason, second in as many games. And the Otters take a 1-0 lead into the intermission. We'll have the UPMC intermission report for you on the other side of this break here on Fox Sports Radio 1330, The Fan.
Dr. Jones is right over there.
Early in the afternoon, Barbara checks in at a doctor's office. But if you look out the window, it's miles from the closest medical facility, because Barbara is in Highmark's Healthcare Mobile Clinic, a doctor's office on wheels that brings care directly to remote communities and members in need. By reaching out to Highmark members in need and inviting them to our mobile clinic, we're making access to care a little easier. Living proof of the difference you can make when you're all for health. Highmark Blue Cross Blue Shield. Visit HighmarkLivingProof.com.
My daughter needed a nebulizer for her asthma. So the first thing I did was call my healthcare concierge to see if it was covered. There's no surprise to me when she said that it was. But what was surprising was that she then called the medical company, scheduled the delivery, and before I knew it, someone was here explaining how it works. I mean, who does that?
Customer service, unlike anything you'd expect. UPMC Health Plan.
The Sheridan and Courtyard Erie Bayfront Hotels are proud sponsors of the Erie Otters. Join us for the pre- and post-game celebration at the award-winning Bayfront Grill or the brand-new Shoreline Grill. Let us help you fuel up for the high-energy game with our extensive menus and craft brew selections. You Otter be dining with the best.
Why buy a used car when you can drive a brand new one for less than $11,000? The 2017 Mitsubishi G4 sedan is an all-new vehicle available in this region only at Interstate Mitsubishi, half-mile south of the Mill Creek Mall on Route 99. The Mitsubishi G4 is one of the least expensive ways to own a brand new car that's a new car with many features. Right now, you can buy this new sedan for less than $11,000. It's $10,999 or $149 a month. That's $149 a month to own it, not a lease. And the G4's mileage, up to 41 miles per gallon. Makes it even more affordable with the tax on gas going up. Think about it. A brand new sedan, the all-new 2017 Mitsubishi G4, under $11,000. Only at Interstate Mitsubishi.
Prices prior to tax, title, and license and includes dealer APR cash, which requires financing through dealer indirect lending service. Payment is figured at 84 months, 3.9% APR, and Tier 1 approval, and does not include tax, title, and license based on 14,830 MSRP.
The Otters skate here. Fox Sports Radio, 1330, The Fan.
Welcome back inside the Budweiser Garden. Aaron Cooney and Steve Fitzsimmons joining me here on the broadcast, sitting inside the first intermission. This is the UPMC intermission report. With the Honors leading 1-0 after the first period of play, out shooting the Knights 14-9 through 20 minutes. But with this segment, and we've chatted about this before, I finally have somebody to go back and forth with on some, rather than talking to myself, but looking at that, the Futures Watch edition of the Hockey News that came out recently, and it's always fun to look through and even just find OHLers, the guys that we get to watch night in, night out, but the Honors have been a name for themselves among NHL teams and supplying a pipeline to the NHL, some highly touted prospects. And again, through this issue, you can't go too far without seeing the Erie Otters on there.
Yeah, they're certainly scattered throughout this issue. Starting with the Arizona Coyotes, Dylan Strome being listed as their number 2 prospect. So this edition basically ranked the top 10 prospects within each NHL organization, and they rank Dylan Strome as their number 2 prospect. And the comment they used is the lack of physical maturity keeping him out of the NHL, and that came from Dave Tippett, the coach of the Arizona Coyotes. But I think he's really addressed that coming back to the Ontario Hockey League, and he's starting to fill out that frame, and you know, that guy's going to be an NHLer next year.
Yeah, you can even see the last couple of years you drafted him. You know what you're getting skill-wise and scoring-wise, and he was just always been wiry. And he's got to bulk up a little bit and be ready for that to play against men, essentially, and that was part of the reasoning why he's back in Erie here.
The other thing I would mention about Dylan Strome, it looks like to me he's actually picked up a little bit of speed in his skating as well year over year, and seeing him last year and seeing him this year, I think he's got an extra half step, which is going to be to benefit him in the next level as well.
That's always been a knock on him, his skating.
It's always the case with a lot of big guys, right? You know, when you have that kind of size. We look at the Chicago Blackhawks, Alex DeBrincat, their number 1 prospect in their system, and of course they've drafted fairly late. They got Alex DeBrincat in 39th overall, which is great for them. They love his elusiveness, puck skill, vision, and finishing ability, and I think pretty well OHL watchers love all that about Alex DeBrincat as well.
That's been on display each of these 3 seasons that we've been able to watch him and call his games, and for them, I mean, how lucky to be Chicago. I mean, you don't have a first-round pick, and with a lot of those teams that go for it every year, that's the big bargaining chip, is that first-round pick. And a guy throughout the entire season in his draft year last year, Alex DeBrincat was poised to be a number 1 pick, but the knock on size, and that didn't shy away the Chicago Blackhawks, and I think it's a steal at 39 in my opinion.
I 100% agree with you, and they've had some pretty good luck with another small guy by the name of Patrick Kane, also a former OHLer, a London Knight, as you know, and has done pretty well with him. So Alex DeBrincat, certainly a great prospect for the Chicago Blackhawks. We take a look at the Carolina Hurricanes, and Warren Foegele ranks in their top 10. They have him at number 10. They say a mix of size and mobility and a developing scoring touch lends to his possibility for the next level, and I agree 100%. And I actually think he has more opportunity to be, one of those bottom playable third to fourth line players that maybe will chip in 15 goals and be a plus player for Carolina.
That's what I think, and you see it here. Chris Knobloch has been on the record to say whatever line Foegele has been on, that's been their best line in this series. Drives the pace of play. End of the regular season, we were here, and Ron Francis was in the building and watching a couple Carolina prospects here. And I got the chance to meet him and just ask him about Warren Foegele. They love just the pace he brings, and it ups everybody else. So that's a guy that could see creeping up there and enjoying a nice professional career, I think.
He's having a great series, and you know what? The thing about Warren Foegele is he makes players around him better with the what he does on the ice. So it's a good. He's number 10, and I think if he's number 10, boy, they've got a really stocked farm system in Carolina, let me tell you. Of course, we know the Tampa Bay Lightning are big fans of the Erie Otters development system. They continue to get players from that pipeline. Anthony Cirelli, of course, coming over in a trade with Oshawa, number 2 in their system, an overachiever who is always working to get better, every coach's dream, and I think he doesn't get credit for actually the skill level that he has as well.
No, and something else that you see in this playoffs, and it's a ability to come through in the clutch between the game-tying and the game-winning Memorial Cup goal a couple years ago. The guy, he finds his way to make his mark when in big games.
Absolutely. He's nothing but short of a clutch player, a winner. There's no doubt about it. The number 4 prospect by Tampa Bay, Taylor Radish, and their comments about him from Stacy Roos, their director of player development. He plays the right way and keeps working on his agility, power, and speed, and the skill level, there's no doubt about that with Taylor Radish, and he's really, really improved year over year over year. In each season we've seen Taylor Radish. He's going to be a good player.
Went from, I believe it was 2 assists his rookie year, 6 assists his rookie year to leading the league in assists this past season. He's really filled out that complete player mold that I'm sure coaches, organizations love to see.
Absolutely. So the interesting thing is we were doing this on this Future Watch preview on the Guelph Storm broadcast, and we were talking about it in the media room in Guelph about who we were going to preview, and we were talking about Tampa Bay, and I'll mention his name. Rob Kitamura is this Tampa Bay scout that covers the Ontario Hockey League, and he made sure to mention as he was sitting behind us, don't forget about Eric Chernak, who's not on our list because when this came out, he was, of course, with the LA Kings organization. They had him ranked number 9, but he said he's going to be a definite high prospect on our list, in our top 6, he thought, and he wanted to make sure we mentioned Eric Chernak. So thanks to Rob Kitamura for his comments on that. But their comment on him is he must forsake offensive game and focus on defense. I completely disagree with that. This is a big guy that moves well, and he has some capability as having a two-way game and contributing on the offensive side. I don't know who wrote that comment, but I don't agree with it.
I think when you look at the mold of a LA Kings defenseman, that is that big, rugged, physical guy, but Chernak has so many other abilities that are part of that prototypical defenseman that's coming into the league. You need to be able to skate. You need to be able to make plays. And you will join in, on the rush from time to time, things like that. And that fits right into what Tampa Bay does. And you look at another big guy that's performing pretty well for them on the back end. So it fits what they do, and I think that's a better fit for Eric Chernak for his skill set rather than expecting him to be that big rough tumble guy in L.A.
Well, obviously the Tampa Bay Lightning extraordinarily happy. They were thrilled to get him in that deal. He was a must-have in the Ben Bishop deal. That's what Rob Kitamura told me. So that's very interesting to see. And, of course, a former Erie Otter on the Toronto Maple Leafs draft list, ranked 8th among their players. Travis Dermott, we don't have to look too far back to remember Travis Dermott from last season. Was a great defenseman for the Erie Otters. And they're talking just about finding consistency. And, he's had kind of an injury-plagued season this year. But Travis Dermott, we know what he's capable of. He's a great skater. He's a good puck mover, and he has that offensive ability as well. But he can be a shutdown guy at times also. And you know, he was just called up by the Toronto Maple Leafs today as a result of their injury last night, so he might get his first NHL look here in playoff action. Nothing like going against the best team in the NHL in the Washington Capitals to get your potential first NHL game.
Tossed into the fires, and it's been a good series. We're through 2 games tied at 1. I thought the comments for Travis was perfect in that saying, you know, great skater, has a knack for trying to do too much at times, and we saw that here. It's worked out, and sometimes you need to be bailed out when he was playing junior with the Otters, but Travis Dermott is going to have a pretty good pro career in his sake as well. So with the young Toronto Maple Leafs.
A solid draft choice as a second-round pick, Travis Dermott, to the Toronto Maple Leafs. So, you know, Erie Otters all through future watches. That continues year over year over year. It continues to produce a great pipeline for the National Hockey League. And, you know, we saw, of course, Connor Brown doing extremely well here in the playoffs for the Toronto Maple Leafs. And, of course, a guy we all know from the Edmonton Oilers, who we've mentioned many, many times, Connor McDavid, continues to perform extremely well, the best player, perhaps, in the National Hockey League.
We got to go for a break. We'll be back. Check around the only OHL game going on right now. Right after this on Fox Sports Radio 1330, The Fan.
An Erie landmark since 1953, Nunzi's Place serves generous portions of great food at reasonable prices. Family owned for almost 60 years, Nunzi's prepares the finest Italian food in Erie. Come see why the Erie Times News said Nunzi's is known for food that tastes good. Nunzi's Place, located at 2330 East 38th Street, near the Bayfront Connector. To call for reservations or place an order for takeout, call 825-2940. Nunzi's, known for Italian food that tastes good since 1953.
SEO, text message marketing, social media.
As a business owner, you know the best way to reach customers is online.
Viral videos.
But you don't have time to keep up with the latest digital marketing technology.
Web design.
That's where Local Edge comes in, especially for the one term you're most concerned with.
ROI.
As a full-service digital marketing agency, Local Edge offers turnkey solutions to grow your business online. From search engine optimization and marketing, to social media, to mobile advertising, to video promotion. Our expert support team is ready to customize a program to your needs and track results throughout the campaign. Plus, as a division of the Hearst Corporation, Local Edge is backed by the largest, most diversified communications company in the nation. So when you're ready to generate leads, find new customers, and increase your revenue, talk to the digital marketing experts. Visit localedgemedia.com. Think digital. Think Local Edge.
National Fuel says, smell gas, leave fast. Then call 1-800-444-3130. If you detect something that smells like rotten eggs, it could be a natural gas leak. Leave the premises immediately and contact National Fuel from a different location. Do not use your phone or turn on a light inside the area. Immediately leave the premises and call National Fuel's emergency line. Play it safe and remember, smell gas, leave fast. Then call 1-800-444-3130.
In 50 yards, turn right on Main Street. Continue on Main Street. On second thought, go directly to Tim Hortons. Order any freshly baked bagel and Philadelphia cream cheese for just $1.99, like the new Asiago bagel with chive and onion cream cheese. Recalculating route to your nearest Tim Hortons.
Change up your morning routine with a bagel and cream cheese from Tim Hortons. Now, just $1.99 at participating U.S. restaurants for a limited time.
Welcome back here to the Budweiser Gardens. Getting set for the second period. The Otters lead 1-0. It's the UPMC intermission report. And the Arctic Spas recap. One goal. It took just 47 seconds for Jordan Samrock to get on the board as he put one over the glove of Tyler Parsons for his second of the postseason. DeBrincat and Taylor Radish the assist as Erie leads 1-0. Real quick, we'll look at the out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by the Courtyard and Sheridan Erie Bayfront Hotels. Proud sponsors of the Erie Otters. You ought to be staying with the best. Only one other game in the OHL. It's Game 6 Sundays here for the Ontario Hockey League. Owentown attacks Sault Ste. Marie Greyhounds. They're scoreless after one. We're going to kick for a break, and we come back. We got the second period coming up here on Fox Sports Radio 1330, The Fan.
Over the years, technology has greatly improved the productivity of the business office, from faxes and copiers to multifunction printers. Now we don't know how to get things done without them. And that means you need a reliable printer copier and a dependable service plan. That's why you should trust Cooper Business Machines. They are Erie's only authorized dealer for Sharp document systems. And most importantly, they will maintain your machine so that it continues to, well, work. Just like your car, it needs regular maintenance and parts need to be replaced regularly. If your copier isn't properly maintained or you're not getting toner in a timely fashion, then you've been reminded what it's like to work in the dark ages. Don't wait any longer. Your business requires dependability. Shouldn't you expect the same? Cooper Business Machines, Erie's only authorized Sharp dealer and service provider, helping you get back to business since 1980. Online at cooperbusinessmachines.com or call 456-7585.
Programs, get your programs.
You know, Mill Creek schools have all the programs you need.
Really?
Yes, they have preschool programs, Center for Performing Arts programs, Honors College and ROTC programs, dual enrollment and student internship programs, not to mention 16 advanced placement courses, 30 varsity sports, and over 50 high school clubs and activities.
Sounds like they do have a program for everybody.
Programs, get your programs.
In the Mill Creek School District.
Otters fans, if you're looking for the best hand-cut steaks, fall-off-the-bone ribs, made-from-scratch sides, ice-cold beer, legendary margaritas, and fresh-baked bread, then look no further. Texas Roadhouse, located at 7475 Peach Street, Erie, is the place for legendary food and legendary service. Whether you're looking for a special occasion or just a night out with good food and friends, think Texas Roadhouse. And don't forget to cut your wait time by using their famous call-ahead seating. That's Texas Roadhouse, 814-864-9494. What's 10,000 square feet with 100-plus arcade games, all set to free play, including air hockey and one round of glow golf, all in one great space? If you said Playport Erie Arcade, Erie's largest indoor arcade center, you're exactly right. And if you haven't had a chance to stop in and enjoy all those old favorites and new challenges, now's the perfect time. Race your friends head-to-head with the 4-player simulators, ride motorcycles, boats, skis, and more. Playport has bowling, pinball, basketball, hunting games, and of course, all for a one-price admission. Come on into Playport Arcade. It's like having that feeling when you wish you were a kid again. Yeah, that's the feeling you'll get at Playport Erie Arcade. Playport is more than just an arcade. Playport is Erie's first indoor glow golf attraction. It's like walking into another world as you enter the glow golf room filled with neon and different fun obstacles at every hole. Playport is fun for all ages, and now for a limited time, grab 3 people along with yourself and take advantage of the 4-pack special. But hurry, it's only for a limited time. Playport Arcade on West 12th Street in the Big White Building just east of Peninsula.
I beat my best score. I love this game.
WFNN, Erie.
Back to action here in the second period. Otters lead 1-0 after 20 minutes of play. And Erie chasing Mitchell Stevens through neutral ice down right wing side. We'll see him back in for game number 6 here from the Budweiser Gardens. I'm Aaron Cooney. Steve Fitzsimmons alongside me, the TV voice of the Guelph Storm. Rogers TV is a play in front, looking for his Mete. It's not just wide, a try from the blue line, blockered away by Troy Timpano, and a 2-on-1 developing here. Ahead, the stretch for DeBrincat. He couldn't reel it in. DeBrincat slided in front for Strome. We'll pick it up in the corner, give right back to Alex DeBrincat. Trying to feed in front on the back door. It was just knocked wide by Fogle. And off comes Robert Thomas. Into the zone, Kuokkanen. He leads it down ice. And he picked up by Chernak. Out of his own corner, backs up. McDonald shies away. And Chernak has a little bit of time to settle things down here. 1-0 Erie through 1. And into a second period where the Knights have outscored Erie in this series, 6-5 in second period. Chernak stands up Miletich, gives the puck ahead for Warren Fogle. Hits the brakes at the line and still looking, has a little room now. Skates through, weaves through some traffic and dishes off to Fellows. Wrist shot. It was partially blocked. Jones will find it. Played up the near boards, poked by Strome towards the blue line. Fellows keeps it alive, but it's reeled in by Crawley. Settled on the bouncing puck and launched ahead. Oh, good read by Eric Chernak. To step in front of McDonald, looking for that long-range blue line pass. Erie out of the near side. Fogle in some trouble with Jones. Played here by Jordan Sambrook, trying to whack it ahead. It'll go off, elevated by the stick of Patrick Fellows, and Strome to center. Lost the handle there, so he slides it in as he makes his way towards the bench on a change. A little over 2 minutes off the clock here in the second. And it's lifted ahead off the stick of Formanton. Timpano slows it down, dishes up the near side, off a stanchion, and right to Wadnia. Gives the head for Pettit. Now Max Simic on the left wing side. Hits the brakes. It's Ladnia through some traffic. Leaves it for Hedrick. Picks it up. Walks in. Outweighs the goaltender. Slides behind the net. Trying to find Ladnia. And the Otters back up now. As back to action is Parsons. Ladnia hits the brakes in the corner. Hedrick just couldn't get the trigger pulled. Has it now. Hedrick slides by a statement. Rebound. Poked at it. Pettit. But Parsons on top of it with the stop.
Owen Hedrick found himself with a great offensive chance down low, but wasn't able to maneuver the puck back in front as he tried a wraparound from behind the net. Then he got back to the point and took the shot. Pettit with a chance on the rebound, but equally up for the task. Tyler Parsons reeling it in, but a good chance by the Erie Otters.
Great patience from Hedrick.
Very much
to hold on to that, but just ran out of real estate. Hedrick with a try from the blue line. Hit his own man. That was Gurney, got it right back. Now slings it towards the net, and it's caught by Parsons. He holds on for another draw coming to his left.
Owen Hedrick, one of the, I would say, the under-the-radar acquisitions by the Erie Otters at the trade deadline. Of course, wasn't a trade. He was a draft choice of the Otters. They recruited him from a U.S. college, and he has been nothing short of excellent for the Erie Otters on the defense.
Erie's going to the power play. Hayden Hopkins. But now they're both going to go. Hopkins was tripped up by Bouchard. And he's going to go for diving, I believe.
Yep, it is diving.
And 4-on-4. And you look at the 4-on-4 opportunities. And over the last length of the series, London has generated the majority of them. That's what got them going in Game 4 here at this building. Max Jones with a big power move. 4-on-4 skating in the third period. And the Otters are going to have to be cautious here of that.
I was just going to say Chris Knobloch telling his charges as they went off onto the ice that very thing.
Jerome wins the draw to Brinkett, center point, Darren Radish in the offensive zone here. To Fergus on the right side. Cuts across the blue line. Holds along as he's chased here by Quokinen. Steps around to check and gives further to Dylan Strome. Going to bring it onto himself off the board. Pass it to himself. Led it across in front. There's no one home for Erie. Went right through the lanes to Brinkett and T.J. Fergus. Otters back to their own end. Pushed in front for DeBrincat out of neutral ice. On drops for Fergus. He heads back towards his own end and skates out left. Nice little move around Thomas and feeds Darren Radish, who enters in right wing side. Cuts the middle of the ice. Darren Radish a little bit of time. DeBrincat, wrist shot through traffic, and it's blocked away. Where's the rebound? Was sitting right in front. Strome skated just by it, and it's ahead for Thomas. DeBrincat staying with him. They hand off for Quokinen. Bounced onto the far side corner on the good defensive efforts. The Otters got 3 men back in time. Charlie just joining this group as Mete wheels in near side. Left out the blue line, Yolevi. As he holds, Quokinen trying to get lined up on that right wing circle. He loves to shoot from that area. Mete to Thomas. Cycle on, wrist shot. That sails wide, and they'll kick out to center and all the way down ice. Not very smart. Erie now can get a wholesale change. You had tired defenders and probably could have tossed Max Jones out there and did your thing. He's out there now. And the Otters steal the puck away from him. Torelli on near side. Lead it to the blue line. Chernak twirls it on for Sandbrook on the far wall. At the circle, has some room, moves in, and the shot is blocked by Mete. Erie keeps it alive down the left wing side. Mete looking to chase it down. Bounced on for Jones. Watched by Anthony Cirelli. Twirls to get some patience along the board. Cirelli staying with them. Oh, great work again from Cirelli. And now he'll make his way off. Fogle will replace. Crawley now. 4-on-4 for 10 seconds. Sandbrook is loose in his skates. Fogle follows up. And they look ahead to Taylor Radish. Going to step around a D. Has a drop in Eric Chernak. Fogel's going to join him here. They collide, but Chernak with a wrist shot. And it's fouled by Parsons. High atop that blue paint once again to make the stop. 5 minutes into the second period, and the Otters remain ahead by 1.
Well, Chernak got the shot away he was looking for as he got all kinds of velocity on that one. Tyler Parsons coming out to challenge at the top of his crease, able to take it in. 19-10, the shots favoring the Erie Otters. 1-0, they lead.
Survive the 4-on-4.
Yes, they did.
That's what Erie wanted. You had more control. And again, puck control, as we talked about a lot throughout this broadcast.
It's all about the puck possession.
Erie did it there, 4-on-4. Thrown into the Otters zone. Miletich foot race here with Owen Hedrick, who sweeps in. Left to the near side corner. Pulling up Stevens against the blue line. Intercepted by Lodnia, who gives a hand for Maximovich. Can't flick it in on the back end, but it still gets into the zone, and Pettit's going to find it. He's going to try go. Off the leg, a try off the side of the net. That's two just wide for Lodnia. Trying to tuck it out in front. It comes to Darren Radish. Radish feeds Lodnia, fires one-timer, and it's split across Parsons. The sliding save. Oh, Ivan Lodnia can't buy a goal right now. Parsons. They give ahead Crawley, left wing side, trying to drop it back. That's off the mark, and now it's Warren Fogel's try. Up and down we go. Here he's got numbers. Fogel waits, gives in front, picked up on a backhand try by Strome, just wide. Darren Radish to Fogel behind the net. Fakes, comes out to the wraparound try. Save made off the goaltender from behind the net. Strome back to it. Crawley battling with Fogel, giving up the near side. Nice play by Fergus. Sends it over for Darren Radish. That wrist shot blocked in front, bouncing around. A backhander just wide by Patrick Fellows. Strome comes out ahead, right through the 2-point men. Oh, and down ice. The Otters just missing on quite a few great opportunities. Little hip check from Timpano on Carbonera that time behind the goal, and it knocks the net off its mooring. And we get a stoppage, but...
Oh, Nelly, what chances by the Erie Otters. They had 3 or 4 glorious opportunities on that rush as they were able to get some great chances down low. Tyler Parsons without his stick for about 30 seconds and made a couple of great saves. And as you said, Ivan Lodnia, he's just snake bit right now. Can't buy a goal.
1 goal in the postseason. It was a power play tally and a 9-3 demolition job of the Sarnia Stings in game number 2. But since that, Lodnia has not been able to find the back of the net. Hit the side of an open cage once again. That's 2 of them for him here today.
I'd be more worried from an Erie Otters perspective if he wasn't getting those chances, but at least he continues to get those chances. He does need to bury one, obviously, but at least he's getting them.
Getting the offensive opportunities as the Otters crash back into the offensive zone. It's quickly moved away by Klokanen. They skate right wing side to the Otters zone. Flooded in the offensive end. Leave it behind the net. Chernak there for Erie. Roughed up by Cliff Poo, but little stick lift and good stick work from Chernak. Be lifted out to center ice by Anthony Sorelli. Cliff Poo skates it right back in his own end. Gains a little speed and leaves it left side for Thomas. Drop pass, Klokanen at the circle. Give it in front. No one there. Goes through a bunch of skates. Missing on Cliff Poo. Taylor Radish into the zone. He'll sweep it from the right side and picked up in the corner. Here's Sorelli. Erie changing behind the play. DeBrincat heading off. Maximovich on. Pops out loose. Taylor Radish, end of his shift. He's going to back off instead in Ulevi. Leaves it for Klokanen to send in. Foot race to the Otters corner. Ferguson Thomas. Pettit in to help out too. He's just on for Erie. But Thomas, he had his stick just kind of caught up on the doors on the far side and allows Pettit to come in. Tie up with McDonald. Still battling away in the corner. Fed on through the near side. Tripped up with Pickenish. Nothing upcoming. Jones has the puck. Hit shot from the wall. Covered. Timpano there. With 12:17 remaining in the second. 1-0 Erie.
Well, is there anybody in this series that's done less with more ability than Cliff Poo? 1 goal in the playoffs through 12. This is 13th game. And, I mean, the gap control that we saw Eric Chernak putting on Cliff Poo, he just had no room to move out there. And he can, you know, this guy was in the top 10 scorers in the Ontario Hockey League this year, and he has been invisible in this series.
Faceoff was one right in front of the Otters net. Sandbrook takes it. Give out ahead to Warren Fogle on the back end. Nice little dish to Strome in flight. As Fellows trying to go through them all. Strome runs into the resistance, and he's knocked down. And it's cleared back to Erie ice. Going to do a little too much there, Dylan Strome. But he has been active here tonight. Him and Warren Fogle nearly coming up. Had a couple great opportunities just last shift. Fogle into the zone. Leaves it for Strome. Going to feed it in through in front for Fellows, but is partially blocked by Jones and will knock ahead. They leave it for Miletich. Right wing side, fires. There's Timpano on the save, and he holds on.
And Max Jones was right there ready to pounce as he was right in the kitchen of Troy Timpano, and a pretty good looking shot by Milicic, who was a 30-goal scorer this year for the London Knights.
Another one that's been missing for the Knights in the postseason. Nothing here. One assist.
Salaturo as well. He's done nothing. 2 assists, no goal. Formanton, though, that's a shocker also. Not even a point for Alex Formanton. How do you explain that? Such a good young rookie.
Yes.
Ranked in the top 2 rounds for the upcoming NHL draft. He has struggled mightily in these playoffs.
Darren Radish passed himself behind the net, finds the younger brother Taylor stretched ahead, looking for DeBrincat, takes it off the wall and does have the puck. Trying to feed across. It goes off the stick of Cloak, and Erie forced that one, and ahead for Thomas. Poke check, good reach. That was Darren Radish on the near takeaway. But Thomas follows up on the near side. Bumped by Taylor Radish. DeBrincat still there. It's Cloakinen. Sends it behind the Otters net, and it's Anthony Cirelli taking over. Tight checking from the Otters on this Cloakinen, Stevens, Thomas line.
Well, and Radish may have got away with a high stick on Cloakinen, who heads to the bench, as he got one right up in his grill there.
Cirelli on for Lazat. Fires to the near corner. He'll come crashing in on Ulevi. Hard shoulder there, but it's ahead for J.J. Pickenish, flying left wing side. Back down by Chernak. Maximovich follows up, and he'll guide it up the boards, but not out. Kept alive by Ulevi. Foot race to the far corner. Foudy, Fergus. Foudy on the backhand, feeds Cliff Pooh. The blue line is Bouchard holding right in front of his bench. Wrist shot off a stick just wide. Behind the net, Pettit. The net comes off its moorings. They're going to keep playing. Yes, Erie trying to gain possession of this puck here. Simpano puts it back on, and we're going to continue. Erie's still in their own end. Lifted for Chernak, and he has some room left wing side to skate. Flipped in on the backhand by Gam Lazat. It goes deep. Maximovich shoves Bouchard, hands it off to Lodnia. Offensive zone. Ivan Lodnia down low. Maximovich gets away from one man, drags the line. Oh, great recovery and reach from Cliff Pooh at the last second on Maximovich. Lodnia twirling in the corner. Back to Kyle Maximovich. Lost the handle. Lodnia feeds it back through. A tie-up is loose near side. Maximovich right back behind the net and gives off to Lodnia on the left side. He'll come up high. Looking, fires it towards the net. It's off a leg. Squirts to the near corner. Fergus, nice move, fires! And it was blocked by Crawley. Just twirled on the goal line. And that it knocked away. Played up the near side as Jones, or rather Foudy and Hopkins collide. And it's Salaturo towards center. He'll send it in. And there's a mix of the Otters' fourth line and company is fired ahead. Off a stick to center. McDonald in control. Erie wanted a too many men on the ice call. You can see them jamming the sticks off the board saying, what's up with that? Here comes Salaturo down the near side boards for McDonald. Watched by Mitch Burns. Pushing and shoving Gurney and Salaturo on their way to the net. Hedrick tied up with Jones, who squirts out of the corner, trying to feed it in front. It's in the skates now with Hedrick. Knocked down, left for Gurney. He'll skate out of danger. And over skates at center. But it's poked right onto the stick of Fogle. Jam just wide, and Hedrick, nice step up, gets into the zone. Here he's going to be offside. Hopkins was changing. But 9:02 remains in the second period. 1-0 Erie. Jordan Sambrook's goal still the low marker.
Some great energy in the first half of this period by the Erie Otters as they have outshot the London Knights 7-3 and have had the majority of the good chances, creating a lot of time and space down in the offensive zone, and especially below the goal line is some good cycling work there, amounted in a couple of chances for the Otters. Not able to beat Tyler Parsons, but they're getting some opportunities, and that's eventually going to pay for the Erie Otters.
Much more engaged second period for the Otters than they had last night, where they kind of let off the gas, and they saw how London came back. 3 goals, took the lead. Erie only 5 shots on goal in the second, or outshot 13-5, but they have been in the mix of everything here, and they're getting a lot of opportunities and getting some themselves, and not as passive. Seems they've learned that lesson over the last couple games.
I think you're right. I think they have learned that lesson, and no doubt their coaching staff has been harping on them with that particular lesson that, guys, this is an elimination game. The intensity has to continue for 60 minutes. You can't take a period off or even a shift off.
Otters fans, meet our neighbors in the new Arena Bar and Grill located at 723 Front Street. Your official before and after game meeting place. That's the Arena Bar and Grill. Proud sponsor of the Erie Otters. And just a softer pass away from the Erie Insurance Arena. Draw one towards the Otters bench. Thrown in on the backhand by Sambrook. Parsons is going to feed it through. After it was Fogle, but it's played up the near side. Strome trying to keep it alive. Put off the body of Crawley. Stepped into by Fellows as McDonald chasing it down far side. McDonald lifted ahead. Milicic gathers. Plays it towards the Erie line. Right to Eric Chernak. Has a little bit of time, but hands right off to Crawley. To Milicic, and now Formanton. Taken away, though, by Chernak. He will send it down ice. No icing. It's deflected off a stick. So there's Bouchard to Crawley. Two Otters close in on him. He quickly moves it on to McDonald, and now Formanton skating to center. Bouchard enters right wing side. Formanton with it, trying to go that way. As the Otters knock it away. Bounced up the wall. Fellows chasing Bouchard. Fogel after it. It'll get towards the line and out. As they try to bring it back in, they tag up Formanton left wing. On for Milicic, loose, but he's poke checked by Sambrook. Leaves it along the near boards. Fogel spinning there. Sambrook knock it up the wall. And it's up off the stick of Patrick Fellows in front of the London bench. He'll softly set it in from the red line. Under 8 to go. Here's second period, 1-0 Erie. Crawley out ahead, left wing side. Across the blue line. Stepped into by Darren Radish, but he still has the puck. Fires it from a sharp angle. And a good shoulder stop from Timpano. Off goes Sorelli with Taylor Radish and Alex DeBrincat. Sorelli's going to bust down the right wing side, slides through a man. Hands off the Radish. Shot is blocked. Sliding Ulevi. And a great opportunity negated by a defender. Sorelli gets back. He does his own impression, but he hands off to Ulevi. DeBrincat back checking, takes it away. Into some tight traffic near side, and Thomas has it. Out to the blue line. Ulevi, wrist shot, looking for a deflection, and it's over the net by Kuokkanen. Ulevi again with it at the right point. Wine doesn't shoot, sends it down low instead. It goes off the goaltender, knocked with a high stick, and we're all good as it's played to the near side by Erie. As Taylor Radish trying to flip it up. A stick comes up, and it'll be gouging the eye of Fergus from Kuokkanen. Incidentally, I think Fergus kind of skated into it, but Erie's going to get their first power play opportunity. Kuokkanen got tied up with Taylor Radish along the near boards.
Just an inadvertent high stick. No intent there as he was tied up, like you said, with Taylor Radish along the boards and trying to maneuver out of harm's way there, and his stick got up in the grill of the Erie player.
Just 2 minutes.
Just going to go back to something Ole Ulevi, you know, what a crafty veteran, looking for the carom with it, deliberately shooting it off the net, behind the net, to look for the carom off the boards, and he was getting it.
Maksimovic play in front for Pettit. Gigs behind the net, trying to feed onto the boards. Hedrick, look out, you got to be careful here. He does keep it in. That was a gutsy move by Owen Hedrick with Cliff Pooh after it. Hedrick flies from the one time. That's shot off the end boards wide. Erie feeding Fogel. Around the horn, Ivan Lodnia finds it in the corner. And looking for Pettit, turned around by Ulevi. There's Lodnia. Knocked away from him. Hedrick's going to pop up. Trying to keep it alive with the skate, but Pooh backs up. Lifted up the boards. Oh, look at that. Settled by Lodnia. Keeps it alive. Nicely on the blue line. Erie gives down low. Fogel drives. Hands to Lodnia. Backs up. Bounce in front. And that one never made it on goal. Off his skate and wide. Maksimovic off the near wall. Throws across ice. Reeled in off the boards by Lodnia. Settles it. Waits. Pitched right back across for Maksimovic here on the power play. Maksimovic trying to give in front off the glove of Warren Fogel. Reached by Mete, and it's Fogel holding in Owen Hedrick. Back to Warren Fogel, across for Maksimovic. Maksimovic on for Fogel in the slot. Shot, it was blocked. And Hedrick's going to hold in. 54 seconds on the power play. Hedrick, bouncing puck, but he's able to settle down, give to Lodnia for Fogel. Near side, Maksimovic at the circle. Waits, drags in front across Lodnia. His shot is blocked. Ends up behind the net. Fogel trying to give ahead. Hedrick holds in. Lodnia is feeling it here. Hedrick doesn't shoot. It's Maksimovic. One-timer. That one sails wide. 30 seconds on the power play. Lodnia to Owen Hedrick. His PK units gasp. Maksimovic. Hedrick. One-time drive. Blocked by Pooh. Maksimovic picks it up. Throw it in front. Comes to Ivan Lodnia. Slides to the back door. Pettit couldn't get a stick on it. Maksimovic with it. Down low. Fogel. Pulls out to the corner. Warren Fogel. Waits. Maksimovic diving. He'll hold in. 10 seconds on the power play. It's Owen Hedrick. Ivan Lodnia moves in. For a tip try. Pettit couldn't get the stick on it. 5 seconds left in the power play. Hedrick, one-timer off the mask of the goaltender. Loose behind the net. Throw it up the near side. Hedrick going to hold in. Power play is over. Erie launches it cross corner. Pettit with it. Beat it behind the net. Hedrick wants to come off, but he's going to find the puck on his stick again. Remember, the penalty killers, they've been in here the entire power play as well. DeBrincat knocks one down, but it's poked by Kuokkanen, fresh man, out of the penalty box. He just throws it in from center red. And Erie picks it up in flight. Here's Strome looking for Taylor Radish, but it's fed on to Parsons. Lifted out by Bouchard, bouncing at the neutral ice area to be settled by the Otters in Chernak now. Ahead for Dylan Strome. Tied up along the wall, and Thomas takes it away. 4:25 to play in the second period. The Otters over on their first power play try, but lots of chances and opportunities in zone time. Thomas wheels on far side. Erie zone. Drops it off the corner for Stevens. Watched by Dylan Strome. He'll carry on near side. Good poke check from Sandbrook. Frees it up behind the net. Drops it off. Wokanen. Little interference, and Strome able to chase Stevens, who plays it out for Bouchard. Back down low the dish. Thomas. Hit by Chernak. Bump. Puck freed. Going to knock it behind the net. And on further, here's Taylor Radish. He's got a little bit of room to escape, but Crowley's going to keep this one in. Off the stick of Dylan Strome. Chernak picks it up for the Otters. Finds his partner, Sandbrook. And Erie trying to change forwards ahead as Sandbrook. He has the little ground, finds the brink at center. Want to get this one in. Here's Taylor Radish. Goes between the legs of Crowley. But a good defensive effort, and to get back, Erie's going to be guilty of tuning on the ice.
They are indeed, as 6 men are standing out there right now. The referees count them up, and it's time for Erie to go to the box.
B.J. Adams, Erie Otters defensive assistant coach, fired up because he believes that should have been the exact same thing earlier in this period, right in front of the London bench.
And he may well have the point.
But that became the Otters, after a couple long shifts, I think that one had to get down deep and then change off. You had a couple guys gas, but now you're killing a power play. London controls. Jones feeds Van de Stompel left wing side. His shot off the glove, the cuff of it of Timpano, and onto the far corner. Behind the net, Fergus will find it. Waits, backhander up the wall, held in by Van de Stompel. He feeds Cliff Poo on the left side circle. Comes off the half wall looking. They go down low, Pickenish. Cliff Poo still at the circle. Drags onto the dot. Finds Van de Stompel. Watched by Fogle. Cross ice. Here's Zach Jones. His try. Broke on him on that try. And the shot trickles away by Timpano. It's Poo. New stick for Jones. 35 seconds off the power play clock. Try to feed in front. Blocked by T.J. Fergus. It's Poo. Ahead to Van de Stompel. Walks the tightrope. Gives to Poo. Left wing side. Drag. Good block by Fergus. Loose puck near side. And it's loose to be picked up by Sam Miletich. They give to Van de Stompel. Still at that blue line. Erie's still in a PK now. Given down low. Pickenish in front. They can't finish it off. Jones has it. Backhander. Save Timpano. Not up in here. Timpano leaves it to the circle. Face off coming to his left.
And Max Jones is shaking his head as Troy Timpano absolutely robbed him as he came in, cruising in off the right wing and got a pretty good looking shot on the backhand. Timpano was equal to the task and looked sparkling on a big save against a guy who is nothing short of red hot right now.
A minute left. Kyle Maximovich is serving his penalty. Too many men on the ice was the call. Erie caught in a line change and caught with their hands in the cookie jar. Fellows kick this one loose. Mitch Burns rattle it off the glass. Glove down by Mete nicely. Kokanen, right circle. He's hot as well. You talk about players. He's got points in 10 of 12 playoff games. Mete now, left side, Julevi. Put it on front. One-timer, they score! Power play goal. We're tied at
1. Aaron, you know, Sooner got those words out of your mouth about a hot player in Kuokkanen. Then he put it in the back of the net as it was moved around tic-tac-toe right to Kuokkanen, and he let that one go in a hurry. It was in the back of the net before Timpano could even react to it. A good-looking power play goal by the London Knights to tie this up, and the crowd is back into this one here in London.
Chris Knobloch, he'll push the buttons here. The final 2:10 to Brinken Strome, Taylor Radish. Out here. And Strome trying to drag out in front. And it's taken away by Kuokkanen. Followed up by Taylor Radish and knocked away from Sandbrook. And here comes Stevens, right wing side. Taylor Radish back defensively also. Late man Mete trying to join the rush. Bounced away and Radish knocks up the boards but not out. Stevens, wrist shot. Blocked by Strome. Comes to Julevi. His try. And he just stand on it. As to Brinken off the glass. Gloved by Julevi. Hit by Taylor Radish. Strome. And Sandbrook. Going to chase it down to the corner. Strome after it with Thomas. And Strome bouncing it up the boards, but not out. Mete holds it. With Thomas, watched by Hedrick. Long fed in front. They had Kuokkanen. The Otters had a drift just wide. Kokanen trying from long range, sails high. Thomas just keeps it in down low for Stevens. Tied up by Owen Hendricks. Gets away from him. Comes near side. Put it out in front. Off the leg of Taylor Radish. He'll use the dasher and bounce this one to center. No icing. Otters need a change. Maximovich just on. Trades with DeBrincat. Mete angled up the near wall. It'll be found by Radish. Does the same back on towards center. Yolevi looking to chase it down. Watched by Fogle. He'll be bumped there. Fogle trying to knock it loose. It's onto the corner in the final minute. Maximovich gets to the blue line. TJ Fergus lets traffic develop now. Fires through traffic as Fogle buried in front of Parsons. With 50.7 on the clock, Parsons holds on.
Kokanen with his 9th of the playoffs. Joel Levy and Mete, the two defensemen on the point, getting the helpers on that goal, power play goal at 17:45. The 9th consecutive goal, either scored by Kokanen or by Max Jones for the London Knights, as those two continue to do all the damage for the Knights.
Their first power play goal in 15 tries for the Knights in this series. Bouchard drills this one. It would be an icing call. It would be beat out by Max Jones here. He drifts. Poke check by Darren Radish. Final 40 seconds in their offensive zone here for London. Lodney trying to step into it. It's McDonald now behind the net. Watched by Darren Radish, who picks it on the near side. Crawley gives back down. Darren Radish steps in front of that, guided up the wall, and it's knocked out to center. Helped by Sorelli, trying to step around Crawley now. After it to the near corner. Fed over to the far side, boards by Crawley. Here's McDonald. Just plays it up off the skate of Jones in neutral ice. 15 seconds remain here. Cliff Pooh, trying to get him going. As McDonald leads it onto the corner after the misfire by Cliff Pooh. 10 seconds left. Erie takes a gander at the clock. Darren Radish stretches it ahead for Kyle Maximovich. For Lodnia, he was turned around. Both teams will back off. And we're going to head to the third. Knotted at 1. The equalizer from Yanni Kokanen. After Parsons able to stymie the Otters through 10 shots in that second period. Power play tally for Kokanen. And we're tied at 1.
Well, we've got a barn burner of a hockey game going on here at the Budweiser Gardens in London. And both of these teams with great intensity in this one. One more period to decide, will the Erie Otters advance today, or will there be a Game 7 back at the Erie Insurance Arena? It's going to be fun to find out in the third.
We'll step for a break. We're going to hear from Chris Knobloch up next here on Fox Sports Radio 1330, The Fan.
Otters fans, Bertrand here from Cloud 9 Wine Bar. If you want a place to get great food and great drink specials before Otters game, stop in and see us at Cloud 9 Wine Bar for happy hour from 4 to 6, featuring half-off draft beer, draft wines, and selected menu items. Cloud 9 Wine Bar on the corner of 10th and French Street, Erie, Pennsylvania.
Whether you're a student athlete, a seasoned competitor, or a weekend warrior, UPMC Hammett Sports Medicine is the only regional program with more than 30 years of experience treating sports-related injuries. From sports injury prevention to specialized treatment, visit us in our facility located in the Bayview Center at 100 Peach. UPMC Hammett Sports Medicine is recognized for its expert treatment and rehab of any sports injury. Count on UPMC Hammett Sports Medicine, the choice of area athletes. Visit upmchammett.org for more information.
The Sheridan and Courtyard Erie Bayfront Hotels are proud sponsors of the Erie Otters. Join us for the pre- and post-game celebration at the award-winning Bayfront Grill or the brand-new Shoreline Grill. Let us help you fuel up for the high-energy game with our extensive menus and craft brew selections. You Otter be dining with the best.
Why buy a used car when you can drive a brand new one for less than $11,000? The 2017 Mitsubishi G4 sedan is an all-new vehicle available in this region only at Interstate Mitsubishi, half-mile south of the Mill Creek Mall on Route 99. The Mitsubishi G4 is one of the least expensive ways to own a brand new car that's a new car with many features. Right now you can buy this new sedan for less than $11,000. It's $10,999 or $149 a month. That's $149 a month to own it, not a lease. And the G4's mileage, up to 41 miles per gallon. Makes it even more affordable with the tax on gas going up. Think about it. A brand new sedan, the all-new 2017 Mitsubishi G4, under $11,000. only at Interstate Mitsubishi.
Prices prior to tax, title, and license and includes dealer APR cash, which requires financing through dealer indirect lending service. Payment is figured at 84 months, 3.9% APR, and Tier 1 approval, and does not include tax, title, and license based on 14,830 MSRP.
All the exciting action of OHL hockey.
The Erie Otters on Fox Sports Radio, 1330 The Fan.
Welcome back inside the UPMC Intermission Report. Aaron Cooney here. Joining at this time is Erie Otters head coach Chris Knobloch. And Chris, your team pulls it out at the end there, and some heroes for you that kind of stepped up in Joseph Hordaka. But for this team to get that win in game number 5, it's got to be a relief, at least knowing you got 2 cracks at it to finish things off here against the London Knights.
Yeah, it would have been a tough quarter being down 2 games, and the next one coming into London. And it wasn't looking good after they scored those 3 goals in a very short span. But we had some guys that really stepped up. And, Dylan Strome's goal, Patrick Fellows, Murdoc's play. I thought our 4th line played really well, gave us a goal, and some very good quality shifts. We're going to need that again tonight.
For looking at Joe Murdocca, it was the first one to look at in some of these unsung heroes that stepped up for the team. But to come in cold like that, to stop all 13 shots, to stop a Max Jones shorthanded breakaway, I think everybody in that arena was holding their breath when he came barreling in from center red with green pastures for him. But Joe Murdocca's play to come in cold like that, this guy's done this for you, stepping in for Troy Timpano when he was sick and took over the reins for a month. But for his play as a goaltender, coming cold, how did you know that he would be ready for this and that he would be ready to step up and fill that hole?
Well, Joe has been pretty clutch for us this year. Throughout February, we needed him. We wouldn't have finished first if he hadn't played as well as he had through that month when Troy was sick. And he's been working hard in practice, looking good. And if he hadn't, I wouldn't have had the confidence of leaving him in there for the entire stretch. And I think we've given up 3 goals in such a short span that Troy coming out needed maybe a break for our team, for him. But Joe's given the team a lot of confidence, so we were able to ride it.
So this team giving up 3 goals in 70 seconds, a couple quick goals as well back in Game 4 in London. What is it, these lapses, these short periods of time that they're able to fill the net so quickly, and how do the Otters avoid that tonight here in Game 6?
A lot of puck management, and I think one came off defense's own face-off, but the other ones I think we could have had better moving the puck out better, not turning the puck. And I don't know, we started off that first period, that first shift, giving up 2 quality opportunities to their Thomas line where we were not in position. So we just want to play the same game for 60 minutes, and hopefully that's good enough for us to win. And there's going to be times when London gets their stretches and chances, absolutely, but we feel that if we stay in our game plan, we can put a solid effort in. A bit of a change to the lines with kind of spreading things out in the offense, but it clicked. Sorelli, DeBrincat, Taylor Radish, they got going, especially getting Taylor Radish going. Dylan Strome with Maximich and Ladnia and Warren Fogle playing there, and eventually he was moved up playing with Dylan Strome for a little bit. But the shift of those lines, do you expect more of that tonight, going back to your bread and butter, or how do you see it playing out with the lineup? Well, I think the other night, I don't know if it was so much an advantage for us having the lines that we were. Well, it turns out being an advantage, but more of a disadvantage for them, where they were relying on their top 2 defensemen playing against the Strome line, and Mete and Jolevi are 2 of the best in the league. It's tough for our offensive guys to get something going against them. But when we spread it out, it makes their deep pairings a little more troublesome. So we'll see what happens tonight with the way the lines are going. It was nice to see, Patrick Fellows, Dylan Strome, Warren Fogle play well together and create some chances in the third period. But, I think Fogle, no matter who he's been with, he's had a lot of line mates, but whoever he's been able to play with, he's always jump-started their game. So, we'll just see how the game goes.
Your team has a pretty good track record at finishing things off, and there's a chance to end a series. What do the Otters need to do tonight to do that and to head back after the game tonight in Game 6 and knowing that you got a few days off?
Special teams. It's going to be a close game and probably come down to one goal, and that one goal might be the special teams goal. Throughout the playoffs, we've only not had a power play goal in 2 games, but it just gives us a huge advantage if we can score that 1 or 2. 2 is probably a pretty tall order because of how few opportunities there are in each game, averaging probably 3. But definitely we're looking to get 1.
Thanks, Coach. Good luck here in Game 6.
Thank you.
That's Chris Knobloch of the Erie Otters. More hockey coming up on UPMC Intermission Report here on Fox Sports Radio 1330, The Fan.
An Erie landmark since 1953, Nunzi's Place serves generous portions of great food at reasonable prices. Family owned for almost 60 years, Nunzi's prepares the finest Italian food in Erie. Come see why the Erie Times News said Nunzi's is known for food that tastes good. Nunzi's Place, located at 2330 East 38th Street, near the Bayfront Connector. To call for reservations or place an order for takeout, call 825-2940. Nunzi's, known for Italian food that tastes good since 1953.
SEO, text message marketing, social media.
As a business owner, you know the best way to reach customers is online.
Viral videos.
But you don't have time to keep up with the latest digital marketing technology.
Web design.
That's where Local Edge comes in, especially for the one term you're most concerned with.
ROI.
As a full-service digital marketing agency, Local Edge offers turnkey solutions to grow your business online. From search engine optimization and marketing, to social media, to mobile advertising, to video promotion. Our expert support team is ready to customize a program to your needs and track results throughout the campaign. Plus, as a division of the Hearst Corporation, Local Edge is backed by the largest, most diversified communications company in the nation. So when you're ready to generate leads, find new customers, and increase your revenue, talk to the digital marketing experts. Visit localedgemedia.com. Think digital. Think Local Edge.
National Fuel says, smell gas, leave fast. Then call 1-800-444-3130. If you detect something that smells like rotten eggs, it could be a natural gas leak. Leave the premises immediately and contact National Fuel from a different location. Do not use your phone or turn on a light inside the area. Immediately leave the premises and call National Fuel's emergency line. Play it safe and remember, smell gas, leave fast. Then call 1-800-444-3130.
I'm a night owl. You?
Nah, more of a morning person.
Do you like comic books?
Historical nonfiction. Documentaries?
Sci-fi. Window seat?
Aisle. Beach?
Slopes. Favorite color?
Red. You?
Blue.
We all have different tastes. That's why Tim Hortons makes a rich, smooth, dark roast coffee served hot or iced. Try a small today for only $1 plus tax.
Tomato?
Tomato.
At participating U.S. restaurants, offer available for a limited time.
Keep up on all things Erie Otters by following us on social media. Follow the Otters on Twitter and Instagram at Erie Otters, and like us on Facebook at facebook.com/Erie Otters Hockey. You'll get up-to-the-minute news on all things happening with your Erie Otters, so check us out on social media today.
Welcome back here inside the Budweiser Gardens after 40 minutes of play. We're right back where we started here at 6 o'clock. We're even, one apiece through 40 minutes with the third period coming up here shortly. I'm Aaron Cooney. To my right, Steve Fitzsimmons on the broadcast. This is the UPMC Intermission Report. As we get right into the Arctic Spas recap, as the Otters, they wasted no time. First shot on goal, 47 seconds in. Jordan Sambrook snapping one over the glove of Tyler Parsons. Then the Otters take a 1-0 lead. The goaltenders kind of took over from there with both of them finding their mark, including Troy Timpano. Parsons doing his thing. He looked much sharper than he has the previous couple games. But Erie had some great chances in that second period, but unable to get him by. You look at Ivan Ladnia, who put 2 off the side of the net, had another couple of chances, a one-timer from the left wing side with Parsons did have a stick, tried to keep it along the ice too and beat him 5-0. But Parsons, a great sliding save to get across and keep it at that time. It was a 1-0 game until the Otters got caught with their hand in the cookie jar. Too many men on the ice. And a lethal power play. This is the best power play on home ice the London Knights in the regular season, 27.9%, but they have just fallen in this series. 0 for 14 coming into this one. They finally cash in as Olli Juolevi, able to send it across to Yanni Kuokkanen with the gun cocked at the right wing circle. And he lets the one-timer go. Timpano got a piece of it and kicked it into the net on into the far side. You can see he just got across. Not enough of it. But ties this game at 1. London finally gets one on the power play in this series. And Chris Novak, you heard that in the interview, if you're listening, that Chris Novak said special teams are going to be big. And the Knights finally break through with a power play goal.
Finally, and you look back, too, on the great power play chance that Erie had just previous to that, where it was a 5-on-4, but really it was a 5-on-3.5 because Victor Mete was hobbled on a block shot that he was barely moving anywhere around there, just trying to stay kind of in the way, if you will. Erie coming very, very close about 2 or 3 times on scoring then, and then, of course, the momentum shift where London gets a power play of their own and they convert on Kuokkanen. Who else? Between him and Max Jones, they've pretty much done all the damage.
9 straight London goals between those two.
It's amazing, and it's sad in itself in a way because
all that offensive power they have.
Yeah, those two guys are the only guys doing anything right now for the London Knights offensively. You know, the odd thing too is that they're not on the power play together, and why wouldn't they be right now?
Yeah, you should. You maximize your efforts with those two guys. Who can have found a way to get through Timpano. Let's take a look at our out-of-town scoreboard. Brought to you by the Sheridan and Courtyard Erie Bayfront Hotels, proud sponsors of the Erie Otters. You ought to be staying with the best. Only one other game. You have the Eastern Conference matchup set. It'll be the 1 and 2 seed Peterborough Petes and the Mississauga Steelheads. Another game 6 happening in the Western Conference is the Owen Sound Attack with a 1-0 lead. Nick Suzuki with the goal over the Sioux Greyhounds. They're in the second intermission as well. We're finishing ours up. We're heading to the third next. Tied at 1. You're listening to the Honors on Fox Sports Radio 1330, The Fan.
Over the years, technology has greatly improved the productivity of the business office, from faxes and copiers to multifunction printers. Now we don't know how to get things done without them. And that means you need a reliable printer copier and a dependable service plan. That's why you should trust Cooper Business Machines. They are Erie's only authorized dealer for Sharp document systems. And most importantly, they will maintain your machine so that it continues to, well, work. Just like your car, it needs regular maintenance and parts need to be replaced regularly. If your copier isn't properly maintained or you're not getting toner in a timely fashion, then you've been reminded what it's like to work in the dark ages. Don't wait any longer. Your business requires dependability. Shouldn't you expect the same? Cooper Business Machines, Erie's only authorized Sharp dealer and service provider, helping you get back to business since 1980. Online at cooperbusinessmachines.com or call 456-7585.
Programs, get your programs!
You know, Mill Creek schools have all the programs you need.
Really?
Yes, they have preschool programs, Center for Performing Arts programs, Honors College and ROTC programs, dual enrollment and student internship programs, not to mention 16 advanced placement courses, 30 varsity sports, and over 50 high school clubs and activities.
Sounds like they do have a program for everybody. Programs, get your programs!
In the Mill Creek School District.
Otters fans, if you're looking for the best hand-cut steaks, fall-off-the-bone ribs, made-from-scratch sides, ice-cold beer, legendary margaritas, and fresh-baked bread, then look no further. Texas Roadhouse, located at 7475 Peach Street, Erie, is the place for legendary food and legendary service. Whether you're looking for a special occasion or just a night out with good food and friends, think Texas Roadhouse. And don't forget to cut your wait time by using their famous call-ahead seating. That's Texas Roadhouse, 814-864-9494. What's 10,000 square feet with 100-plus arcade games, all set to free play, including air hockey and 1 round of glow golf, all in one great space? If you said Playport Erie Arcade, Erie's largest indoor arcade center, you're exactly right. And if you haven't had a chance to stop in and enjoy all those old favorites and new challenges, now's the perfect time. Race your friends head-to-head with the 4-player simulators, ride motorcycles, boats, skis, and more. Playport has bowling, pinball, basketball, hunting games, and of course, all for a one-price admission. Come on into Playport Arcade. It's like having that feeling when you wish you were a kid again? Yeah, that's the feeling you'll get at Playport Erie Arcade. Playport is more than just an arcade. Playport is Erie's first indoor glow golf attraction. It's like walking into another world as you enter the glow golf room filled with neon and different fun obstacles at every hole. Playport is fun for all ages, and now for a limited time, grab 3 people along with yourself and take advantage of the 4-pack special. But hurry, it's only for a limited time. Playport Arcade on West 12th Street in the big white building just east of Peninsula.
I beat my best score. I love this game.
The Otters skate here. Fox Sports Radio, 1330, The Fan.
Welcome back here to the Budweiser Gardens. 20 minutes on the clock. We're either looking at a Game 7 Tuesday in Erie, or the Otters are moving on to a Western Conference final for a 4th straight season. Icing call to start to London. Offensive zone draw coming up for the Erie Otters. I'm Aaron Cooney, Steve Fitzsimmons, TV voice of the Gulf Storm on Rogers TV, with me here for the broadcast, and we were just talking about it. The Otters, we both agree, just even though you give up 1 on the power play, it was still a pretty solid period for Erie.
Absolutely, through 2 periods. They've been the better team of both on the ice, and this bodes well for Erie. They're going to be fine here.
Sandbrook now back behind his goal. The Otters, you want to keep the intensity going. You outshot the Knights in that period 10-8. Outshooting the game here 24-17 is Taylor Radish. Down for Cirelli, trying to throw it in front. It's off the leg of a sliding Mete. Erie out at the blue line. Sandbrook, wrist shot, and blocked by his own man. DeBrincat trying to pick it out of a tight area, but it's pushed ahead to center. Sandbrook steps in front of that, trying to curl it back on near side, but it's ahead for Stevens. Dropped on for Thomas. Look out, left wing side. That's the middle. Erie, Cirelli gets back in time. Nudged up the near side, Warren Fogle chips it to himself, flying to the zone now, trying to drag, but on the back side is Thomas. Great back pressure. They take the puck away. Fogle back on the hunt, though, shoving with Mete behind the net. Rimmed around the far side. It'll get out in front of the Erie bench. TJ Fergus there. Sweep it on for Darren Radish. Ahead for Dylan Strome. Erie bringing it here to start. Strome tries a bank shot again here. That worked for him last game, not tonight. Pickenish leaves it in the corner. Fellows up the near side, but it's played off the stick of Pooh, kept in nicely by Darren Radish, and back in deep. Dylan Strome is there, feeds Fellows, twirls away from Bouchard, going to drag out near side, throw it in front, looking for Strome, passes behind him. Fergus gives down low, and angled off the stick of Crawley, and Fellows hustling to it on the near side, poked there by Ivan Ladnia. Erie changing behind the play. Give to Ivan Ladnia behind the net now. He's tied up by Bouchard, trying to keep on rolling, but Crawley, he's going to come and help out. Now comes the reinforcements for the Otters, but it's out ahead. Cliff Pooh, right wing side. To Pickenish. Reaching Darren Radish, but Pickenish finds it in the corner. Slows it in front. Just missing the stick of Jones, and the Otters take off. Ivan Ladnia trying to give himself some room on the left wing side. Bennett goes to the front of the net. Ladnia stops at the circle now. He'll feed the late man. It's header. It winds up. Slap shot. Pooh just takes it right off the arm. Maximovich now. Cross for Byrne. Walks, fires, off the mark on the glove hand side. And Jones is there for London. Skip it ahead. Knocked out of midair nicely by Owen Hedrick. And here's a burst of speed for Maximovich. Cuts across, drops it off for Ladnia. And the Otters, they try to give right back to Maximovich. It's intercepted by McDonald and flown ahead. I think you would like to see Maximovich get a shot towards the net. Warminton now. Roll drop pass to McDonald. Holds from the slot. Wrister blocked by Byrne. Another one just wide as he got his own rebound off the body of Byrne. Here's Gurney sending Milicic to the ice. Byrne finds an open man in Hopkins for Maximovich. Pushed ahead, but not out. Hopkins follows up. They're offside here. And the Otters get a second to finish the line change. It's Gurney, center ice. Off the end boards. Bounces off the side of the net. Slowed by Parsons. He'll hold on. Hopkins there, and the Otters finish their defensive unit change.
Good thought there by Gurney, clearing it in off the backboards. A la Yoel Levy trying to take a play out of his playbook, looking for the carom. It came back onto the mesh where Parsons was able to get a hold of it. But not a bad, they had the stanchions behind the net, and the boards are a little bit different than any Ontario Hockey League rink I've seen in terms of how active they are with the deflections.
They've been active all series.
Very much so.
Here are these, now third game at the Budweiser Gardens. Benesample able to shoot the puck away from Lazat, bounce it out to center. Chernak pitches it ahead. Lazat just blows a tire, swirling around, kicks the puck away in doing so, and McDonald ahead for Carbonera. Gives right to Eric Chernak. Sent forward. Lazat knocking down a bouncing puck, but it's taken off his stick by McDonald, trying to feed it in front. Swept away by Sandbrook to the near side wall. Salaturo tied up as Lazat. He's bumped by Carbonero, the former teammates of the Ferry Colts. Collide and remake their acquaintances. This one played towards the Erie bench. Oh, they're on net, and it's quickly snapped away by Timpano. McDonald has it, though. Down for Carbonero on the right side. Try to feed in front. Hopkins intercepts. He'll turn back towards his own corner, gives some ground, finds Eric Chernak. He'll skate ahead in front of his own bench here. Run out by Carbonero, but plays it to the line, and there's Yolevi. Erie can change their unit now. Thomas tips it into the Erie zone. DeBrincat takes over. Looking for Chernak. Does have it. Stretch pass ahead for Sorelli. Off the skates. Couldn't reel it in all the way. And Mete on ahead for Stevens in front of his own end. Off the skate of Taylor Radish, that attempted pass. Reeled in by Mete. He'll find his partner, Yolevi. 4 minutes in here to the third period. We're tied at 1. Sent in to be an icing call. Radish. Darren Radish gets there first, and Erie. An offensive zone draw coming up.
There seems to be almost a feeling out process between these two teams in the third period where neither team wants to be caught making a mistake. It's all the marbles on the line here in the third period, and there's a little bit of tentativeness to both teams so far.
London is entering from the regular season the highest scoring third period team. They put that on display the last time in this building with 4 in the third. To bring it, want to go forward. Thomas snuffed that one out. There's a bounce off of Stanchion, and Cloken, and they will poke it ahead. He reeled in by Darren Radish and moved on for T.J. Fergus. Back behind the net. Glove down by Darren Radish, and the Otters want to break out. Ahead for the younger Taylor. Ahead to Brinkett, left wing side. And a cut to the middle of the ice. Speeds Taylor Radish. Busts around one. Here's Radish. Oh, late poke check by Stevens getting back. Tampa Bay on Tampa Bay. Sorelli for Taylor Radish. As a line in front, fires, poked away by Parsons. DeBrincat with it now. With a man in front, the feed, it's loose. DeBrincat can't kick it to himself after the pass defended. Nearly back to the plate of DeBrincat. Here's Alex DeBrincat again. Man out, it's Darren Radish. Wait, drags to the front, quick it towards the goal, and it was blocked. Mitchell Stevens, a couple big blocks here. Mete without a stick, goaltender without a stick. And the Otters, Sorelli, hauled down. No call by Thomas. Here's DeBrincat at the point. TJ Fergus waits. Goaltender has a regular player stick. Fergus with it at the blue line. Tight quarters. Feeds to Darren Radish at the circle. He's bumped, but he comes off the wall now. Skates near side, throw it towards the net. It was blocked by Thomas. And played up, not out, bounced around to Brinkett. Kept it alive. Pickenish can take it away as it collides off a few sticks and sent in to the Otters zone.
Victor Mete had handed his stick to Tyler Parsons and went without his stick as Parsons' stick was down over by the corner.
Strome now. He's back in offensively. Trying to feed across for Stanbrook just on, and that was defended by Bouchard, who's ahead with Jones. Fakes the slapper. Walked by Chernak, and behind the net now. Jones come on to the near side corner. Knocked down to one knee. Fellows will follow up. And with the puck, just elevates it out to center. And after it, gloved by Warren Fogle. Bounce it around now, juggling it. Kicks it loose towards the goal. And Parsons down to the knees. And will hold on. 13:59 to go in the third period, but the Otters, that's a few tries into the front. They a lot of room down in tight. Just cannot finish it off. It's DeBrincat. They're showing the replay here. The pass was blocked and came right back to DeBrincat. Stevens recovered just in time to disrupt Alex DeBrincat in an open net. Parsons stretching it out a little bit here. Tie game at 1. Face-off win Erie. Owen Hedrick heads behind the goal. Wheels on near side. Takes the stick and moves it onto the near side. Still with it. Down to one knee. Bumped by Vandesumple. He's knocked down as well. But it's pushed ahead for Miletich. Throw it off the linesman. They got to try one more time after they tag up, and Maximovich is back for Erie. And it's Miletich crashing in on Maximovich with the pass made to Byrne and send it out to center ice and nearly intercepted by McDonald. London does have it. And he'll send it into Erie ice. Campano quickly out the plate. He'll snap it around the near side. There's McDonald. Back down low. Byrne. Pitchfork it on further right side. And up the boards. It's Lodnia to Kyle Maximovich. And to stick his way around Bouchard. You got the poke on it. And here's Lodnia finding the loose puck on the near side. Miletich takes over, however, with the pressure on number 27 for the Otters. And they fly it back to Erie ice. Otters changing. It's Eric Chernak wheeling ahead with a wrist shot. And it was blocked. Got it right back and hands off to DeBrincat. Poke check from him. Reeled in. Thrown down low. Knocked it in midair nicely by DeBrincat. Tries to feed it in front. Save made. Whacking away is Taylor Radish. But it's Parsons. On top of it. Tied at 1.
Good little centering pass there by Alex DeBrincat as Taylor Radish was looking to jam that pass. Tyler Parsons wasn't able to beat him, but a slick-looking pass by Alex DeBrincat, who's made quite a few of those in the playoffs. He leads all scorers in assists in these playoffs with 15.
Strome's unit takes on. Strome against Fu. Face-off Lindstrom. Sandbrook has it. He has got the goal for the Otters. They get the Fellows. His try blocked by Mete. Looks like it's shaken up a bit, but he's able to take off. Tried to dish across. That was intercepted by Patrick Fellows, and Strome is back defensively to Chernak. Wanted to give a head to Fogle. Now lets it loose. Off his stick, and Fogle trying to reel it in here with one hand on the stick. Makes his way on far side. Whacks it down low for Fellows. He's put to the boards by Ulevi. Tied up as Pickenish after it. Sandbrook will activate. Keeps it down towards the corner. And into the corner, a battle ensues as Fogle wiped out on the near side. And it's knocked ahead, looking for Max Jones in the left wing. He gets in one-on-one against Chernak. And Chernak stands his ground. They feed it right back. And bounced off a linesman as Sandbrook in some trouble. Trying to get away from Max Jones down the one knee. Off goes Max Simic with the puck. And softly sends it in left wing side. Crawley pitches it back towards the near corner. Bouchard giving a head. Looking for Klokonen. Crashing in with Pettit, but here's Thomas with some speed. Backing down the Otters D. Hands off Stevens. Oh! The one-timer. Glove by Timpano. And a little glove love to go with it. Draw to the right of the Pickering, Ontario native, Troy Timpano.
Blistering shot from the top of the circle by Mitchell Stevens. A hot shot indeed. But an equally great glove there by Troy Timpano, who Farrell Donfer faced off to his right. Nice looking save made by Troy Timpano, who's been very solid after a shaky outing in Erie last night, but he's recovered nicely here tonight for the Erie Otters.
Last time he was pulled was back on January the 22nd of 2016 with the Sudbury Wolves in a 7-1 loss to the Barrie Colts. Responded the next night against the Guelph Storm in a 3-2 shootout win with the Sudbury Wolves. It's knuckled ahead. Here's the DeBrincat left wing side. Able to chop it towards the zone. Thomas will pick it up. Run into the boards by the Otters' Taylor Radish, but they do get it out to center ice. Thomas over skates. Klokonen comes in on the left wing. Sorelli staying with him. It's knocked into the corner. Left onto the near side for Darren Radish. Halts, waits, and he'll loft it out towards his own bench. It's poked there by Taylor Radish as Sorelli couldn't keep control of that one. Poked away by Ulevi as Thomas gives on left side. They're bunched up along that circle, but late man is Ulevi. Staying with them is Sorelli. And the Otters trying to break forward if they can. Sorelli moving ahead with Alex DeBrincat, trying to get some body position on him. Sorelli knocked down, trying to sweep the puck to Taylor Radish. DeBrincat after it, but they just cleared at center. And the Otters, Mitch Byrne. Darren Radish, he sees that they're changing behind the plate. He'll softly send it into the corner. Max Simic and company coming on. DeBrincat leaving it ahead for Fogle. That goes off a stick. Byrne waits, holds, still holding, and feeds down low. Goes off the body of Carbonera. And just waited too long and loses that lane. And Mete takes off. Flying down the right wing side, trying to cut across. Sends it right through behind the net, and it's off with Erie. Fellows trying to poke it ahead. It was nicely defended. And now bounces into the Otters bench off the stick of Hendrick and Milicic, just in front of the Erie blue line. And with 10:20 to go in the third, still tied at 1. The Knights, they finally get their first shot on goal in this period. That belongs to Stevens.
So far, 3-1 the shots in favor of the Erie Otters in this period. Just 10:20 left in this third period, so 9 minutes, 40 seconds gone. As we said, it's a bit of a feeling out, it seems to be, in this period so far.
Pickett just went forward with it. His wrister stick to the corner by Troy Timpano. Battle along the near side. Trying to dig it loose is Jones, and he's going to bust his way towards the front. Good reach by the paddle by Timpano. They give to Poo now. Comes out far side corner. Watched by Byrne. Poke check by Byrne, and Lodney is taking off. Onto neutral ice. Swirls and waits. It's Max Simic off the skates now. Feeds it right back to Lodnia. As they get back, Crowley puts them towards the boards. Pettit's going to find the puck out of the near corner, though. Stops it up and leaves it for Max Simovic. As Lodnia pokes it loose, and over-skating was Max Simovic. It's down right on the goal line to the left of Parsons. Gathered by Crowley and Pickenish. Now to center. Throws it between the legs of Poo and on down. Chernak will pick it up. Looks and softly sends it to Fogle at his own end. Nice move around one man. That was Carbonera, and off goes Warren Fogle. Well, tries to pull the trigger. Fan on it, drops it off in front. Here's Fellows. It comes to Sandbrook at the blue line. His shot, stick broke. Chernak will get after it. He'll throw it towards the goal. Sails just wide on the blocker side as it's sent to center by Carbonera. Darren Radish is back. Gets the trade. Lifted ahead, Strome. Trying to one-touch it on for Fellows. That was defended by Mete. Got the stick on it. Carbonera softly sends it ahead and down to the corner. High up on the near side. Poked there by Darren Radish. Strome in defensively. But McDonald able to get positioning with the stick and send it back behind the Erie net. Fergus ahead for Fogle. Not a left in the tank, so he makes his way to the bench. And Crowley sends it off of the body of McDonald into Erie ice. Under midway through. 1-1 game. Game 6. Erie and London. And the Otters looking to close out the night. Mete up the near boards. Kolokinen dish it up. Here's TJ Fergus. He'll leave it from center red. Taylor Radish picks it up. Looking for Sorelli. He busts along the wing. And leaves it to the left wing side for DeBrincat to feed down low. Taylor Radish now steps around Mete. Sorelli drags it on through the defense. Mete is there, jammed around. Taylor Radish comes on out. Bounce in front. Oh, DeBrincat sends it just over the side. And Sorelli back out in front with a backhand try. Knocked to the ice by Crowley, and it's smothered by Parsons. With 8:09 to go in this third period, and we are tied at 1.
Great pressure down low by the Otters. DeBrincat and Sorelli. Sorelli not able to get much mustard on that as he was down and tried to get the backhand away, but got very little on it. It just kind of rolled harmlessly to Parsons, but some good chances by the Erie Otters as they continue to press here and have only allowed 2 shots to the London Knights in this period. It's 4-2 in favor of the Otters at this point. It continues to be 1-1.
Otters fans, keep your clothes in top shape with Chido's Dry Cleaners. Complete with an easy, accessible drive-through and free pick-up and drop-off. Chido's Cleaners is second to none. That's Chido's Dry Cleaners, the official dry cleaning service provider of the Erie Otters.
Watching out of town, the Owen Sound Attack continue to lead the Sioux Greyhounds of 1-0. 31-14, they've outshot the Sioux Greyhounds. Joseph Raymakers keeping the Sioux Greyhounds in that one. Nick Suzuki, the only marker thus far, with about 19 minutes to play in the third period.
They finally figured out that goaltending situation in Sault Ste. Marie. They need somebody to step up. And Raymakers has been solid for them in the postseason. After losing his job to
Bill Alta,
a free agent at training camp in Matthew Villalta. Offensive zone draw coming up. Pettit stepping in against Fu. The Otters in the zone. They win it back to Sambrook. He winds, doesn't shoot. Thinks better of it. Now lets it go. Goes off the body of Lodnia. Trickles on the near side. Dished around the boards as Jones trying to knock it ahead. It's Chernak keeping it alive. He feeds it right back around the horn to the near corner. Under 8 to go in game number 6. Sambrook keeps alive. Maximovich poked it around. Just knocks it out to center. Chernak drifting and drifting backwards. Finds Lodnia at the blue line. He's going to turn on the Jets across ice now. Nice move around one man. Lodnia coming into the zone with a shot. Scooped up by Parsons. Dylan Strome right there if there was any rebound, but Parsons made sure there wasn't. And another offensive zone draw coming. Shortening the bench, Chris Knobloch here in this third period.
Well, with just 7:38 to go, you have to go with the heavy horses out there. Ivan Lodnia is trying to swat his way through the London defense. Actually got some room for himself, just didn't get much of a shot away. But a good-looking rush there by Ivan Lodnia.
Strome against McDonald. And Strome wins it back to Darren Radish. Wrist shot. That goes off the body of McDonald and skips all the way to the corner. Quite a deflection. Here's Fogle. Out up high. Erie jammed along that board. Just poked away. Milicic after it, but Fergus is there for Erie. And they find Fogle. On for Darren Radish from his own bench. Ahead for Strome. Reels that one in. Just flips it onto the corner. Fellows to go to work. Ties up Yalevi. Ends up down along his knees. Still trying to move the puck. Fogle comes in to help out. And drifts onto the corner. Warren Fogle and Bouchard now. And Fogle comes away with it. Center's in front. There was no one there. Dished off the glass. It's going to come to TJ Fergus. And he gives off to Dylan Strome now. Drifts and hands off. Here's Fogle with a try. Kicked away by Parsons. He gives down low. Fellows nudge it on for Fogle. Trying to spin away from Bouchard to make his way back down the corner. But he's going to bust on through to the middle now. Fogle dish back to TJ Fergus. Slide across. Strome fans on the one-timer. Gun caught from the circle. And it skips ahead and lifted to Erie ice. Erie changing ahead of the play. It's Fergus. Got overskated. Now spins away. Gives to Darren Radish. Next line on for Erie. He'll blast it in. Taylor Radish to chase it down near side. Steps in front of a man, trying to feed across. Here's a try to Brinket. Oh, it's loose. Gathered out of the blue paint by Thomas after a great stop from Parsons, robbing to Brinket. Oh, what a setup as Parsons, moving right to left, robs Alex DeBrinket. Here's Klokonen. Back the other way now to Stevens. Sends it down low. Thomas picks it up out of the corner. Wheels near side, watch as Hedrick chases him behind the net. On the near side, dished ahead to Alex DeBrinket. Pushed on for Taylor Radish. Chipped ahead for Sorelli. Sweeping at it, but it's gloved down by Crawley. Moved ahead for Klokonen. And across the line. Poked away from him, and Thomas has it. Floats one just wide. DeBrinket picks it up. Gathers and skates. Got some room now. Weaving on left wing side. Tucked to the front. Tries to curl it towards the goal. And just rolled off his stick. Ladnia poking around Klokonen. He'll drill this one up off the glove of Tyler Johnson, who's on the bench. And this should come back into London territory. But my goodness, Parsons again robbing the Otters on the offensive end.
It was total larceny by Tyler Parsons there as he got just enough of that one and it laid in the blue paint for 3 or 4 seconds before Rob Thomas could clear it away. Alex DeBrinket that close to making it 2-1.
On the tie-up, it's Darren Radish taking it, drops it off the blue line. Kyle Maximovich trying to float it on in front. Ladnia after it to the corner. On for Pettit behind the net, stepped into by Cliff Pooh, and trying to squirt through now. Gives off to Ivan Ladnia, twirls back to the corner, shoved by Crawley. And Ivan Ladnia takes onto the half wall. Looking up high now, sees Darren Radish, a one-timer, sails just wide, hits back to the front. It's grabbed by Maximovich, push it out off a skate, collects onto the near corner. And Pettit will find it, sling it back towards the goal, and Parsons wants none of that. He will take the whistle. After a howitzer from Darren Radish. And again, those lively boards into action.
Absolutely. It bounced right back to the side of the goal. Maximovich able to center it back in front. And then it rolled into the corner, and a chance for Pettit from the half wall. Easily snared there by Tyler Parsons, but the offensive time is in favor of the Erie Otters as they continue to press in the London zone.
5:06 to play in regulation in a 1-1 game. Strome against McDonald on the faceoff. Strome with the help of some fellas that got it ahead, but it's Carbonero stepping to it in first. He takes it down right wing side, fires it right out of play. May have gone off of Darren Radish. The faceoff will now be in Erie territory with a skosh under 5 minutes remaining.
Something to keep an eye on is Carbonera and Dylan Strome had an exchange as they headed to the bench in their last shift together. And it was very vociferous from each of their respective benches, yelling and screaming at each other. So we'll watch and see if that makes its way back to the ice.
Van Sample after the face-off win. A shot blocked, nudged ahead by Fellows and on for Strome. On right wing side. Flows up, looking for Fogle. He was loose in the slot and has hit the break and trickled over his stick. There's Darren Radish. He sends it right back in from center. Erie changing as Strome remains on. Fellows in place for DeBrinket. Jam down, this will be an icing call. Back is Darren Radish. And another offensive zone draw coming for the Otters. And the Sorelli unit hops on. You can feel they're really close. This Sorelli unit with Radish and DeBrinket. After the robbery from Parsons early on, just moments ago, on DeBrinket. Chernak at the blue line with the face-off win. Floats one off a leg to the near corner. Taylor Radish after it. And he has got some room now up the top of the circles now. Tanks it off the boards to Chernak, who wheels on in. Trying to drag towards the front, bounced around, and it's covered. Parsons is still loose somehow with Sorelli digging after it. But the whistle sounds. After that play, Chernak trying to get it towards the net. 4:17 now in the third. All that remains in regulation of game number 6. Sorelli against Thomas. That's the face-off draw. Sticks down Sorelli. And knocks it forward. Mete, he's going to send it off the board. Knocked it in air by DeBrinket. Looks for an option. Instead, he'll snap it. It goes off the leg of Mete. Kept alive here, Sambrook. Glove down by Taylor Radish. He's bumped by Thomas, and Klokonen just He'll take the play to center. And Chernak there for Erie. He's got to charge ahead as their Knights were changing. He's got some room down the left wing side, Eric Chernak. Erie changing themselves. Chernak all the way into the zone. Drops it off for Ivan Lodny. Spins away from Crawley on that play, but he loses the handle in doing so. And here comes Crawley the other way. Pushed ahead. The Otters. Chernak in control. To Stanbrook. Pettit was trying to stretch things out, and he does now, guiding the puck into the zone. Parsons stops it. Looks, wants to turn behind him, fires it over far side. Bounces over to the stick of Lodnia. Owen Hedrick back for Erie. At neutral ice with 3.5 to go. It's Owen Hedrick. Ahead, center red, Lodnia. Owen Hedrick now skates around one man, gives left wing side. Maxwell winds up, flat shot. Glove save, Parsons. No rebound. With 3:20 to play. The Otters just keep putting the puck towards the goal. Keeping the play inside the London zone.
Well, we talked about this in the opening. The best defense is a good offense, and the Erie Otters showing that here in the third period as they continue to press offensively. And the majority of the period's been inside the London Knights zone.
Strome against McDonald now. McDonald, one out into the corner. After it is Kyle Pettit. Hedrick trying to step up and keep the puck alive. Goes off the body of Miletich. Then drilled towards the line, and Strome keeps it alive. It was poked away. Hedrick tried to keep it in. It just came across that blue line. He spins back and returns defensively as McDonald brings it out right wing side. Enough of a feed to get around Warren Fogle. McDonald to it in the corner to Miletich. Just on is Carbonera, but it's flipped up and out of play. Deflected, and it stays inside the Erie zone. And a shift again for both teams. With now under 3 to play in the third. You can just feel the tension here.
I was just going to say, the intensity in this building is something else.
You look at showing the crowd shots, and everybody's just hanging on right now. Woken trying to shoot, tied up by DeBrincat. Another try, and it's blocked by Sorelli, and DeBrincat takes off. The Otters have numbers in flight here. DeBrincat stops, waits, fires, and it's blocked and trickles just wide of the net. Up to the boards, Darren Radish. He'll throw it off a stick. And it's to be found by Sorelli. Stops, makes his way behind the net. Anthony Sorelli comes, turns, fires off a stick. Knocked away. It's Darren Radish. Wrist shot. Blocked by Klokanen. Played up to the line. Darren Radish keeps in and just pitches it onto the corner. Taylor Radish is there for Erie. Makes his way back down low with Sorelli behind the net. The Otters now into the corner. Looking to give to Sorelli. Taylor Radish comes on near side. Now gives to Sorelli behind the goal. Watched by Victor Mete. Sorelli tied up now. To bring it in to help out. He'll dig it loose. Trying to flip it across. It'll come on to the near side as Taylor Radish went off. And Thomas, the extra man for the Knights in that ruckus, takes it the other way in the final 2 minutes. Played onto the corner. Nice way, look out, it's loose. Poked away by Ivan Lodnia. And he'll scoop it up and carry to center. Down the left wing and has a drop. But Lodnia hits the brakes. Pettit comes in now. Lodnia waits. And he'll feed it down low. He's got numbers there, Maximovich. As he takes it on the corner, watched by Crawley. Tied up and bounces onto the far boards. Right back down low, water bugging away and trying to get a little bit of space from Brandon Crawley. Chernak follows up as he wheels around. Comes on near side, fought off by Jones. The puck is still loose in the corner. Chernak in on the forecheck. 90 seconds to play from London in game number 6. Maximovich gives onto the corner. Lodnia feeds to Pettit behind the goal. In some room. Trying to move behind the net. It's Pickenish knocking it away. And now Maximovich reaches in. Bacon points to the near side, and Jones takes off, but Chernak just leaves it there, and Pooh follows up. Flying down the right wing, drops it off for Jones. Wrist shot, glove save, and covered by Troy Dimpano with 62 on the clock.
Well, aside for that shot by Max Jones, really the Erie Otters in the last 6 or 7 minutes have been the aggressors offensively. They've spent the majority of the time in the London Knights zone, and it was almost had a feel of the London Knights just hanging on.
And changes. That's been tough for London, playing a whole lot of defensive hockey. You guys, they look gassed out there. Final minute in the third period, and we're tied at 1. Staring down overtime. Erie hasn't played in overtime yet this postseason. Patrick Fellows will send one in deep. Parsons is going to move it. Up the far side. Fergus trying to keep it alive. Strome holds in from the blue line. Just sends it towards the net. Blocked by Thomas. He picks it up. Fires it open to the near side boards. Darren Radish is there for Erie. The smart flip back to the zone. Mete to Yalevi. 35 seconds. Pushed ahead. Intercepted by Fellows. On for Fogle into the zone. Looking. He wants to get to Strome. He won't hand off to Strome. Throw it towards the net. Never made it on goal. Kolokin blocked it down. Lost the glove in doing so. And it's out to center in the final 20 seconds. Fergus trying to play it ahead. It goes off the stick. Fergus right back to it. And skates out to center. Leaves it for Fogle on the right wing side. 13 seconds left. Fogle. Throw it towards the net. Sticks away. Off the end glass to Brinket trying to find it. 8 seconds to go here. Strome going to leave it for Darren Radich. He's tied up. Throws it behind the net. And that's going to do it for regulation. Tied up to the corner. We are going to go to sudden death overtime. Nobody could find the back of the net in the third. Erie, 11 shots on goal to 3. And for the first time in this postseason, the Otters are going to overtime. But if you play like that, and that continues to the second, you got to like Erie's chances the way they just bottled up London in their own end.
Very much so. They dominated that frame. They just weren't able to get a goal, but 11-3, the shots in favor of Erie, and the chances were by a wide margin in favor of the Otters as well. These two teams so close in terms of the standings in the regular season and the quality of these hockey clubs, and here we are in Game 6. It's going to overtime.
A fitting way to finish off Game 6 in this Western Conference semifinal. Otters lead the series 3-2, and it will come down to one shot, telling us if we're going to head back to Erie for a Game 7, or if they're going to close out and turn off the lights in London for the final time at the Budweiser Gardens on the season. We'll step for a break, and we're going to hear from Emmett Sproul, the Erie Otters' first-round pick at the OHL priority selection. We'll hear from him and his first media availability when he came down for the game last night, enjoyed himself, and dropped the ceremonial first puck with the rest of the Erie Otters 2017 draft class. We're going to hear from Emmett coming up next here on Fox Sports Radio 1330, The Fan.
Gus, you're here. Thank goodness.
What's up?
Everyone's here and I don't have the games.
Wait, what?
For game night. I forgot the games for game night. What am I going to do?
How about these?
Bank on it. The new scratch-off from the Pennsylvania Lottery with top prizes of $300,000. Gus, you're a lifesaver.
Let the games begin. Keep on scratching.
Players must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
Dr. Jones is right over there.
Early in the afternoon, Barbara checks in at a doctor's office. But if you look out the window, it's miles from the closest medical facility, because Barbara is in Highmark's Healthcare Mobile Clinic, a doctor's office on wheels that brings care directly to remote communities and members in need. By reaching out to Highmark members in need and inviting them to our mobile clinic, we're making access to care a little easier. Living proof of the difference you can make when you're all for health. Highmark Blue Cross Blue Shield. Visit highmarklivingproof.com.
It's Erie Otters hockey on Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330 The Fan, WFNN, Erie.
Coming up next, we're going to hear from Emmett Sproul, the Erie Otters, a first-round pick drafted 21st overall from the Grey Bruce Highlanders.
Well, Emmett, you see this. You see what's going on out here right now behind you. What's the feeling like for you?
It's just crazy watching these guys, thinking we could be playing this next year. And it's really cool watching these guys, and it's going to be a cool game tonight. I'm just looking forward to it.
What was the draft experience like for you in the days and leading up to it, and then on draft day when your name was called?
Yeah, when my name got called on that day, it was just crazy. It was overwhelming. Words can't describe it. Me and my dad had a great day, and it's just crazy. I'm really thankful to be drafted to Erie, first round.
What's the mindset been like since then, when you now all of a sudden have to start preparing for what's next?
Yeah, I'm going to prepare really a lot this summer, just working on my overall game, strength and conditioning to get me to this level.
What do you want to see out here just about the pace of the game, the physicality, the intensity? What do you want to find out about the OHL game?
Yeah, and I see that the skill is good. They move the puck very, very well, I think the game's changed a lot to more of a skill game more than of a hitting game. So I I think I fit that really good because I'm a smaller guy with good vision on the ice. So I just feel like, yeah.
What's it feel like to wear the jersey and come out here and be introduced to these fans?
Yeah, Erie's a great organization, and it's great just knowing that Connor McDavid was here, drafted here, and Dylan Strome, all these great guys, and just knowing that I'm here under this jersey is just amazing.
I got one for you, Emmett. Even talking to Hugh Morrison, and he said he compared you to Mitch Marner, the way you play with speed and the skill and the way you're able to make plays using your speed. Dave Brown echoed a similar sentiments. When you hear that name compared to yourself and your style of play, what goes through your head?
Yeah, it's just great. You know, Mitch Marner's a guy I look up to since day one, and he's just a great player, I think, and I just feel like I fit that role. He sees the ice very well, good vision, and just sees his teammates, and he's a good playmaker, and I just feel like I can fit that role, and I just believe that I play like Mitch Marner just from the start of,
Is that a lot of pressure to live up to play that stuff? We know what Mitch Marner can do both at this level and the NHL. That's a lot to live up to.
Yeah, I know. He's a great player. You know, he's been showing in the NHL, and you know, I'm just going to try my hardest to work on my overall game and just try to get to this level.
That was Emmett Sproul, Erie Otters' first-round pick. We got more hockey coming up in the first intermission, brought to you by UPMC next on Fox Sports Radio 1330, The Fan.
Hey, Otters fans. Bertrand here from Cloud 9 Wine Bar. Do you know where you can get a great Sunday brunch? Cloud 9 Wine Bar is now offering Sunday brunch from 11 a.m. till 2 every Sunday. Our brunch features over 20 items, an omelette, a carving, and a crepe station. Stop in and see me at Cloud 9 Wine Bar on the corner of 10th and French in Erie, PA.
Erie Otters 2017-2018 season tickets are now on sale. Take advantage of the advanced discount price by committing before May 31st. Visit ottershockey.com for more information or contact the front office at 814-455-7779.
So we had just moved here from out of state when the phone rang and this nice woman introduced herself as our healthcare concierge. She wanted to welcome us to her new health plan. I thought, well, this is something nice. But then she took the time to find us a family doctor near our new home, and I thought, no, this is something different.
Customer service, unlike anything you'd expect. UPMC Health Plan. What's 10,000 square feet with 100-plus arcade games, all set to free play, including air hockey and one round of glow golf, all in one great space?
If you said Playport Erie Arcade, Erie's largest indoor arcade center, you're exactly right. And if you haven't had a chance to stop in and enjoy all those old favorites and new challenges, now's the perfect time. Race your friends head-to-head with the 4-player simulators, ride motorcycles, boats, skis, and more. Playport has bowling, pinball, basketball, hunting games, and of course, all for a one-price admission. Come on into Playport Arcade. It's like having that feeling when you wish you were a kid again. Yeah, that's the feeling you'll get at Playport Erie Arcade. Playport is more than just an arcade. Playport is Erie's first indoor glow golf attraction. It's like walking into another world as you enter the glow golf room filled with neon and different fun obstacles at every hole. Playport is fun for all ages.
And now for a limited time, grab 3 people along with yourself and take advantage of the 4-pack special. But hurry, it's only for a limited time.
Playport Arcade on West 12th Street in the Big White Building just east of Peninsula.
I beat my best score. I love this game.
Welcome back here inside the Budweiser Gardens, where we're going to need some free hockey to find a winner in game number 6, overtime, between the Otters and the London Knights. We're tied at 1. And, well, one shot's going to decide whether we're going back to Erie for a game 7, or we're going to turn off the lights here at the Budweiser Gardens for this season. Welcome you back in. I'm Aaron Cooney. To my right, Steve Fitzsimmons, the TV voice of the Guelph Storm on Rogers TV, and this is the UPMC Intermission Report. And we're going to recap for you here in the extra intermission as the Otters, 47 seconds in. So they open with the scoring on their first shot. Jordan Sambrook from DeBrincat and Taylor Radish. As the Otters defensemen they've found some room coming from the blue line and towards the middle of the ice. And that's exactly what Sambrook did, and snapped it over the glove of Parsons to give the Otters the lead 1-0. But in the second period, the London power play finally breaks through on their 15th opportunity of the series. And it's Yanni Kuokkanen, fed by Jolevi for the one-timer, on the right wing circle and beats Timpano. And we find ourselves tied at 1. Third period, Erie dominant in puck possession. Once again, 11-3, the shots on goal. And just can't get anything by Parsons, who absolutely robbed Alex DeBrincat on that in that third period towards the latter stages, with a feed from Taylor Radish to DeBrincat going cross ice at the right circle, and he snapped it to the net, but Parsons just getting whatever he could in front of it, moving right to left, keeps DeBrincat off the board. And this is where we're at, tied at 1 and into overtime.
Well, Erie's been the better team tonight. There's no doubt about that. They've outshot the London Knights 35-20. They've had a lot more offensive opportunities that were of quality variety. And so far, Tyler Parsons has kept his team in this one. Otherwise, this would be a runaway of probably a 4-1 Erie Otters win. But he's made some key A1 level saves, including the one on Alex DeBrincat in the third period. That this guy is a 65 goal scorer in the regular season, had 13 more goals than anyone else in junior hockey, and that was a grade A save off of the stick of DeBrincat by Parsons, no doubt about it.
The Otters, as we look at some overtime stats, 15-10 all-time in overtime, 5-6 on the road. Their last game to head to overtime was in the second round. Darren Radish, the hero, just 58 seconds in over the Sault Ste. Marie Greyhounds in game number 1, last year's Western Conference semifinal. But all it takes is one shot here. In the London Knights, they've seen a couple overtime games and lost 2 of them in their only pair against the Windsor Spitfires. They want to shake the demons here at the Budweiser Gardens. The Otters, their first opportunity in overtime play. And we talked about it. You hear it from the coaching staff and even from the Otters team. If they play their game and continue doing what they've been doing, they're very confident in what's going to come from it.
It's just about sticking to your plan, and their plan is a good one. Keep pushing the pace offensively. The puck possession, when you win the face-off, which they've been capable of throughout this series, and definitely tonight they've won the majority of their face-offs, you have puck possession, and you're able to keep the puck down in the offensive zone that way. And the more you have the puck, the better chance you have. And tonight the Erie Otters have done just that. They hadn't done it as well in the last 2 games. They haven't been as successful in the last 2 games. They were able to win, in Erie last night, but the puck possession really wasn't their forte last night in particular. They did spread out the scoring nicely last night, which was a good thing. But they've gotten back to what we know Erie Otters hockey to be, is winning the battles along the boards, the puck possession and the face-off circle domination, and just pressing the pace offensively with the skill players that they have, because they have a treasure trove of them. And when you look on the London Knights side of the ledger, it's really a 2-man band right now. It's Jones and Kuokkanen. They're the only guys doing any damage offensively. And you have to give some credit to the Erie Otters defense for that. But those guys are really snake-bit on that side of the ledger, aside from those 2.
Looking at the out-of-town scoreboard, and we have one for the Western Conference Final. The Owens Sound attack. They down the Greyhounds 1-0. Take the series 4-2. We got step for a break, and we're going to have overtime next. Right after this on Fox Sports Radio 1330, The Fan.
Programs, get your programs.
Mill Creek schools have all the programs you need.
Really?
Yes, they have preschool programs, Center for Performing Arts programs, Honors College and ROTC programs, dual enrollment and student internship programs, not to mention 16 advanced placement courses, 30 varsity sports, and over 50 high school clubs and activities.
Sounds like they do have a program for everybody.
Programs, get your programs.
In the Mill Creek School District.
National Fuel says, smell gas, leave fast. Then call 1-800-444-3130. If you detect something that smells like rotten eggs, it could be a natural gas leak. Leave the premises immediately and contact National Fuel from a different location. Do not use your phone or turn on a light inside the area. Immediately leave the premises and call National Fuel's emergency line. Play it safe and remember, smell gas, leave fast. Then call 1-800-444-3130.
What's 10,000 square feet with 100-plus arcade games, all set to free play, including air hockey and 1 round of glow golf, all in one great space?
If you said Playport Erie Arcade, Erie's largest indoor arcade center, you're exactly right. And if you haven't had a chance to stop in and enjoy all those old favorites and new challenges, now's the perfect time. Race your friends head-to-head with the 4-player simulators, ride motorcycles, boats, skis, and more. Playport has bowling, pinball, basketball, hunting games, and of course, all for a one-price admission. Come on into Playport Arcade. It's like having that feeling when you wish you were a kid again. Yeah, that's the feeling you'll get at Playport Erie Arcade.
Playport is more than just an arcade.
Playport is Erie's first indoor glow golf attraction. It's like walking into another world as you enter the glow golf room filled with neon and different fun obstacles at every hole. Playport is fun for all ages.
And now for a limited time, grab 3 people along with yourself and take advantage of the 4-pack special. But hurry, it's only for a limited time.
Playport Arcade on West 12th Street in the big white building just east of Peninsula.
I beat my best score. I love this game.
Welcome back to the Budweiser Garden, where we need an extra period. It's overtime. Sudden death. Game number 6. All tied at 1. Either back to Erie for a Game 7. For the London Knights. And the reigning Memorial Cup champions are done for the season. Faces 1 shot on there in Cooney. Along with me, Steve Fitzsimmons, TV voice of the Guelph Storm on Rogers TV. The Otters under Chris Knobloch, 5-2 postseason overtime game. The Otters out shooting London 35-20. They look to keep the pace and continuing early. Sorelli, Taylor Radish, Alex DeBrincat, Jordan Sambrook, Eric Chernak begin. The draw from center. Sorelli, who has a major overtime winner under his belt, a Memorial Cup winning overtime goal with the Oshawa Generals just a few seasons ago. Taylor Radish in his own right wing side. Fires it towards the goal, sticked away by Parsons in behind the net. And it's Levy giving up ahead. Robert Thomas goes off towards the Otters line. Staying there, Jordan Sambrook puts it up the boards. Quilkinen trying to keep it alive with his glove and stick, but it's back down low. Otters send it on to the near side corner of their own end. There's Mitchell Stevens to Thomas, following up out to the blue line. Victor Mete walks along the line, comes down the left wing side. DeBrincat trying to stay with him, snap it towards the net, sticks away as they're trying to feed it out in front, and the Otters knock it onto the far boards. Sorelli follows up on Mete on the far side. They kick it back down low. Stevens, body position on the Otters defender, but it's knocked behind the Otters net. Look out, Quilkinen to it. He heads in, the change coming up behind the play, looking for Cliff Pooh. DeBrincat will take it away. And the Otters, you got to get moving here. Make their way out towards neutral ice. DeBrincat comes across, little head fake, and wheels in left wing side. Peels off and down to the corner. Now here's DeBrincat driving. The shot from a sharp angle. Parsons says no. Played up the board. Up the line, Fergus keeps it in. His shot sticked away by Parsons to the corner. Levy up the near side. Strome tried to read that one. Couldn't get the handle on it. And this is an icing call coming to London. 1 minute and 24 seconds in.
Well, you can feel the electricity here in this building as the London Knights fans try to get behind their team here in this overtime period. And the Knights with a good early chance there. But then DeBrincat coming back all the way back to London territory, tried to go short side, wasn't able to beat Tyler Parsons. And a timeout is being called by the London Knights here to discuss this situation.
Don't take them home with you.
Nope, you might as well use it.
The draw will be inside London territory. Strome, Maximovich, Fogel. They're going for a little more offense, and now you're going to see Fellows come back out there because of the timeout. And the shifts, well, they could change if they wanted to. Just a breather for the Knights. As here we are with overtime. Darren Radish, the last Erie Otter to score a game-winning overtime goal. Their only overtime game in last season's run to the Western Conference Final. And if you're keeping track at home, history seems to be on the side of the Otters. They win this draw back. Here's Darren Radish. and give on to Strom. Turns it down low to Warren Fogle. He makes his way onto the far corner, charges out to the circle now. Fogle, poke check, turns around and got it right back off a stick. Fogle just flicks it on to open ice in the far corner. Radish after it. So is Fellows, who steals it away now. Patrick Fellows, poke check nicely. Back behind the net, Cliff Poot hammered up the wall. Darren Radish keeps in. It's Fogle. He's trying to keep it in some open territory. He finds the corner. Getting down to that far side. Shouldered up high by Crawley. And down is Fogle. That one came up high, but Fergus has a hit shot blockered away. Kept alive by Erie. Darren Radish. Back down low. Fellows hustling onto the near side. Cliff Pooh is there. And Fogle finally can pick himself up and make his way to the bench after taking that shot up high from Crawley. Erie feeds Darren Radish with it. Backs up. Watched by Pickenish. Wrist shot through some traffic. Scooped up. Rebounds near side. Jones gets it. Blasts it off the wall. And he'll get to center. Erie shuffles it near side, but Cliff Pooh comes off. Late towards the end of his shift, and the Otters poke it away and pet it on after it. Giving up the boards. Jones with it. Just in front of the Otters line. Pooh on further. And here's Fergus. Angle it down for Darren Radish. Ahead Vladnia. And off they come. Maximovich left wing side. Flip it down low. Erie goes to work in the offense. Maximovich. Poke it on to the near side. Up the near wall. He also has Vladnia with him. They curl it right back to Maximovich. Down low for Kyle Pettit. Looking to take it off the boards. That was a no-go. Here's Pettit again. Letting them play here in this overtime period. Pettit tied up by Ulevi. Lodnia has the puck now to Hedrick. Snap it towards the net. Caught by Parsons. And he holds on. That's shot number 41 for Erie. 40th stop for Parsons.
Long shot from the point there.
Give me a break. Sorry.
They're just showing the
right
replay
to the head of Fogle. Are you kidding me? I don't care if this is overtime or what and the game's on the line. You still call the rule book. That was a clear shoulder to the chin of Warren Fogle.
It was indeed. No call, of course. And the Otters will have to soldier on. We'll see if Fogle gets back in this hockey game.
Oh, it's a good thing we don't have Dave Brown behind us. He's down.
Well, we can see him just to the left.
You can see he's keeping track of ice time for the Otters here tonight. And this one skips off a blade and out of play just in front of the London bench. 3 minutes and 10 seconds in. Overtime in game number 6. As outrageous. There's Ulevi firing one in. Glove down by Timpano. Stanbrook has it. Passed on to Chernak. Looking ahead, it's Taylor Radish. Reels it in. Knocked down by Ulevi. Turns and fires it into the zone. And Torelli furthered it on the backhand. Thomas after it. Leave it on for the dasher. Poked up, but the Otters steal. Here's DeBrincat. Trying to turn it on, and wrist shot blocked in front. Mete. It comes out to the blue line. Stanbrook with it. Wrist shot. Oh, that one sailed high. I don't think Parsons saw that. Chernak reaching, trying to keep it in on the near side. Flubs it ahead. Sorelli going to push for DeBrincat. Behind him. They got a man in front, and Taylor Radish. Sorelli fires it towards the net. No one there. Stevens up off the window and out. Settling a bouncing puck is Chernak and guides it on for DeBrincat. You'll find Darren Radish just on at his line. 4 minutes off the clock here. DeBrincat comes into the zone, has Dylan Strome on the drop. Strome, left wing side, feed it in front for DeBrincat. It comes off the wall. It's Darren Radish with it. Pitch it in front. Here's DeBrincat. Sends it just wide on the glove hand side. Poked into the circles. Pickenish with it. He can't clear. It's Fellows. Fogle back on. They dish to Warren Fogle behind the net. Trying to play it towards himself. It's sat on the side of the cage, and Strome takes it off there. Looking. Up high. Strome. Drop it off. Hedrick lines. Fakes. Doesn't shoot. Comes down to the wall instead. Now feeds it down low, looking for Fogle. Neil Levy steps in front of that. Hedrick keeps it alive along the half wall. On for Fogle. Power move in front. And it's knocked away. Here he's going to back up. Here comes Cliff Pooh the other way. Right wing side. Flows up. They're getting reinforcements on. Pooh weaving into the zone. Leaves it for Crawley now. Watched by Radish. Wrist shot. Pinballed around. It's loose. Sent back in front. Crawley has it. And it's along the near boards. Otters defending now. Here's Cliff Pooh. Going to come out ahead. Along the near circle. It's J.J. Pickenish. Sling it towards the goal off of Strome wide. Jones just on. He's got it at the right wing circle. Trying to play it to himself and battle his way out in front. Powers to the goal. Erie takes it. Moves it on to Lodnia. And ahead for Maximovich. Could be an icing, but Maximovich will beat this one out. Great hustle play from Kyle Maximovich. And now it's Milicic. Up to the line to center. T.J. Fergus now. 5 minutes off the clock here in overtime. Maximovich and Pettit after it. With Van Assemble. Bounced up towards the line. Lodnia off the boards. Keeps it down low. Pettit slide it into the corner. Crawley after it. He'll get there on the backhand, but he missed. And Erie gives down low to Kyle Maximovich. Reaches in twirls off. Hands off to Ladnia. He backs up. Trades places with Sambrook. Comes across the line. Hands off to TJ Fergus. Swing it towards the net. Glove save Parsons. Max Sivovich in front. He took a stick up high and he checked to make sure all the chicklets are there. He makes his way to the Otters bench, but the play down to our right. And Parsons stopped 41 and now 42.
Tyler Parsons has been razor sharp, there's no doubt about that. In overtime here, the Erie Otters have had 7 shots fired his way to only 3 for the London Knights.
Gurney towards the goal, covered by Parsons. Start interrupt.
No problem, and the Otters continue to press right off the faceoff as Lazat went to the net.
Hopkins with faceoff. McDonald coming on for faceoff duties. He will replace Carbonera. Rather Foodie. But Carbonera took a little chunk towards the bench, and he was turned right back around by Hunter and the coaching staff. McDonald against Hopkins on the faceoff. Put on towards the wall. Here he gets the blue line. Now back to Gurney. Swing it towards the front. Right through the goal mouth. A stick just wide by Lazat. Sambrook. Down low for Cameron Lazat. To the circle. Just keeps it down low. It's Gurney spinning. Trying to swing it out towards the front. Tied up was Lazat. And covering is Parsons. And that's a good breather, though.
I was just going to say a good hard-working effort by this fourth line as they give a breather to the Strome trio and, kill off some valuable time in the offensive zone. And the top line will get an offensive zone face-off, courtesy some good hard work by the Erie Otters fourth line.
Sorelli on the draw against Thomas. Bounce around with his face-off dot. Poked loose. DeBrincat on the hunt, but it's Ulevi playing up the near side. Chernak kept it alive for a second, but following up as Thomas has skated out ahead of center. Sorelli all over him, but Thomas drags now. Wrist shot, glove save, Timpano. And he holds on, no rebound.
Reached up and snared that one out of midair, and it was harder than it looked because London player Thomas using the Erie defender as a screen. A good focus there by Troy Timpano.
Thomas line with Stevens and Klokanen. And they have been lethal. Here's Chernak. On for Taylor Radish at the faceoff one. Pitched ahead towards center. They wanted to find DeBrincat streaking left wing. But it's Victor Mente cleaning up. Moves into the Otters zone, left wing corner. Jordan Sambrook is there and has Sorelli along the far wall. Trying to whack it ahead. It's DeBrincat, man on his back, and he turns the puck over to Stevens. Trying to leave it off for Klokanen. Walks in, Richter, blocked by Chernak. Stevens back to the puck. Pulls up the near side. Taylor Radish in control. Second man is Sambrook. Left wing, DeBrincat in. Taylor Radish with a chance, trying to shoot. That's knocked away. Erie's going to get on their horse here. Klokanen coming back. Sent on right side for Thomas. Erie tried to change, and Sorelli coming right back on for Erie defensively. Thomas poked at Sorelli. And he just flips it ahead to center. And at the end of his shift, the Otters, quick change here. They move it ahead for Max Jones. Chernak staying with them. And Darren Radish takes it away. Pushed ahead to the bench. And it goes into the bench. That was 6 men on the ice.
It was. Again. In fact, Darren Radish calling for a delay, for a too many men penalty against the London Knights. A couple of the officials over there, they say no way.
And a draw just in front of the London bench. Strome, Fogle, Patrick Fellows, Darren Radish, and Owen Hedrick who holds. Snaps up the near side as a step play for Fogle. Tips it to himself into the zone, but he was ahead of himself on that try. Puck kind of popped up into the air for a second. Warren Fogle unable to gather it in on the backhand. And here he's saying, why is it in our zone? So I think it was an intentional offside. It should be a neutral ice, and they say yes. Get it together, guys. Draw just in front of the offensive zone. Erie staring it down. There's Owen Hedrick after the faceoff. He's going to blast it in. It goes off of Jones. Karam's around the corner to the far side. Pickenich back up to the line. Not out. Kept in. His glove down, though, by Crawley. Pushed ahead. Cliff Pooh with it. Strome trying to stay with him. Pooh gives ground and hands off to Van de Sample. Up the near side for Crawley. Skied in. As Pickenich into chase after it. Darren Radish will play it up the near board. Vogel off his skate. Knocked down by Max Jones. Followed up here. They say it's all good, but Erie does knock it out to center. Jones trying to get it right back in. Reaching is Darren Radish. Pickenish bringing in left wing side. Radish trying to stand him up. And it's Owen Hedrick taking the puck behind his own net. March ahead. He'll give to Fellows. Right back to Owen Hedrick. As he skates into the zone left wing side. Hedrick waits, goes with a little defensive move, drags it towards the front of the goal, and the Otters just couldn't follow up as Parsons covers.
Talk about jumping into the rush. Owen Hedrick saw a lane open up for him up the left wing side, and he took it as he cruised right in there. Made a move around the defender, Joel Levy. Didn't get much mustard on it. Was looking maybe for a rebound for one of his teammates, but there was none coming from Tyler Parsons.
Bouchard after the face-off. Looks ahead. Up off the stick of Carbonera, chasing Formanton. Tied up by Chernak on a nice play, but Carbonera gets the puck. Sends it to Formanton in the far side corner. Twirls back in down deep. Heads behind the goal. McDonald trying to get loose in front of the net here. They give to the blue line. It's Joe Levy. Slide it on for the far corner. Out of the reach of Carbonera. Chernak. They tie up. Up the boards. Formanton. Poke checked away. Erie has it. Maximovich on ahead for Lodnia, but Jolevi comes across and maintains possession. Jolevi with 11:20 left in overtime. Fires it on in. Sudden death overtime. We're tied at 1. Either game 7 in Erie or Erie's advancing. Carbonera along the near side. Sling it towards the net. Sticked away by Timpano. Played up the near boards. Off a body, and Maximovich can skate this one towards center. On the right wing. Kyle Maximovich with a little bit of a backhander. Steals right through the goal mouth and harmlessly away from Parsons. Played off the linesman. Lodnia to it. He feeds it into the zone. Erie finishing a change, and they smartly wait. Get the puck in, and now, as it is in deep, fresh 5. Give it up the near side. Darren Radish will chase it down. Hammered up the near side. Get a piece of Taylor Radish. It did not. It's an icing call to Erie with 10:35 to play in overtime, and a defensive zone draw upcoming. It'll be to the right of Timpano. Sorelli, a face-off specialist, defensive zone specialist, you name it. They pick it up near side. Sorelli will body Kuokkanen. Frees it up, Radish. Bank it on for Taylor Radish, and out ahead, just out of the reach of his older brother, Darren. Back is Metse to Crowley. Looks cross in the middle. Here's Thomas with some speed. Around 1, around 2. Look out. Here's Thomas trying to feed across to the goal. They score. Stevens. Game 7 in Erie. Tuesday night in the Erie Insurance Arena. We will step for a break. The Dustin Farm Shooter Home Postgame show is next on Fox Sports Radio, 1330, The Fan.
The Sheridan and Courtyard Erie Bayfront Hotels are proud sponsors of the Erie Otters. Join us for the pre- and post-game celebration at the award-winning Bayfront Grill or the brand-new Shoreline Grill. Let us help you fuel up for the high-energy game with our extensive menus and craft brew selections. You Otter be dining with the best.
SEO, text message marketing, social media.
As a business owner, you know the best way to reach customers is online.
Viral videos.
But you don't have time to keep up with the latest digital marketing technology.
Web design.
That's where Local Edge comes in, especially for the one term you're most concerned with.
ROI.
As a full-service digital marketing agency, Local Edge offers turnkey solutions to grow your business online. From search engine optimization and marketing, to social media, to mobile advertising, to video promotion. Our expert support team is ready to customize a program to your needs and track results throughout the campaign. Plus, as a division of the Hearst Corporation, Local Edge is backed by the largest, most diversified communications company in the nation. So when you're ready to generate leads, find new customers, and increase your revenue, talk to the digital marketing experts. Visit localedgemedia.com. Think digital. Think Local Edge.
All the exciting action of OHL hockey.
The Erie Otters
on Fox Sports Radio, 1330, The Fan.
Welcome back here inside the Budweiser Gardens, wrapping up overtime, and the London Knights stave off elimination once again. They did it 3 times against the Windsor Spitfires. Went down 3-1. They hold off the Erie Otters here in Game 6, and there will be a Game 7 Tuesday night at the Erie Insurance Arena. Tickets on sale tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. for Game number 7. That'll be at the Erie Insurance Arena, and you saw the influence the crowd had at the Erie Insurance Arena Saturday night. Look for the same on Tuesday, but another chance missed here at the Budweiser Gardens for the Erie Otters as I welcome in Steve Fitzsimmons onto the broadcast, and this is the Dustin Martin Funeral Home postgame show. But the Otters, a lot of puck possession, a lot of shots on goal. Parsons standing on his head towards the end of the game. He really got into a rhythm at the end.
He did. He was the difference maker for the London Knights. The only reason they won this game here this evening. Tyler Parsons was spectacular, making 44 saves in a winning cause. Mitchell Stevens getting a nice feed from Rob Thomas in overtime. He made no mistake about it. And that's the difference in this hockey game. But can't say enough about Tyler Parsons, who's had 2 incredible games in this series, both resulting in London Knights wins. But as you say, you play all year for home ice advantage.
Yep.
The Erie Otters have that on Tuesday night, and they've been awfully difficult to beat in the Erie Insurance Arena.
This is the Dustin Martin Funeral Home post-game show. Dustin Martin working tirelessly to give your loved ones dignity. And we'll head into the recap, the Arctic Spas recap. 47 seconds into the first period in regulation. It was Jordan Sambrook getting into the zone, coming from the left point and in, and snaps it over the glove of Tyler Parsons. 1-0 Erie, the assist to Alex DeBrincat and Taylor Radish. And at 17:45 of the second, the London Knights with the power play, their second of the night and 15th of this series, and they finally are able to cash in. And it's Kuokkanen with his 9th of the postseason, able to get the one-timer through, beat Troy Timpano, who's moving right to left on the play, and he ties this game up in the second. The Otters putting on the pressure into the third, 11 shots to 3, but can't beat Parsons, who absolutely robbed Alex DeBrincat on a couple tries. Ivan Lodnia stymied as well, and it would force an overtime period. And after the Otters carried overtime, 10 shots on goal for Erie for a game total of 45, just can't best Parsons. And it's one break for the Knights coming into the zone and on the rush. Robert Thomas gets around one of the Otters defenders, and then it makes a nice pass with a sliding defender down along the ice to feed Mitchell Stevens, who finishes it off. Beats Troy Timpano on the 2-on-1. And we have a Game 7 at the Erie Insurance Arena on Tuesday.
Well, one thing about the overtime is it was a good goal by Mitchell Stevens on a beautiful pass by Rob Thomas. It wasn't a cheap goal. It was a well-earned goal by the London Knights. They made the most of that opportunity, and they can thank their goaltender, Tyler Parsons, for this win. There's no doubt about that.
We got another one on the Otters, and we've got to look at tonight's Iron Workers local union number 3's Iron Men of the game with tonight's 3 stars. Third star is Robert Thomas with an assist in the game-winning goal. He started the play, bringing in from the neutral zone, able to dish across for the Stevens goal. Tyler Parsons, the number 2 star, with 44 stops again. And the number 1 star with the game winner, Mitchell Stevens, is second of this postseason series. And if I'm not mistaken, his 4th game-winning goal.
Oh, yeah, 4th of the season. 6th goal of the playoffs as well. And he can be Mr. Clutch. We know that. We've seen it with him at the World Juniors for Team Canada as well. And Mitchell Stevens comes through a good trade acquisition by the London Knights, and he pays some dividends here in game number 6.
8,401 on attendance here from the Budweiser Gardens as they see the London Knights in overtime. Again, hold off from elimination. And in these eliminations now, 4-0 to stay alive in this postseason and keep the Memorial Cup defense with a heartbeat. And forcing game number 7 at the Erie Insurance Arena on Tuesday. Game 7 They have not been kind to Erie. 0-3 in their history, but the Otters, and with that crowd and with the way they performed on home ice all season long, the way they've been played in this game, there's a lot to believe. There's still a lot of hockey to be played left here in this season.
They were the best team tonight. Just one person stood in their way, and that was Tyler Parsons, who for me was the first star tonight. I know Mitchell Stevens got it, but I think Tyler Parsons was far and away the best player on the ice tonight. The Erie Otters were the better of the two teams, but that sometimes you don't win when you're the better of two teams, and that outstanding performance by Tyler Parsons propels his team to victory tonight. Can he go back into Erie, into the hostile environment of the Erie Insurance Arena? Well, we saw what happened last night, a 3-goal victory for the Erie Otters, and that's only 24 hours ago. So we'll go to Tuesday and see what happens, but I like the Erie Otters' chances on home ice.
We're going to wrap things up here from the Budweiser Gardens, with the Otters falling in overtime 2-1. Mitchell Stevens had the game-winning goal in Game 1 when Tyler Parsons stood on his head. Game-winning goal here in Game number 6 as Tyler Parsons, a repeat of that 44 stops tonight as the Knights stay alive and force Game 7 in Erie Tuesday night at the Erie Insurance Arena. Tickets will go on sale for that tomorrow, 10 a.m., as the Otters will be calling on the fans one more time to make their way and be loud, wear their gold, and be ready for a Game 7 at the Erie Insurance Arena. That will for sure be rocking the way it was on Saturday night.
Certainly, Aaron, watching the game last night on television, you could tell that that place was absolutely hopping last night, and they're the 7th man, and this arena is well known for that as well. But the Erie Otters need their fans to come out and support them and give them that extra little push they need.
Game 7 tickets on sale tomorrow, 10 a.m. at the Erie Insurance Arena box office, by phone, and also at erieevents.com. I want to thank John Kleiner back in studio. Also thank Steve Fitzsimmons again for joining me on the broadcast.
Hey, my pleasure.
So happy to have him along as we say goodnight from London. We're all tied at 3. Do or die Tuesday night at the Erie Insurance Arena. I'm Aaron Cooney. You've been listening to the Erie Otters on Fox Sports Radio 1330, The Fan.
Thanks, Aaron. Thanks, Steve. 850 Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, The Fan. John Kleiner, the Austin Storm. Aaron Cooney and Steve Simmons at Budweiser Gardens, or Buzzweiser. Monday night's Erie Otters just now Game 6 of the OHL second round for 2017 postseason. Not quite what the Otters were hoping, we were hoping, but always Tuesday to be excited and make that play over. Blessed and happy Easter to you and yours. Don't let tonight's loss hinder that. Easter is not just one day, it is 50, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. FSR back at you shortly on here. Eagles baseball back at you tomorrow evening, 6:35. First pitch from UPMC Park. I am to make darndest to get used to. 6:30 airtime right here with Greg Gainey. Fan weather now from meteorologist Dan Zabozzi and Jetmore from Weather Authority. For tonight, partly cloudy, mainly dry, slight chance of a shower before midnight. Low 47, area 42 to 46 inland and mountains. West winds 10 to 20, gusting to 25, decreasing to 5 to 15 late. Tomorrow, mostly sunny, high 57, area 61 to 66 inland mountains. West-northwest winds 5 to 10 miles per hour. So cooler tomorrow than today was, but very close to normal. Tomorrow night, mostly clear, low 41 area, 33 to 39 inland mountains, light variable winds. Tuesday, partly cloudy, high 63. Right now, outside the historic Boston Store Harbor, downtown area, 66 degrees. Tomorrow, of course, tax day, seeing as April 15 was yesterday, being a Saturday. Tax days move to the next following, that is business day, which will be tomorrow, Monday. So I trust most of you have your returns ready and or received refunds as such. Tomorrow, also in the Polish community, Dingus Day. Polish Falcons' 610 Nest over on East 3rd Street, having its annual event during late afternoon, early evening. Also very big in Buffalo, surrounding areas. Dingus Day, a Polish tradition, which falls on Easter Monday. At any rate, that'll do it for yours truly, John Kleiner. The end of things. Thank you for your patrons, your patience, your fanhood. Take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. God bless you. Hope that's yours. This has been Erie Otters Hockey here on Fox Sports Radio AM 1330 Fan. Worldwide on the web at ottershockey.com.
You're a quarterback, for example. A lot of times they want to see you throw in person. They want to see how you handle their drops, their coaching, their drills, even adversity, where they try to trick you or try to mess with you a little bit during your workout. They want to see how you handle all those things. So unless you're all of a sudden the by far and away number one quarterback that everyone knows they're going to take, you want to set up those private workouts and you want to start to try to get a little bit of a rapport.
Now, which of these three is the most important? Game film as far as an NFL scout evaluating a guy coming out of college into the NFL. Game film from college, combine, or pro day. Which of those is the most important?
In the exact order that you said them. Game film is probably 80%. Combine's probably the next, let's say, 5 to 10. And the pro day, which is even less than that, probably, again, 5 at best.
Exactly. And if I was Christian McCaffrey and somebody would have called me and say, hey, we'd love to get a private workout, you can say, yeah, you can have a private workout. There's about 1,000 of them of all the plays that I put in college. You can go check that out, do your research. I'm not going to go out and risk an injury for you guys. I don't blame him. I think it's a good move.
And here's the other thing is we always hear about who's going to work out. We never hear who doesn't work out. There's a ton of guys who turn down not working out. He's not the only one.
Brady Quinn, Jonas Knox, Fox Sports Radio. You can also listen to this show on the iHeartRadio app, also on Sirius XM Channel 83 as well, as we come to you live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios. Up next, though, Draymond Green is going to tell you how things went from bad to good earlier on Sunday. That's next.
We are Fox Sports.
I'm Nick Soboleski, a Select Quote agent with a true story that could save you hundreds of dollars a year. A woman named Linda just called. Her husband, Ray, has a $300,000 group life insurance policy, but is changing jobs and can't take it with him. Well, I impartially shopped the highly rated term life insurance companies we represent and found Ray, who is 41 and takes medication to control his cholesterol, a 10-year, $500,000 policy for under $26 a month. That's almost twice the coverage for less than half of what he had paid. If SelectQuote hasn't shopped for your life insurance, you're probably paying too much.
For your free quote, call 1-800-467-0337. That's 1-800-467-0337. 1-800-467-0337. Or go to SelectQuote.com. We shop. You save. Get full details on the example policy at SelectQuote.com/commercials. Your price can vary depending on your health, issuing company, and other factors not available in all states.
Bianchi Honda, where they treat every customer as though you're a member of their family. Visit them at 8430 Peach Street, Erie, or 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at
Erie Seawolves, Notre Dame football, Erie Otters, Bayhawks basketball, the Sports Blitz, the best sports radio in Erie. Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, The Fan.
A flat tire can ruin your day, but an improper tire repair can put your family at risk. When that next pesky nail punctures your tire, remember this. Repairs are limited to the inner tread area only, never the sidewall. And punctured tires must be removed from the rim to assess and fix damage on both the inside of the tire and the outside. Learn more. Visit betiresmart.org. A message from the Rubber Manufacturers Association.
Paralyzed Veterans of America, National Service Officers.
We've got an entire generation of men and women who have seen war. They're going to need voices. They're going to need advocates.
Paralyzed Veterans of America is here to help.
We're going to make sure that the Veterans Affairs gives them everything that they're entitled to.
Get all the health care they need.
Making a person's house adaptable for them to go back home and live.
Education benefits.
And we also focus on getting them a job.
And if something happens to the veteran, then, we're the spouse's advocate.
We help our veterans for free.
The way that Paralyzed Veterans of America does that is through their National Service Officers that are located throughout the United States.
Our work is important because people depend on us.
And they know when they come to Paralyzed Veterans of America, they're going to get the right answer, and they know that we are there for them 24/7, because we are.
Changing lives, building futures. That's Paralyzed Veterans of America. To learn more, visit pva.org. A public service message from Paralyzed Veterans of America.
Welcome back to the Cat Show. Up next, we have Nico. Nico is a member of the Shelter Pet Group.
That's right. A group known especially for their sunspot sleeping, ball chasing, leg rubbing, and of course, companionship. Just look how she struts.
It's like she owns the place.
And see how she curls up and cuddles her person.
The pitch on her purring is simply perfect.
Nice one.
Fantastic cat. But really the best way to know an amazing shelter pet like Nico is to meet one.
Visit theshelterpetproject.org today. Adopt.
Brought to you by Maddie's Fund, the Humane Society of the United States, and the Ad Council.
How was your day? What did you do in school? I'm Mike Crossie, president of the Pennsylvania State Education Association. And these two simple questions can encourage learning in your home. Showing interest and asking about the school day can help motivate your children and keep them excited about learning. So stay involved, stay curious, and ask specific questions. Student success involves the whole family.
A message from the Pennsylvania State Education Association.
This is JT the Brick with Tom Looney.
I've been telling you around the clock that this would be a trickle-down effect. What would happen is Greg Popovich came up with a concept. Greg Popovich came up with a concept. He owns it. Where he sat out the three great Spurs at one time, and one of the times he wouldn't make the Spurs even travel to a road game. Duncan, Ginobili, Parker. And Pop thought it worked. And he's won a bunch of rings, so it kind of works. Some years it doesn't. So then Steve Kerr, who's a protege of not only Phil Jackson and Pop, he's tried it with the Warriors. So a lot of people are attacking me on social media. JT, rest isn't a big deal. You're too crazy on this.
Speaking of crazy, I stand corrected. Seawolves tomorrow night in Altoona versus the Curb at People's Natural Gas Field. 5:55, area 6 o'clock first pitch. Regaining bringing it to you on 13th to the Fan.
5 p.m.
Broadcasting from the Bud Light Studios in the historic Boston Store. AM 1330, Fox Sports Radio, WFNN Erie, The Fan.
Fox Sports trending now.
The late game tonight in the NBA playoffs tips off in about 10 minutes. Houston hosting Oklahoma City, and currently at Boston, the top seed in the East. The Celtics are trailing with under 2 minutes to go, 99-92 to Chicago, despite Isaiah Thomas, who is playing, in his 28 points for Boston. Earlier today, Golden State and Washington got wins. With TrueCar, you can find out what other people in your area paid for the same car you're looking for, new or used. Visit TrueCar to enjoy a more confident car buying experience. In the NHL playoffs, they've started overtime. Penguins tied at Columbus 4-4. End of two periods tonight. Montreal a 1-0 leader in New York against the Rangers. 3 games to none lead now for St. Louis, which beat Minnesota again. We're an hour away from the Oilers at San Jose. In Major League Baseball tonight, Yankee Stadium hosting, bottom of the third, 3-1 Yanks over the slumping Cardinals, who are just 3-8. I'm Steve DeSager.
This is Fox Sports Sunday.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen of Radio Land?
With Jonas Knox and former Notre Dame quarterback and first-round draft pick Brady Quinn.
Let's get the show on the road.
Fox Sports Sunday. Live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios. Here's Jonas Knox and Brady Quinn.
We got all sorts of playoff craziness going on right now all over the sports world. We'll have the very latest for you coming up here in just a couple of minutes. He is Brady Quinn. I am Jonas Knox. This is Fox Sports Radio. You can also listen to this show on the iHeartRadio app and, as always, on Sirius XM Channel 83 as well, as we come to you live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios, where 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit geico.com for a free rate quote. So here's the very latest in the NBA. The Chicago Bulls in control in Boston, about under a minute and a half left to go in the game. The Bulls with a 99-92 lead over the Celtics. The Bulls looking to take hold of a 1-0 lead in that series as the 8th seed. The tip-off is coming up in just a few minutes here between the Oklahoma City Thunder and the Houston Rockets, which a lot of people feel is the best series of the opening round in the NBA playoffs. And then in the Stanley Cup playoffs right now, you've got the Penguins and the Blue Jackets. The Blue Jackets are a hockey team from Columbus. They are tied.
Don't try to do us dirty like that, okay? I get it. They haven't had a lot of success. It's my hometown. It's one of the only professional teams we have. And they had a great regular season. Then they got into the playoffs. And, look, the Penguins kind of have their number. But maybe they can pull this one out. Maybe they can kind of turn the tide here.
Well, it is in overtime, tied at 4 in Columbus. So we will keep you up to speed and up to date on all of that stuff happening as far as that game goes as well, too. So now, earlier, we were talking about this, how people get these reactions and these overreactions to the NBA playoffs. I want to just kind of give you a question and get your thoughts on it, because I was thinking about this, because I think people are in an interesting spot right now. When the Warriors were in the finals last year, did you get the vibe nationally that more people were cheering and pulling for the Cavs?
I personally felt like that. Now, granted, I'm biased, right, because I grew up rooting for the Cavs, rooting for LeBron and all that, given we're the same class now, so I've always been a fan. But you got the sense that people wanted to see the Cavs. I'll even go further, say the Cubs. I think people wanted to see those franchises, those organizations win finally.
Yeah.
I really did. I think nationally you could get that feel, sense that a little bit.
Yeah, and I agree. And I even felt when it got to Game 7 and it got down to the wire in Game 7 that people were pulling for LeBron James and the Cavs just to see that story play out and the city of Cleveland get a title. Now, when the Warriors went out, if everybody agrees that, maybe they weren't the most likable team, they celebrated too much, and people didn't like the antics of all those guys and Draymond Green kicking people. When the Warriors went out and added Kevin Durant, that would increase the dislike level for Golden State, I would think, on a national level.
Look, he said at the beginning of the season that they're now the villains. They're the ones with the target on their backs. So, yeah, I would have to agree with that.
Here's what's funny about this. I would be willing to bet, if you were to take a national poll, and who knows whether or not those are viable anymore after the election, but if you were to take a national poll, I would be willing to bet that majority of people, all those same people that ripped the Warriors, that hated the Warriors, that didn't like Kevin Durant going there, that looked at them as the villains, I would be willing to bet that they're all rooting for Golden State to get out of the West because everybody wants Cleveland Golden State round 3. I would be willing to bet that. Because, and I know that there's going to be people for fan bases out there like Washington or Boston or San Antonio. They're going to say, no, not here, not here. But on a national level, doesn't it feel like everybody wants that rubber match? They want that third match. And so all those people that hated Golden State and were rooting against them last year are now rooting for them just because they want to see the trilogy.
Of course. I mean, a book just came out written by a Cleveland reporter who follows the team, obviously, but, it was essentially talking about last year's comeback victory being the greatest comeback in NBA history. There's a lot of reasons why you could chalk it up and really say it as that because of the Golden State Warriors' success in the regular season, having the best regular season any team had ever had, and given the insurmountable task of coming back from being down. But, I kind of look at it and think, if Draymond Green doesn't get suspended, all of a sudden you're looking at an entirely different series. But I think that adds to all of it too. How would things look a third time around? Because as much as you could make the case that maybe Golden State could have won, run the NBA Finals 2 years in a row,
right.
You also could make the case that maybe Cleveland should have. They didn't have Kyrie. They didn't have Kevin Love when they lost it the year before. So you could almost make the opposite case. And I think that's why everyone wants to see round 3 because they want to see who gets the best 2 out of the 3, and you could really make a case for either one of these teams based on matchups and based on the success of both of the organizations. But when it comes down to it, I think everyone's hoping for it to be Golden State and Cleveland. The problem is Spurs are pretty darn good too. And if there is a kryptonite or a weakness, we've always seen Greg Popovich teams be able to defend LeBron very well. And I think that would be a matchup that I would personally like to see because I think it might be from an X's and O's standpoint the best schematic matchup, but everyone's rooting for the Warriors-Cavs round 3.
Well, and Draymond Green, who is the spark plug for Golden State's comeback win over the Portland Trailblazers on Sunday, he talked about what was the turnaround in the fourth quarter earlier today.
Our crowd the entire game kept us in it, because those guys were hitting shots that, it usually drains the life, out of the building. And our crowd brought it from the beginning to the end. So we were able to feed off that until we were able to get our ground. And then it started with the energy of JaVale there in that third quarter. And although they made a run at the end to close it out, our energy transferred over. And then David came in, and he was huge on those ball screens. And we was able to get a grip, and then we went on a 15-2 run.
And what's funny, too? Adam Silver, again, Draymond Green, post-game as Golden State takes a 1-0 lead over the Portland Trailblazers on Sunday. Adam Silver's in a tough spot here because if we can all agree that what's best for the NBA, and you can make cases in a bunch of different angles, what's best for the NBA would be Cleveland, Golden State, round 3 in the finals with all that star power on the same floor on the biggest stage for the NBA. Would you agree that's the best thing for this league?
Yeah, even though the market size isn't as big, right? As far as Cleveland's smaller market, Golden State's much bigger, Bay Area. Even though the market size of Cleveland's small, that would, without a doubt, would be the best possible scenario for the league.
Okay, here's where Adam Silver's in a tough spot. Because if Cleveland and Golden State get to the finals, managing the regular season the way that they have by sitting players, resting guys, being strategic about what's most important, which is the NBA playoffs, and not really giving a rip about the regular season, that's a bad message to send the rest of the league because it is a copycat league. And so people are going to watch that and go, okay, well, if those teams looked all that fresh late in the season with 30-year-olds on their roster and guys that have had deep playoff runs on their legs the last couple of years, why wouldn't we take that same strategy this next season? And the problem, and that's why I wonder if Adam Silver, if a small part of Adam Silver looks at this and says, maybe it wouldn't be that bad if one of these teams didn't make it to the finals, because it would set a bad precedence in this league that all you've got to do is be strategic during the regular season, say screw the fans, rest when you want to rest because playoffs are all that matters and winning rings is all that counts.
I don't think it's as big of an issue as maybe you're leading it on to be. Because here's the thing is, and we see this in professional sports all the time. Look, the NFL sits out some of their starters in Week 16, Week 17, and once they get to the end of the season, their 16th game of Week 17, to allow those guys to rest because they don't want them to potentially get injured. And you don't hear an uproar or people crying out about the fact that Week 17 home game for whoever it is, that their fans don't get the ability to be able to see those starters if it's home or even if it's away, right? And even though they're not the team you're rooting for, you still want to see guys like Tom Brady, Aaron Rodgers play. But if they're sitting out, you don't hear the uproar. You don't hear them crying about it. And granted, there's not as many games, okay? I get that in the NFL. But we see it in baseball all the time. I mean, pitchers only pitch once every 5 days.
Oh, I agree. And I think and it doesn't bother me that these guys rest. I get it why they rest. And if we're going to put such a premium on the playoffs, if we're going to dictate how these guys' careers are looked at after their playing days are over by how many titles they win or what they do in the postseason, then you can't give people a hard time for the way they manage it. If they're also focusing on the postseason, we can't expect them to go, oh, no, you've got to show up every single day. And when I hear the players that used to play back in the day go, well, back in my day, I was sat on small planes and we didn't take days off. Yeah, back in the day in the NFL, they had, leather helmets and no face mask. You want to go back to that? I mean, like things change.
At halftime.
Yeah, things change.
So I don't think it gets harder for Adam Silver. I think it gets harder for a lot of the coaches in the NBA. Because what they have to do is they have to make sure their roster's deeper. They have to be able to develop those guys who are in the D League, what will soon be the G League now, since Gatorade took over sponsorship. They've got to make sure that they develop those guys, but they also have to ensure that they've got players on the bench who can come in or who can take over and play and start in those games where their star players are maybe sitting or getting some rest, and give them some productive minutes to be able to help them win some games. It's no different than an NFL team investing into their backup quarterback. I mean, they're essentially insurance policies, for that very scenario. So I think it puts more pressure actually on coaches if they want to start adopting this theory than anything else.
He is Brady Quinn. I'm Jonas Knox. This is Fox Sports Radio. You can listen to the show on the iHeartRadio app and on Sirius XM Channel 83, as well as we come to you live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios. Up next, though, there is a major question at hand regarding the NFL draft. Your team might be implicated. We'll have the answer for you next here on FSR.
This is Fox Sports Radio.
Yeah.
Radio. From our family to yours.
Colin Coward here. Hey, it's Clay Travis.
Hey, everybody, it's Rich Eisen.
I'm Dan Patrick, and I endorse this.
We wish you all a very happy Easter. Now go find an egg.
Hey, Arnie Spanier here. As a sports fan, you have to have a lot of confidence in your team. That they'll call the right play, draft the right guy, hire the right coach, design the right logo. But when it comes to buying a car, how much confidence do you have that you're getting the right price? At TrueCar, they show you real price on actual inventory from a TrueCar certified dealer in your area. And these aren't just any dealers. TrueCar certified dealers are a network of car sellers committed to transparency that offer competitive prices and all-around better buying experience. You can even work directly with a TrueCar certified dealer to establish a fair price before you can even show up on the lot. Need more confidence? TrueCar customers, on average, save over $3,000 off MSRP off new car purchases. So when you're ready to buy a new car, even a used car, visit TrueCar to enjoy a more confident car buying experience. Learn more at TrueCar.com. That's TrueCar.com.
As a 300-foot-tall dino monster, people think all I'm good at is rampaging. But there's more to me than that. Just like Geico. Yeah, they could save you money, but they also have over 75 years of savings and service. So Geico is super good at insurance. And yeah, I like rampaging. But I'm also a huge fan of
Geico. Expect great savings and a whole lot more.
Hi, it's Mike from DollarShaveClub.com. You know, buying a razor is like buying a car. If you want luxury, you get smacked with a big price tag. If you want to save money, you have to settle for a bumpier ride. Well, razors from DollarShaveClub.com are the smarter choice. A smooth, high-quality shave for a very economical price. Right now, get your first month of any of our razors for $1. After that, it's just a few bucks a month. Go to DollarShaveClub.com. That's DollarShaveClub.com.
The Yankee Honda, where they treat every customer as though you're a member of their family. Visit them at 8430 Peachtree, Erie, or 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at
Erie Seawolves, Notre Dame football, Erie Otters, Bayhawks basketball, the Sports Blitz, the best sports radio in Erie. Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, The Fan.
A promise was made. A promise that hit the beaches of Normandy. A vow that captured Iwo Jima. A contract that weathered Tet. A pledge that stormed the desert in Iraq. An IOU that braved IEDs in Kandahar. A promise was made to America's veterans. DAV fights to keep that promise, so all veterans and their families get the benefits and support they earned. For help, visit DAV.org.
I'm Tiffany. I have some tips for you on how to quit smoking like I did. First, I did some reading about it. I found a lot of great advice on how to quit smoking and picked out the ways I thought would work best for me. I started by setting a quit date. Then I threw out my ashtrays, lighters, and matches. I did other things too, like exercising more, and it worked. But I'd still get cravings, especially on long car rides. To help me with that, I put a picture of my mother in my car. She died of lung cancer from smoking cigarettes when I was only 16. Now I have a 16-year-old daughter. That picture of my mother reminds me that I don't want to miss all the things my daughter is going to do in her life, including turning 17.
You can quit. For free help, call 1-800-QUIT-NOW. A message from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and CDC.
Okay, Simon, what are you wearing right now?
Nothing.
That's right. And what do people normally wear?
Clothes.
Exactly. So now Mommy's going to teach you how to dress yourself. Clothes keep us warm, they look good, and if we go out without them, the neighbors will talk. So it's important to know how to get dressed. Here's how it's done. Underwear always comes first, name tag at the back, then pants, then shirt. Get the first button in the right hole, or you have to start all over. If you're wearing a tie, it goes over, round, round, through, and pull tight. Tuck your shirt into your pants and zip up your fly. Socks going first, then shoes right on right, left on left. With shoelaces, just take the ends, cross them over, switch the loops. The rival goes down the hole, pull tight, and you're left with bunny ears.
I love bunnies.
Good to know. Now remember, spots don't go with stripes, socks don't go with sandals, and if you've tucked in your shirt, wear a belt. Got it? Why are your pants on your head?
Most parenting is hard to do in just 2 minutes.
but spending just 2 minutes twice a day making sure they brush their teeth is easier and could help save them from a lifetime of tooth pain. For fun 2-minute videos to watch while brushing, visit 2min2x.org. That's 2min2x.org. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives, and the Ad Council.
.org. This is Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, The Fan.
You get Colin Cowherd, Dan Patrick, Rich Eisen, Clay Travis, and now, Doug freaking Gottlieb. Whoa! Are you effing kidding me?
It's over. Wow. Wow. Breaking that news.
I don't know about you, but if I were the competition, I would be soiling my underoos. We just got a whole lot stronger for you in mornings and afternoons. This is Fox Sports Radio.
The Ultimate Fighter returns to FS1 for an all-new season. 14 fighters from previous seasons who all came up short in their quest for glory get their shot at redemption. The Ultimate Fighter Redemption premieres Wednesday at 10 p.m. Eastern and Pacific on FS1.
Jonas Knox, Brady Quinn, Fox Sports Radio, coming to you live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios. So we will get to a story that is taking place in the NFL draft, a burning question regarding an important position in the NFL coming up in the draft. We will get to that here coming up in just a couple of minutes here on FSR. We do want to update you. It is a final in Boston. The Chicago Bulls have knocked off the Boston Celtics in Game 1, our first upset. Big upset of the NBA playoffs as the Bulls 106-102 over the Boston Celtics, taking a 1-game-to-none lead over the Celtics there in that series, the 1-8 matchup out east. And underway in Houston, it is the Thunder and the Rockets. Early on, the Rockets have an 8-3 lead over the Oklahoma City Thunder. Thanks a lot, Oklahoma City. By the way, if you're not watching the game, I'll paint the picture for you. The Rockets are wearing black. Oklahoma City is wearing orange, and the court is red. Jesus. Figure it out, man. Like, think about your TV audience. It makes no sense. Like you wear red, we'll wear white. What is so difficult about this?
Well, look, first off, I always feel like, when you have the all-black uniforms on, it's a little bit more intense. It's a little bit more...
Worse PO, too.
Yeah, that's true.
It is. Worse PO, I'm telling you.
But it does look funky. None of this makes sense because the orange is almost the color of a red. So it almost looks like the Oklahoma City Thunder are the actual Houston Rockets, even though they're not.
Yeah, and also we've got overtime of the Stanley Cup playoffs in Columbus. The Penguins and the Blue Jackets are tied at 4. Under 8 minutes to go there. We'll keep you posted if nothing else is going on in sports.
Is there a live bet going on whether or not this becomes a shootout?
I don't know. What are live bets? How would I know? I don't know anything. I don't know. And here's a little behind the scenes for you folks. When Brady asks me that question, Gavin Kinzel, our executive producer here at Fox Sports Radio, who's a full-blown degenerate gambler, just screamed in my ear, literally checking right now.
Well, that's a false statement because it didn't take Brady to mention it for me to be looking it up. I just told Nick, our board op, that I was going to take the Blue Jackets in this game. Now, the odds... Yes! We have the Blue Jackets as a home underdog in overtime at plus 105, and the Penguins with more offensive firepower at minus 135.
Yeah, the Penguins just rang a puck off the post in overtime, which is a prelude to they're going to lose. That's how that works. Been
That's
down
how your
this road
night's
before.
Been so far, Jonas.
So it's all right. Hey, look, no problems here. All right, so Brady, we got to get to let's get to this because there's a big event coming up in a couple of weeks, the NFL draft. We have been all over this. We've been breaking it down. There's a story in the draft that doesn't make any sense to me, and maybe I'm nuts, and maybe I'm the one who's just an a-hole for thinking this, but they keep having conversations about which team's gonna take the quarterback first in the draft. Which team? And we do have a final, folks. We have a final. Ladies and gentlemen, call the Hearst because the Columbus Blue Jackets are now down 3-0 to the Pittsburgh Penguins in overtime. The March of the Penguins moves forward. 5-4 your final. Get the toe tags ready, Columbus. Start printing those bad boys because we are up 3-0 in that series, Brady.
I have nothing to say other than we had this. I think Columbus scored a goal in the first 11 seconds. They were up 3-1 at some point and just let them back in the game. It's incredibly disappointing. It really is. That's all I have to say.
Let's go live now to Columbus for reaction from a Blue Jacket fan.
Hey, let me a trainer over here, man.
All right, so back on track we go as we move on from that incident that just took place on the air. Oh, I love live radio. This is so much fun. And I'm so glad we're not in studio because Brady would put me in a Darce choke right now.
I'm honestly sad. I mean, there's no other way to describe it. I am legitimately sad. I'm gonna take a few moments of silence. This is
it's so funny. Okay.
I'd be right there with you, Brady, but my live bet didn't go through, so I'm actually kind of happy right now.
Hey, let me tell you something about that. And degenerate gamblers out there know this, and you know who you are because you probably bet on the Easter egg hunt earlier today. When you are playing roulette and the ball flies off the wheel, take your money off the board. Gavin, that's the equivalent to the ball flying off the wheel. Take your money back and don't bet the rest of the evening. I guarantee you'll lose your next bet. I say that he's already in the casino. I say that he's already
slots.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so Brady, as we get back on track here and we move on from hockey that nobody watches to the NFL draft that everybody watches, so this storyline about which quarterback is going to go first in the draft. And I'm hearing more and more rumors, and I'm hearing people starting to put pieces together and looking at one of the top 3 teams picking in the draft. You've got Cleveland, San Francisco, and Chicago. And the more I'm reading and the more of these mock drafts I'm seeing more and more people say that the Bears are going to take quarterback at number 3 overall. Why?
I don't think they necessarily feel like they have that guy. Now, granted, they just paid Mike Glennon $15 million to be their starting quarterback for this year. But that's the thing is that's really all that's guaranteed to him at this point. A lot of what's taken place over the past couple months in free agency, you're going to see a top dollar amount and all this money out there. But if you actually look at what's fully guaranteed, meaning what the teams are on the hook for, it's usually a 1 to 2 year, prove it to me type deal, and then it's a year-to-year contract after that. And that's the situation that a lot of players are in based on what they signed in free agency. So with the Bears, they're going to give Mike Glennon, I believe, this opportunity. And if he doesn't necessarily pan out or he doesn't play the way they're hoping he will, then they're probably looking at putting in whatever rookie they would draft. I do believe they're going to draft a quarterback. Whether or not they take one 3rd overall is another story. But I do believe they'll take one in this year's draft because otherwise – they're going to be missing out on an opportunity to get a guy I think that, Dow Loggins, their offensive coordinator, would like to work with. And I think John Fox may be on the hot seat if things don't go well based on the past 2 years. So you kind of have that, I don't know, I guess out a little bit saying, hey, we started a rookie. Now, that didn't save Jeff Fisher last year with Jared Goff. But some organizations are different than others. And maybe if this guy shows promise, maybe they stick with him.
And here's why I say this. Now, they'll take a quarterback. I think that they'll take a quarterback in this draft. But here's why I say it makes no sense. And again, I bring this up because people are trying to piece together who the quarterback, which team is going to take a quarterback first in the draft. The Bears, John Fox and Ryan Pace, if they have another bad season, they're done. They're not getting a year 4. It's not happening. It's a wrap on John Fox and Ryan Pace's time in Chicago. So that being said, why would John Fox and Ryan Pace take a guy who's not going to help them in a year that they need to be helped? If they're bringing in a guy that's going to be a developmental project, why would you take him 3rd overall and pass up on a guy like maybe Solomon Thomas or Jonathan Allen or Jamal Adams or somebody that can impact your team in a positive way right away? Why would you do that? It doesn't make any sense. And it begs a bigger question. And you can speak on this better than I could because you scouted all these quarterbacks. What's the difference between the quarterback available at 3 and the quarterback available at 35 or 36, wherever they pick in the 2nd round? What's the difference?
I think that's the toughest thing to discern right now because everyone's trying to figure out, which guy is going to be the guy who's going to be a franchise guy out of this year's draft class. Typically, you get a draft class, if that. That is what the history and stats kind of show you. And as much as you want to put it on the player, the talent, and all that, a lot of times that has a lot more to do with the situation they enter into. So if you're a quarterback entering into certain situations in this league, you are already put in a position where you're going to fail because they don't have enough things built out around you. But in this year's draft class, if you're going to consider for a guy like Mitchell Trubisky or Deshaun Watson as number one, and your 34th, 35th pick, whereas your 5th or 6th quarterback's being taken, let's say that's Nate Peterman, let's say that's Davis Webb, whoever you want to throw in that conversation, there's not that big of a variance or difference. And I actually personally think that there's some safer picks in the sense of what these guys have done at the college level and how they've performed, and even beyond that, how their mechanics and the things that they do that would translate well to the NFL game. And aside from guys like Mitchell Trubisky, who's only started 1 year, 13 games, that's a big risk. And it's hard for a lot of these teams that utilize analytics as a platform, a la the Cleveland Browns, to be able to look at a player like Mitchell Trubisky and really come away overly confident because they don't have as much data that they need to kind of plug into their analytics system.
And I think when people look at NFL teams that have had really successful drafts recently, a lot of people point to the Cowboys last season. And they point to, well, look at it. They've got Ezekiel Elliott and Dak Prescott. They've got franchise players at quarterback and running back to move their organization forward. And that's fine. They had a good draft. If you want to look at the draft that I think teams in this draft, specifically teams like Cleveland, Chicago, and San Francisco picking towards the top, the Raiders in 2014, home run on rounds 1 and 2 because they got their impact player in round 1 in Khalil Mack, and then Derek Carr was sitting there early in round 2. And the Raiders probably asked themselves the question, Reggie McKenzie, and you know a little bit more about Reggie McKenzie than the average fan, but I think Reggie McKenzie probably looked at it and said, wait a second, so you're telling me that this is the difference between the top quarterback on the board and the quarterback that was 5th or 6th, and nobody else is showing that kind of interest in Derek Carr? We'll take Khalil Mack. We've got a pass rusher for the next 10 years, and we've got a quarterback we think can play right. I think that's the model that teams should follow. So this idea that you're going to get desperate in a year that a lot of people consider a down year for quarterbacks makes no sense that early in the draft.
Yeah, I don't really understand it either. Now, again, each team's going to have a different way of evaluating the talent that they're looking at in this year's draft. And some are going to look at the quarterbacks that are there, and they're going to have opinion on one guy and not like the other guy. It could be personality driven. We talked about before, game film tape, combine, pro day. How big of an impact those three things have. When you talk quarterbacks now, Jonas, the interview process, the board talking X's and O's, talking football IQ, that's going to have a huge impact on what these teams think of working with these quarterbacks because it's a different relationship than a lot of other positions. So, as far as overall ability, there may not be that big of a variance, but as far as how teams feel, there may be a big difference depending on the first guy in this year's draft that's taken and maybe the 5th or 6th quarterback that's taken.
He is Brady Quinn. I'm Jonas Knox. This is Fox Sports Radio. You can also listen to this show on the iHeartRadio app as we come to you live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios. What does it mean when Geico says just 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance? It means you probably should have gone to geico.com 15 minutes ago. The very latest on Marshawn Lynch. Is it a done deal to Oakland, or do we have a snag? Our NFL insider tells you in 60 seconds. First, though, let's find out what's trending.
Shout out Oakland, California.
In the late game in the NBA playoffs tonight, it's Houston. 4 minutes to go, first quarter, 18-17 Rockets over Oklahoma City. Chicago just won at Boston in a first-round opener, 106-102. The Bulls were a 500 club regular season, 41-41. They won despite the 33 points from Isaiah Thomas. He finished with 6 assists, 6 turnovers. Golden State was tied at home against Portland to start the fourth quarter today and then put away the Blazers 121-109. Washington won its first-round opener against Atlanta, 114-107 as the Hawks had 19 turnovers. In the NHL playoffs, the late game starts in a half an hour. San Jose hosting Edmonton. That series tied at a game apiece. Montreal about to go up 2-1 on the Rangers, leading 3-0 now in New York late in regulation. Pittsburgh in overtime wins at Columbus, so it's 3-0 Penguins. St. Louis defeats Minnesota. It's 3-0 for the Blues. I'm Steve DeSager.
We are Buckhorns. This is Jonas Knox and Brady Quinn. Once again from the Geico studios of Fox Sports Radio.
He is Brady Quinn. I'm Jonas Knox. This is Fox Sports Radio. You can also listen to this show on the iHeartRadio app and on Sirius XM Channel 83 as well as we come to you live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios. where it's easy to save 15% or more on car insurance with Geico. Go to geico.com or call 800-947-AUTO. The only hard part, figuring out which way is easier. So we will get the very latest on the Marshawn Lynch rumors. Brady Quinn, we also threw out the question on Twitter, is there a worse holiday candy than Peeps? And some people are chiming in. Some people have pointed out the Valentine's Day hearts. Candy corn is an option as well, too. But I still don't think that either of those takes the place of Peeps on the mantle of the worst holiday candies ever consumed by human beings.
I'm not a big candy corn fan either, but I believe that was actually Gavin's. He was pretty heavily against candy corn.
Yeah. I don't have so much a problem with candy corn. It's the candy corn pumpkins on Halloween. It's just, what is it? I mean, really, let's just, what is it? Like somebody else tweeted in the wax lips for Halloween.
Gosh, I forgot those existed. Yeah, that actually might be worse in my mind.
Hey, listen, some people wear those even when it's not Halloween. You know what I'm saying?
How about the different, like, flavored candy canes? Like, you get outside of
disgusting.
Peppermint, and all of a sudden we start wandering into, like, all these different flavors that have no business whatsoever being considered candy.
Yeah, absolutely disgusting. Somebody who's not disgusting, somebody who's fantastic, somebody who is at the top of the charts of NFL insiders. He would be considered the Cadbury cream egg or the Reese's Pieces peanut butter egg of NFL insiders, and that is Alex Marvez, Fox Sports Radio NFL insider, Sporting News NFL reporter, joining us now on Fox Sports Radio. Alex?
How are you? The Jonas Knox. Brady, thank you for the introduction. And yes, indeed, I appreciate the comparison to all that sweet Easter candy. I am actually at a Miami-Dade County Youth Fair drinking cotton candy beer to go ahead and continue.
Wow.
Yeah, sort of the thing. But I'm with you. Peeps are just awful. I mean, it's sugar, but it's not even good sugar, right?
Okay, hold on. This is a developing situation, so we will get to the Marshawn Lynch stuff here in just about 30 seconds. Alex Marvez, what the F is cotton candy beer?
It's like sort of got a little cotton in it, coconut, mango. I mean, just sort of some stuff mixed together, but it's a typical South Florida thing. The fruit beer industry in South Florida booming. It really is. I mean, they're using all the fruits that we have in South Florida, making beer out of them. What a time to be alive.
Oh, God, that's
yeah,
unbelievable.
seriously. That's ridiculous.
All right, Alex, to the task at hand here. What the hell's going on with Marshawn Lynch? Is he going to Oakland? Is he staying retired? What is happening? We're hearing mixed signals. Please clear this up for the masses.
Of course he's going to Oakland, but he wants to do it on his terms. And one has to wonder, too, is he going to participate in the entire off-season program? When is he going to join the team? I mean, that's the other thing is Marshawn, how all in is Marshawn Lynch? And then it becomes a salary issue. And, of course, even though Marshawn doesn't really have a market elsewhere, despite the report that the Patriots would consider Marshawn Lynch, and, I'd never say never to anything, but reality is that Marshawn's trying to get a little bit more maybe than what the Raiders are offering. And, we go from there. I mean, but look, is Marshawn Lynch going to play anywhere else? No. If he wants this thing to happen, it's going to happen. And I expect it to happen. Whether it works out well for the Raiders, to put your eggs in the basket of a guy who's in his 30s, who's, albeit one of the great running backs of all time, but long injury history. He's had a year off. You just got to hope that helps him regenerate some of the juice that he had early in his career because he didn't show it in 2015.
Alex, what about Adrian Peterson? It seems like there'd be a lot of talk about Marshawn Lynch. Everything's been all quiet on the Adrian Peterson front. Is there any sort of movement or anything going on with him?
It'll be pretty simple. Whatever team that was looking for a running back that couldn't draft a guy that they felt was a difference maker will be after Adrian Peterson after the draft. Unless someone gets nervous and they just really say, I'm not going to be able to get this guy. Let's say, for example, you're planning to get Dalvin Cook or Leonard Fournette or Christian McCaffrey, So you're looking for one of these guys and you realize I'm not going to be able to get him and I can't predict the draft. So I'm just going to go ahead and sign Adrian and he'll be our guy for a year or two. That's sort of how it works. But, of course, it takes two to make a deal. I mean, what is Adrian asking for? And it's never really been certain about what it is he's looking for. He's been all these teams, hasn't signed. There's got to be something that's holding all this up, Brady.
He is Alex Marvez, Fox Sports Radio NFL insider, Sporting News NFL reporter, joining us here. Jonas Knox, Brady Quinn here on FSR. Alex, you have a story up on the Sporting News about Dean Blandino's replacement for the NFL. Now, first, what is with Blandino? Where is he going? We've been hearing Fox, CBS. Has anything been confirmed? And are you hearing rumblings about a major shakeup within the NFL to try and replace him?
Jonas, don't make me commit Fox on Fox crime. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I can't comment if our network is negotiating with someone else, perhaps to add him as a second rules analyst, and maybe the deal being done already. I cannot say anything about that, so please don't put me on the spot like that. It's interesting because Troy Vincent said there have been some outside candidates, for this job. Is there anyone it's funny. So you look at the current group of officials, right? Guys who talk on the field. Is there an official who impresses you with his knowledge that you would want to handle replay? I mean, I'm asking honestly because that would be the NFL Referees Association recommendation, someone that has administrative experience, someone who's good on the field. Albert Riveron would be the guy, who would make the most sense because he was Dean's assistant. But again, if they're looking to make an outside splash, it has to be someone who's good on camera. I think as well. You have to be the guy that's a flag bearer for the NFL. You have to be able to explain the rule, answer questions, not get flustered, not get upset. I mean, it's not an easy job, just as Mike Carey, right? So, I mean, this whole Dean thing, it caught, like I said, Scott Green told SiriusXM when I was on there, hey, there were rumblings this was happening, but maybe in the referee community that was the case, but in some circles of the NFL, absolutely not so much. And you have to wonder, would the NFL owners have voted to have this instant central replay thing if they knew Dean Blandino wasn't in charge of it?
And this all just kind of blows my mind only because of the fact that the NFL just went to central replay. Dean Blandino was going to be the guy to help explain a lot of the things. And maybe what's more shocking than that is the fact that the guy who's been affected the most by replay and maybe rules and all that as far as his career was Tony Romo, given the catch or no catch, Des Bryant up in Lambeau Field, and it ends up being ruled an incomplete pass, and you're sitting there saying to yourself, it looked like a catch. And now all of a sudden, Romo's in broadcasting, and so is Dean Blandino. The irony to that all is just ridiculous. Alex, I'll kind of move forward by asking this. With the draft coming up here in, about 11 days now, getting close to 10 days, anything in particular that you're hearing from teams that you kind of find interesting, maybe as far as some teams in the top 5 wanting to actually legitimately trade out like we've seen in years past?
Well, I mean, I think there are teams that are interested in listening, but here's a problem with this draft. What's there to trade up for? I mean, so many players have equal, grades across the board outside of Myles Garrett, who's, the clear number one guy. Look, if Cleveland takes a quarterback at number 1 and passes on Myles Garrett, and he ends up going to 49ers at 2, or someone trades up, I get that. But Myles Garrett is the guy in this draft. The big question is, does someone feel committed enough to draft a quarterback, with an early pick? I mean, Brady, if the 49ers draft Mitchell Trubisky or Deshaun Watson, considered the top 2 QBs in the draft, reality is, why is Kirk Cousins going to go there? They shut the door on that. There are certain things that are going on with the quarterback position like that. You have to wonder about, where these guys get drafted and the long-term impact. Cleveland, if they keep the quarterback position open this year, they may have a Kirk Cousins option. They'll have an A.J. McCarron option. And Hugh Jackson is very close with A.J. So maybe the Browns say, we'll take Myles Garrett, we'll do something else at 12, we'll play with these, journeyman quarterbacks this year, we'll sign somebody, but then in 2018, we're really ready to roll, and we're going to win. And if that's your strategy and it comes to fruition, that's fine. But that's sort of how I see it. I don't know if I answered your question. And by the way, you would never eat Peeps. I mean, you keep in far too good a shape to eat Peeps. I mean, I can't even believe you're commenting
Alex,
and weighing in on any sort of candy.
I
that's
can't
weird.
even look at Peeps. Like in the grocery store, you know what I do? Hopefully no one gets in trouble for this. Every time I see those little packages, I go poke them. Like I try to poke the puff just to ruin them, so that no one else will have to eat the Peeps and have to deal with all that and get diabetes.
Well done. That is nice. For all the managers out there of Piggly Wiggly and Publix in the south part of America, just watch out for Brady Quinn because he likes to destroy your products on the show.
Meyer. He's a big guy at Meyer. He goes in and presses all of them. Yes.
Meyer. Good call.
Alex Barbez, Fox Sports Radio NFL Insider, Sporting News NFL reporter. Always a good time. Alex, thanks so much. Go throw back 5 or 6 more of those beers.
Love you guys so much. Thank you. Happy Easter. Be good, guys.
Jonas Knox, Brady Quinn. Cotton candy beer. Wow.
That sounds
disgusting.
Delicious, but at the same time, I don't think it's going to taste good.
By the way, you want to know one of the biggest D-bag a-hole tricks you can do? You ever done this before? If you go to a carnival and somebody gets cotton candy and they're walking around with this cotton candy on the stick, just walk by and spill your beer on it. It literally evaporates. I mean, dissolves off the stick. It's so awesome.
So you have to sacrifice your beer.
Well, you can
to
do it with
ruin
water.
Their cotton candy.
If so, like I did it to my buddy's daughter was walking around with this cotton candy at this carnival last year, and my girlfriend at the time and I were kind of walking around. I had a beer, she had a water, and I said, "Can I borrow your water?" She said, "Why, are you thirsty?" I'm all, "No." And I just had her sort of bump into me, and I spilled it on my buddy's daughter's cotton candy, and it evaporated. I mean, like it wasn't there. Like a magic trick. Really fun stuff to do.
Look, I'm Irish. I would never waste a beer.
It was water that time.
Candy. Water that time, though, completely understandable.
Yeah, there it is. Brady Quinn, Jonas Knox, he destroys packaged food in supermarkets, and I take your cotton candy and I make it go away. That is what we do here on Fox Sports Radio. You can also listen to this show on the iHeartRadio app and on Sirius XM at Channel 83 as well. But up next, an NFL Hall of Famer is completely blind to why somebody he cares about and somebody he is backing in the NFL draft maybe won't get his pick as high as he thinks. We'll tell you who that is next here on FSR.
The NBA playoffs are hitting your arena.
Takes the three and knocks it down.
From the alley-oops.
LeBron takes an alley-oop and dunks.
To that sweet baseline jumper.
Spins and fades baseline and knocks down another jumper.
Ooh, that's sweet. The NBA playoffs are covered here on Fox Sports Radio.
Hey, remember a couple of years ago when we thought we'd save some money with do-it-yourself window coverings?
Unfortunately, yes. I measured.
I ordered.
We both installed. What a disaster.
All the way around. And we're pretty good at do-it-yourself. But obviously, window coverings really call for a pro.
A pro from Budget Blinds.
They're the do-it-for-me people. They bring the store to you, come in and measure, then install it all.
And that style and service for every budget thing they talk about? Turns out it's for real.
Right. Budget Blinds has no surprises pricing and a no questions asked warranty. The best in the business.
That's a no-brainer.
And this spring, you could get up to $500 off on Signature Series window coverings.
Save money and your dignity. Call 855-BUDGET-BLINDS.
Or go online to budgetblinds.com.
855-BUDGET-BLINDS or budgetblinds.com. Forget do-it-yourself.
Get an expert to do it for you at a price that fits your budget. Call 855-BUDGET-BLINDS now.
Offer good on selected products at participating independently owned and operated franchises only. Some restrictions may apply. Ask for details.
The Yankee Honda, where they treat every customer as though you're a member of their family. Visit them at 8430 Peach Street, Erie, or 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at
Hey kids, Mom called. She said go ahead and get muddy. The Eastside Wise annual Run Amok Mud Run on Saturday, May 27th. Snakes kids through 19 crazy fun obstacles. Wind through the mud crawl, tire run, pipe slide, and our giant mud mound. The 1.5 mile course has 4 levels to make it challenging for everyone. Let's get down and dirty on Saturday, May 27th at the Wise annual Run Amok Mud Run. More details at ymcaerie.org or call 899-9622.
Erie Seawolves, Notre Dame football, Erie Otters, Bayhawks basketball, the Sports Blitz, the best sports radio in Erie, Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, The Fan.
On sale now at halfofferie.com. Have your home pest-free with Kunso Landscape's Perimeter Pest Control for only $100. Their pest control service provides 4 applications from May through August, which are all applied outside away from family and pets. The application is virtually odorless and colorless and won't harm your flowers, shrubs, or lawn. So get rid of those pests for half the price with Kunso Landscape. Call Robert at 899-1880 for a free consultation. Find great deals when you log on to halfofferie.com.
160,000 kids stay home from school every day for the same reason, bullying. This is Mike Crossie, president of the Pennsylvania State Education Association. Bullying impacts nearly 1/3 of all students every year, but it takes just one caring adult to intervene and help stop the bullying. Take the pledge to be that adult at NEA.org/bullyfree.
A message from the Pennsylvania State Education Association.
This is JT the Brick with Tom Looney.
I've been telling you around the clock that this would be a trickle-down effect. What would happen is Greg Popovich came up with a concept. Greg Popovich came up with a concept. He owns it. Where he sat out the 3 great Spurs at one time, and one of the times he wouldn't make the Spurs even travel to a road game. Duncan, Ginobili, Parker. And Pop thought it worked. And he's won a bunch of rings, so it kind of works. Some years it doesn't. So then Steve Kerr, who's a protege of not only Phil Jackson and Pop, he's tried it with the Warriors. So a lot of people are attacking me on social media. JT, rest isn't a big deal. You're too crazy on this topic. Until tonight where I'm right, because the worst team ever assembled, the Brooklyn Nets, are doing it. So I've been vindicated.
This is JT the Brick with Tom Looney.
It's incredible. Absolutely amazing.
Weekdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio.
Ranger Station, Ranger speaking.
Yeah, hi. I'd like to report a bear sighting.
Location.
In the forest, near the side of the road.
No need for alarm, sir. The forest is where bears live.
But this was no ordinary bear.
No ordinary bear?
Yeah, 1 second I'm having a smoke taken in the view. Next thing I know, I am face to face with Smokey Bear.
Let me guess, Smokey had a tip for you.
He did. He must have seen me toss my cigarette on the ground. He told me never to do that because it only takes one spark to start a wildfire.
He's a smart bear. Did you know that 9 out of 10 wildfires are caused by humans? That means 9 out of 10 wildfires can be prevented.
That's what Smokey said. I had no idea.
That's why Smokey's famous, and you're not.
Good point.
Get your Smokey on. If you see someone in danger of starting a wildfire, step in and make a difference, because 9 out of 10 wildfires are caused by humans. Brought to you by Smokey Bear, the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council. Learn more at SmokeyBear.com. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, The Fan.
Our lineup is beyond dangerous. Just peep these names: Colin Cowherd, Dan Patrick, Rich Isaac, Clay Travis, Steve Gorman, JT the Brick, Jason Smith, Michael Harmon, Ben Mahler.
Who the hell's that?
O'Malley, and coming April 24th, Doug Gottlieb. So, DP, what'd you think of the lineup?
It's a Molotov cocktail, man. This is dangerous. This is a dangerous combo here.
This is Fox Sports Radio. Okay, FS1.
Don't laugh! This ain't reality TV!
To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details. FS1.
Jonas Knox, Brady Quinn, Fox Sports Radio, coming to you live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios. Updating you on the NBA playoffs, the Houston Rockets have a 38-37 lead over the Oklahoma City Thunder with about 8.5 minutes to go in the second quarter. So we will keep you posted on that throughout the duration of the show, or as long as we're on the air, the very latest there. Also, there was some quotes now coming out of Boston following the Celtics' loss to the Chicago Bulls, where they're basically going to leave it up to Isaiah Thomas as to what he wants to do. There's some talk that he may go back home to be with his family. No word as to whether or not he will play Game 2 in this series. They're already down 1-0. No Isaiah Thomas means you can pretty much wrap that series up for the Chicago Bulls. So that's a tough situation to be in. The incident with his sister passing away on Saturday obviously takes, much more importance over everything right now. The Celtics are being as supportive as possible. Brad Stevens saying whatever he wants to do, Isaiah Thomas can do whatever he wants. We're going to support him.
Yeah, there are things that are bigger than sports.
Yeah.
This is definitely one of them. So you just hope that, again, his family and he can at one point find peace in all of this, because that's what's most important.
Yeah, and also what was important earlier on in the show is Brady Quinn's brother-in-law is Jack Johnson of the Columbus Blue Jackets. Jack Johnson now down 3-0 in the series to the Pittsburgh Penguins due to an overtime playoff goal.
Thanks for pointing that out. Really appreciate it. My night wasn't going well after that, but I think it's interesting because we just talked to Alex Marvez. This is me changing the subject as quickly as possible. He mentioned one thing about Marshawn Lynch and, whether or not, he would show up for the off-season program, whether or not he'd be all in.
Can I say that? And I don't mean it. Can I say this?
Yeah.
Because you played with Marshawn Lynch, correct?
Yeah.
Can we get into that? Because I do have some questions for you about Marshawn Lynch. Can we get into that at the top of the hour?
Sure.
So about 9 minutes from now?
Sure.
Because I think that Alex brought up something that you can speak to that's fascinating that nobody's paying attention to in all this.
Yeah.
All right. So that is coming up 9 minutes from now because there's somebody in the draft, maybe our favorite prospect in the draft. Okay.
It's your favorite prospect.
All right. Now, everybody knows Jim Kelly, right? Jim Kelly, the Hall of Famer of the Buffalo Bills. By the way, what does it mean when Geico says just 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance? It means you probably should have gone to geico.com 15 minutes ago. Jim Kelly of the Buffalo Bills, his nephew is Chad Kelly, who has got all the tools to be a successful quarterback in the NFL. Am I wrong? You've watched Chad Kelly play. He's got all the tools, all the tangibles, correct?
He may be one of, if not the best pure passer as far as this year's quarterback class, yes.
Okay. So Jim Kelly sends an Instagram post out saying, just an FYI for all NFL executives, just because of a couple of setbacks, never count a Kelly out. Ask any coach that coached him. His work ethic is unmatched. He will be back stronger than ever. You can bet on it. Now, Chad Kelly has undergone a couple of surgeries. He had ACL repair, I believe, this past season. He also underwent a wrist surgery. It's expected to keep him out for months. So that is sort of where Chad Kelly's at. He's in a tough spot because he'll be a guy that maybe is taken later on in the draft, but right now he's got injuries to worry about. Although I don't think Jim Kelly really – I don't think the concerns of NFL teams have anything to do with the injuries. Could it have possibly something to do with the fact that he was kicked off Clemson's team? Could it have something to do with the fact that he ran onto his brother's high school football game trying to fight a player? Does it have something to do with the fact that he may have rolled a joint on camera? Or Brady Quinn, the fourth option here, do concerns of NFL teams trail all the way back to when Chad Kelly allegedly threatened to shoot up a bar he was kicked out of with an AK-47? Your thoughts?
Yeah, those are some of those red flags that they talk about when they dig up your entire history and you're talking with different personnel.
I love him.
Executives. Those are what you just defined as red flags. So when you hear that, there's some red flags, or he has quote unquote character issues. Those would be those character issues that he's dealing with.
Like Jim Kelly's talking about. Listen, just a couple of setbacks. The guy threatened to pull out a hand cannon on a bar. Okay,
so
what do you
there's
think?
the off-the-field character issues. That's going to hurt him, and I think the injury as well. Because that's the thing is, everyone's got different injury grades on a lot of the players in this year's draft. The problem is, no one knows what they are. Myles Garrett may be by far and away the best player in this draft. The problem is no one knows what his injury history looks like to other teams. And that's something that is key to point out. Probably what Jim Kelly was talking about. I don't know that he was talking about, Chad Kelly going into a bar in 2014 and threatening to shoot the place up.
Brady Quinn, Jonas Knox, Fox Sports Radio, also on the iHeartRadio app. Up next, though, we are going to give you exclusive access into the negotiations between Marshawn Lynch, the Seahawks, and the Raiders. Don't go anywhere. We'll have that for you next here on Fox Sports Radio.
We are Fox Sports!
If you're a CPAP user, soap and water cleaning may leave harmful bacteria, viruses, and mold that can make you sick. That alone will keep you up at night. Until now, SoClean.com is the world's first and only automated, hands-free CPAP cleaner and sanitizer. SoClean kills 99.9% of all CPAP germs without soap, water, harsh chemicals, or even equipment disassembly. And now, you can try it risk-free for 30 days. Call 1-800-746-3737.
SoClean changed the CPAP experience for the better. My health has improved. It's simple to use, and I'm not worried about infections.
SoClean's revolutionary design makes it easy to clean your CPAP and protect you against CPAP-related illnesses. Plus, SoClean works with all popular CPAP devices to clean them in minutes. It really is that easy. Don't risk your health. Call SoClean.com now to try it risk-free for 30 days. Call 1-800-746-3737. This offer won't last. Call now. 800-746-3737. 800-746-3737.
When I grow up, I want to be a new pair of blue jeans.
When I grow up, I want to be a kid's first computer.
I want to be a
football
I want to be a
stadium.
bike that races around the country.
I want to be a bench on a forest trail.
When I grow up, I don't want to be a piece of garbage. And if you recycle me, I won't be.
Give your garbage another life. Recycle. Learn how at iwanttoberecycled.org. Brought to you by Keep America Beautiful and the Ad Council.
I heard on the news about that 5-year-old who found his uncle's gun. The kid didn't know it was loaded.
I heard on the news about that 14-year-old girl who was bullied online. For like a year, she couldn't take it anymore, so she got her dad's gun from his nightstand.
I heard on the news about that guy who broke into someone's house, stole a gun from the hall closet. He accidentally shot his cousin in the head.
She killed herself.
And later, killed the owner of the store he was trying to rob.
If you own a gun, you have a full-time responsibility. When you aren't using it, be sure it can't get into the hands of curious children, troubled teenagers, a thief, or anyone else who might misuse it. Your family, friends, and neighbors are all counting on you. Remember, always, lock it up. For more information on firearm storage safety, visit ncpc.org. This message brought to you by the National Crime Prevention Council, the Bureau of Justice Assistance, and the Ad Council.
Today, my new dad threw a barbecue.
I burnt everything.
Ah! And then we played catch.
I broke Mr. Lewis's window. And then, somehow, my hand.
My hand! And then my dad even let me drive his car.
The hospital's on the right! It was a rough day.
It was a great day.
You don't have to be perfect to be a perfect parent. Thousands of kids in foster care will take you just as you are. For more information on how you can adopt, visit adoptuskids.org/PA. A public service announcement from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
Hey, hon, do me a favor and hold the ladder for me.
I have a better idea. Let's just call somebody to clean the gutters.
To scoop out a few leaves? Come on, I'll be down in a heartbeat.
No!
Using a ladder might seem easy. Misusing one is even easier. For tips on ladder safety, visit orthoinfo.org. A public service message from the American Academy of Orthopedic Surgeons, who want to keep your bones safe, strong, and well-connected.
Of course, our kids should eat fresh, healthy foods, but there's no supermarket nearby.
I wish we were closer to good health care because of our son's asthma.
And closer to nice homes, decent schools, but
we have none of these resources.
Many variables can shape children's lives, like the zip code where they grow up. Learn how you can help improve your community at HUD.gov/fair housing. Fair housing, shared opportunity in every community. A public service message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
Project.org.
This is the Jason Smith Show.
Marshawn Lynch is coming back to the NFL. But I think this would be a horrible move for the Raiders. He's done. He's been out of the game for a year. He wants to come back, and he wants to play for the Raiders. You know, he still goes back to his high school, and he helps kids out. He did a lot of great things in Oakland. If he really wanted to come back and play, he'd be talking to a bunch of different teams where, you know, it's not just the Raiders, but maybe the Patriots want me, maybe another team that's contending, I can win a Super Bowl, whatever it is. But he's not doing that. It's just the Raiders. He's from Oakland. He does a lot in that community. But he simply wants to come back and have one more year in the NFL while he's playing at home. And I'm sorry, but I'm the Raiders. I have championship aspirations. I don't want to sign a guy who is not going to be able to run the football for me.
You're listening to Jason Smith.
Don't overthink it.
Weeknights at 11 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m.
Broadcasting from the Bud Light Studios in the historic Boston Store. AM 1330, Fox Sports Radio, WFNN Erie, The Fan.
Fox Sports trending now.
In the NBA playoffs late game tonight at Houston, it's the Rockets mid-second quarter leading 40-39 over Oklahoma City. Thunder star Russell Westbrook, 2 of 9 shooting, 4 turnovers so far in the first half. We're brought to you by TrueCar. With TrueCar, you can find out what other people in your area paid for the same car you're looking for, new or used. Visit TrueCar to enjoy a more confident car buying experience. Quick baseball update. The Yankees are leading 4-1 in the 6th over the Cardinals, who have just a 3-8 record. Oakland's home game was rained out, but San Francisco played at home and lost again 4-3 to Colorado. Golden State next door to the Oakland A's place, of course, indoors, and one game won over Portland, 121-109. That game was tied to start the fourth quarter. Game 2 of that series isn't until Wednesday night at Golden State. Washington over Atlanta, 114-107. Hockey, Pittsburgh in overtime wins. St. Louis won again. I'm Steve DeSager.
This is Fox Sports Sunday.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen of Radio Land?
With Jonas Knox and former Notre Dame quarterback and first-round draft pick Brady Quinn.
Let's get the show on the road.
Fox Sports Sunday. Live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios. Here's Jonas Knox and Brady Quinn.
Exclusive inside information and dirt regarding the negotiations involving Marshawn Lynch, the Seattle Seahawks, and the Oakland Raiders. We will have that for you here coming up in just a couple of minutes. Jonas Knox, Brady Quinn, Fox Sports Radio, iHeartRadio, and on Sirius XM Channel 83, and on all of our great Fox Sports Radio affiliates, wherever you are listening to the program right now. We appreciate you doing so. Having some fun here on an Easter Sunday. Happy Easter to you and yours. And we come to you live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios, where 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit geico.com for a free rate quote. So we will also continue to update you on the NBA game. Of note right now, the Oklahoma City Thunder and the Houston Rockets tied at 42 under 6 minutes to go in the first half. Game 1 there in Houston in that series. Brady Quinn, we've been trying to figure out what the hell is happening with this Marshawn Lynch situation, because it was reported that Marshawn Lynch had agreed to terms with the Raiders and that it was pretty much going to happen. It was going through on Friday. You heard a little bit more about it on Saturday. And now Marshawn Lynch has sent out a tweet. His agent has denied it. There is no deal at hand. I don't understand the move from a football standpoint. It doesn't make any sense to me. I think it's all a PR stunt. And I think this is similar to what the Rams did last year, trading up in the draft to take a quarterback number 1 overall. They misjudged the fan base. They wanted to win a PR battle because they were the new team in town. That's exactly what the Raiders are doing now. They want to keep their fans in Oakland happy because they know they're leaving. I don't get the move from a football standpoint. What say you?
Well, they do need a running back. I mean, Latavius Murray is now